Hey y'all.
Hey,
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 salutes. Welcome.
what's going on?
Nothing much. What's going on with you guys today?
Life
smooth
is good.
we,
Beautiful day.
smooth we in the building. What's up, Melody?
What's going on? I'm glad to have you guys here. This is gonna be like a great debate. So, you guys ready?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
Well, first off,
Absolutely.
I see a super chat from Aunt T. Thank you for the heavy-handed super chat. I really appreciate it. He says, "Let's get it poppin'." Definitely, we're gonna definitely get it popping. Thank you for that. And then I thought I saw another one. Another one from Auntie. You're being real generous today.
Yeah,
Thank
let's
you.
see some colors. Let's see some colors,
I
y'all.
see some colors in the chat. Thank you. He says, "We ready." Shout out to Sweet Melody Speaks in the chat. Yes, we are ready to go. So of course you guys know today we'll be talking about the passport bros. Auntie has some pushback, right?
Absolutely. I've got a decent amount of pushback.
Okay, so first I want to know about you and your channel before you give your pushback. Tell us about
Okay, so yes, as far as my channel is concerned, I think somebody might have to mute. I'm getting a little feedback,
sorry
but
about
Marty.
that. Sorry.
all good. Yeah, we're good now. Yeah, as far as my channel is concerned, you can check out my about anti at anti s purge, but it's just three words in my about section, and that's confrontation, communication, and conversation. That's what we do. So we can be talking about anything. Sometimes somebody's going to get dragged, somebody's going to get roasted. Other times we're going to be talking about other stuff. But for the most part, we want to be able to flex our communication muscles. My
Yeah.
original purpose for coming in this space was to address a war on masculinity as a whole, which is not a war against women or any female movements or anything. It's just anything that's against the effeminization of men,
Mm-hmm.
because that's not good for men or women. So once it comes to the point where we all realize we're gonna need each other, I think I'm saying this gender war thing will be dead.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that. How about you, Marty? What is your channel about?
My channel is about a few things. Obviously traveling. I'm gonna be out there soon again. Right now it's commentary. I'm also big on tech. I'm also photographer, videographer. So it's kind of like a mishposh of a lot of things. All things
Mm-hmm.
Marty. It's kind of like there's no limits, so I can go in any direction. So if people want to talk about fashion, we can do that. You want to do some video, we can do some traveling. We can do foreign and domestic. It really doesn't matter to me. And I go into the hot spots. That's what makes me special. That some people stay in their safe zone,
Yeah,
and that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But me, I'll literally, I've been on your channel a few times. And if they check some of my content, I have no problem going into the hot zone, 1 against 10 in some cases, and that's fine. I'm cool with that. you know.
yeah, definitely. So we're going to start off with you, Auntie, because we're a little late. So we're going to get right to it. So what's the problem you have with the passport bros?
All right. So first and foremost, I just want to make sure I got my disclaimers out the way out of the gate. I am not in any way, shape, or form discouraging men, especially black men, from the United States of America to go travel. Get your
Mm-hmm.
passports if you don't have them already. Stamp them. Go see the world. Become a better man. What I do have, not necessarily a problem with, because anybody can do what it is that they want to do with their time, with their money, with their resources, even with their bodies. What I do have just a little bit of pushback for is just number one, what's the purpose in coming on the internet announcing it rather than just going out there and doing it? Number two, what's the purpose in going over there, traveling the world, seeing the world, trying to make yourself a better man, but yet doing it for the purpose of women and women alone? I think if that's the only reason why you're doing it, you're already lost. You're skipping a step. And in a lot of these dudes' cases, it's really therapy. That's the step that they're skipping. Okay. Also, I believe that the image of the black man in America is bad enough. That's one of the reasons why. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people that feel as though they need to go overseas and find some distant utopia or some Wakanda or something like that. from or the mudseal of the nation. So I don't see how, in any way, shape, or form, promoting black men as the face of sex tourism, sex trafficking, or whatever the hell it is that a lot of these, whatever these contacts is being labeled with.
Oh, your audio is going out, Auntie.
Mine is?
Audio.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. So he's gonna come back. I don't know if we should wait or because he wasn't finished. So
Now let him cook. Let him cook. It's all good.
okay, so we can wait then. You know, but while we're
Oh,
waiting,
while we waiting, I'll do the perfume thing, cologne.
mm-hmm.
So, you know, as a traveling man myself, I like to smell good no matter where I am, foreign, domestic. This is not sponsored. It's just a little game that a lot of guys ask me about. Well, what do you wear overseas? Well, you can go in a few different directions. For instance, if it's a little bit chilly, there's a company called Creed, and they make something called Spicewood. Let me see if I can get this in the frame. Hold on.
Let me
Hold on. There you go.
Single layout. How do you do that?
Yeah, give me the Summer Jam screen. There you go. Okay, this is Spicewood. This is going to give you. Hold on. There you go. This is going to give you a real smoky flavor. The sillage is good. Lasts about 7 hours. You know, and this is like a real up and close scent. Again, I wouldn't wear this in the summertime. I would wear this like, you know, chilly nights, right? So cool. Mm-hmm. This one's a little bit expensive. It's about $1,500 right there. So that might not be for everybody, and that's cool. This is what I was telling you about. This is kind of unisex right here. This is one of my go-to fragrances. Try to get big on you. Hold on. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
This one is called Arabian Oud. They actually have a store in New York City. It's about like $250, $200. This works almost any time of the year. It's a go-to. As you can see, it's like almost half done. I use it a lot. Definitely in the winter, there's another niche brand right here. Parfums de Marly is called Pegasus. This bottle this is up there. It's about like $3.99. Hold on, let me get the focus on it. Boom, boom. Hold on. Let me get some focus. Come on, there you go. Parfums de Marly, Pegasus. This is a real eye opener. You put this on, people will notice. Definitely.
Is that the sweet one that you were telling me?
It's sweet, but it's heavy, so it's definitely for like the winter times. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. The last one I'll say, and I'll let Aunt get back to it. Mm-hmm. Since people like to travel to tropical locations, I would definitely recommend Thierry Mugler. I'm probably saying that wrong, but the flavor right here is it's like an icicle. If you ever had those ice cream sickles, orange and vanilla, this is what this smells like. You go anywhere where the sun, anything over 75 degrees, this stands out in the summertime. Perfect fragrance. So if you want to step up your smell game, foreign or domestic, this is not just a travel thing. You better smell good. These are just a few, and I'm let Aunt go back to cooking.
Now, hold on. My question to you is, when you wear those colognes, do you attract more women? Like, do women actually say, "Oh my God, you smell so good"? Like, do they actually say that?
Well, they already say that when they meet me at first. This is more like just an add to. It's like a cherry on top. Like, you, even if you're ugly, you just be a good smelling dude, you know. So this just adds to the overall package. I guess you can say it's not going to save you. Like, if you sloppy, you don't speak right, you know, you don't carry yourself well, it ain't going to save you. It's more like an additive to augment what you already have. But I'm just saying, the reason why I pointed that out, because a lot of times a lot of people wear colognes in the wrong time. They wear a winter cologne in the summer, which is why some people have that musky kind of smell, because they're wearing the wrong thing at the wrong time. Sometimes when you're having, we can do this another time too, if you're having a close get together, you don't need a loud cologne that's going to project. You need something that's more private. And we can go into which ones. So it's time, weather, and function. There's colognes for each one. So it's deep. It's not just spritz, and let's go. So, but, you know, we could say that for another video, but let Aunt continue to cook.
Let me switch. Yeah. All right, Aunt, go ahead.
Audio should be A-okay now. All right. So, yeah. I don't know where my audio started to chop, if it was choppy the whole time, but I guess I can start from the beginning. I'm going to put out the disclaimer because I don't know if everybody heard that. I'm in no way, shape, or form discouraging men, especially black men from America, from traveling. Stamp your passports, go see the world, go become better men, do everything you got to do, network, build businesses, find a wife, find a woman. My point is this: if that is the first reason and the main reason why it is that you're going to go stamp your passports and do all of this other stuff and go all over the world, I think you've already lost the battle. Women probably aren't your issue. You know what I'm saying? You're missing the whole manhood aspect of things. So I'm pretty sure those are some of the things that we're going to touch on right now. Of course, we can go right to Marty. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh shit! No. Okay. You just want me to? What do we talk? I thought we used to give him the introduction. We still doing that?
No. You didn't hear what he said?
No. He said we go right to Marty, but I didn't know what we was leading off with.
Can you repeat that one more time, Auntie, so I can hear?
Okay. No, I mean, yeah. Look, I can pretty much go back. I pretty much just stated my disclaimer. I'm not discouraging black men from traveling. I'm not saying don't go stamp your passports. I'm not even saying, look, if you find somebody over there, hey, don't get with her, don't do all of those things. I'm saying if that's the primary reason why you're going to stamp your passports, chances are you've already lost the battle and you will never get what it is that you're looking for. As far as, the image of black men, whatever it is that people feel as though they have to stamp their passports, go overseas and escape. I don't think promoting black men from America as the face of sex tourism and sex trafficking is the way to go about that. I get it. Not every man that claims to be a passport bro, that's what they're doing. I get that, but there's going to have to be some kind of divide because there are a lot of dudes over there just going over there because they feel as though women are just easier. You know what I'm saying? So at some point, there's going to have to be some separation between the two. Also, I'd like to know what a lot of these dudes are going over there looking for. If so, passport bros, what is your mission statement? What is the movement? What does it stand for? Because at this point, you're just a hashtag. So what's up? Can you explain it to me?
Okay. You there, Melody?
I'm here.
Okay. So I'll just give, I guess, a mission statement curriculum on my end too, because I too don't like to be prejudged with certain things. So just so it's understood, with what he said, we kind of like agree with a lot of things. I don't believe you should do anything with the explicit reason for getting or obtaining a woman in any shape or regard, whether it's foreign or domestic. That to me is lame. At all times, you should be on mission, and that mission should be you. And not only talk about it, but be about it. That's why they call me the king of receipts. So just know that anything I say from this point forward, I can and will pull receipts at any given time. That is a disclaimer. What I do, I catch heat just to give, because this is the first time I'm meeting Ant. So, and I'm pretty sure, let's just be honest. Most guys that you meet are fairly low in terms of intelligence, are fairly low in terms of experience in life, are fairly low when it comes to being socially awkward. That is not the case here. And I understand, the riffraff that you might run into on a weekly basis talking to certain dudes, and a lot of dudes do subscribe to, I'm going over there to meet a wife, and they never meet a wife. I look at it like, I don't care what anybody does. You could stay here and say you want to meet my wife. You can go to the club, you can go to strip club. What you do with your money is not my concern because I can't spend it. Whether you want to boast and brag, I guess that's cool for the individual. If someone feels their confidence is low where they have to boast and brag about certain things, I necessarily wouldn't do that. But if somebody wants to partake on it on their end, it doesn't affect me in any type of way because I'm on my mission statement, and I can't be concerned with this guy's doing, that guy's doing, because I need first and foremost to be concerned with what I'm doing because I'm the most important person in my life. So, but with that said, I give everybody their free agency as long as it doesn't impede on what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. So it's kind of like, I don't agree with guys going over. So we agree upon that. We don't have to harp on that too much. Like, I get smoke from passport guys, military guys, all over. I don't have friends necessarily on both sides of the aisle. I'm kind of like my own man navigating my way through this whole thing. So on certain instances, the women will love me. Then they'll hate me. then the travel guys love me. But when I start talking about traveling a certain way, and what do I mean by that? Traveling to me is different. Like for instance, like Ant, do you travel overseas consistently, or do you mainly keep domestic?
It's more primarily domestic.
Okay. How many times have you been overseas?
I haven't been overseas. I haven't been off of North American soil.
Okay, so all right, that's fine. And look, again, this is not. I'm not here to judge somebody when they say you haven't traveled, because you know what you know, and then it's like if I was to go down to Wall Street, I necessarily wouldn't be able to tell the guys who work on Wall Street how to do their job. That would be stupid on me, wouldn't it? So if somebody doesn't travel, I understand they might have a perception of those around them who do travel, or those around them who do say, when I go over here, I do this and that. Having no experience yourself, I understand why somebody might have a negative attitude, which is why you hear most women say, oh, they go over there to mess with those dirty foots. That's like the catchphrase. Oh, they're over there. And I guess Austin Holloman is like the poster child right now. So what they'll do, they'll use him as a frame and say, look at this 23-year-old kid. He's going around the world and he's not marrying none of these women. How dare he? And to some extent, I can see where they're coming from. But however, kid's 23 and he never said he's going to look for a wife. I mean, people forget when they were 23, they weren't looking for a wife either. I would even argue to say, I don't know that we have the traditional values in America, in any community, because I don't want to make this a black community thing, because I'm worldwide with mine. I don't just stick to the black community necessarily, but I don't see as a country this morality that we place on other people. So it's almost like when I hear people say certain things like, oh my God, you went over there and you bought her dinner and then you had a good time after. And then I'm like, okay, on the surface, that sounds great to the uninitiated. But however, when you go 2 to 3 years with these women coming online saying, oh, I need a guy who makes 6 figures so he can pay all my bills. Oh, I need a guy 6 figures so I can sit at home and have a life of leisure. I'm like, well, who's the real dirty foot here? Because see, when we quantify things and we step back, because a lot of times as black people, we tend to look at things as what's right in front of us and it's blurry. But when you tend to step back and you begin to connect the dots and you say, something doesn't make sense here. Because now, last 10 years, I've been told, and just, again, this is just anecdotal. This is just general. But it's been proposed to society as a whole that women can do what they want with their bodies. Am I right, Melody? You're a woman, right? I hope so. No, I'm just joking. But what I'm saying is you're a woman, right? And in America, it's been the last 10 years, it's been my body, my choice, sexual freedom. I can choose who I want to date. And I'm all for that, right? But here's where it gets fishy and funny. Let's have a Marty moment. Where it gets fishy and funny is when you compare what they're saying and contrast to women overseas. Because if you listen to it, they say, oh, those women overseas, it's a power dynamic vacuum. And you say, oh, I'm going to act like Dave Chappelle. What, nigga? And you say, well, what do you mean, nigga? They say, well, you guys are going over there exploiting the American dollar. And I say, wow, that's interesting. So what are you looking for in a man? I'm looking for a man to pay all my bills. What? So now what I'm saying is it's the hypocrisy on both sides. And I'm just the one to call it out. And I'm not saying Ant is saying that because on the first few things that he says, I don't necessarily have a problem with, because I have a problem with cornballs too. All right. Because when I call them out, I get all the smoke in the world and I'm okay with that because, I'm able to pull my receipts from around the world. I'm able to pull my receipts domestically because I've been in this space for a little bit, right? And I've had like battles. And actually, if you go to my page, you can see some of the battles. I don't cut the battles. And you know this, Melody. I let them play out. And if I was fake, phony, fraud and all around the place, a lot of these guys behind the scene would be calling me out. I mean, let's go down to BGS. I don't know if you guys know who BGS is. I don't know if you guys know who 1MT is. I don't know if you know who one guy, Edward Anderson, is. Jesse Veal. I mean, these guys that I'm actually close friends with. And one guy in particular, he's actually my financial advisor, Alonzo Hall. So these guys are credible. So when I go into these rooms and I go into these spaces and I say certain things and I have a tonation of let's just call it for what it is, like a little bit of elitism. This is not just me bullshitting with you for views and clicks. This is me telling you what it is, period. And a lot of people, let's be clear, a lot of people have this Highlander syndrome where it's like, this is what I see, because we're just giving our views here, right? I see one hand, certain guys traveling, saving up for 4 months. I'm gonna just tell you what the play is. They save up for 4 months and they go to places like DR and they become Diddy for a week. They take pictures, they pop bottles. Look at me, I'm getting all the bitches. And that's cute, you know. And then they over exaggerate their success with women. That's also cute, but it's also not realistic. Me personally, I'm more into investing overseas. I'm more into building relationships, business and personal. Let's be clear, we're going overseas to meet people. So let's not act like we're all Christians, virgins, and we don't know what happens overseas, okay? So I'm building real relationships the same way you would build real relationships here. And that's what I personally advocate for, you know. And what I'm starting to see, a lot of people don't have the staying power to do so. When I say staying power, I mean the actual finances to do it. Because a lot of times we like to measure, as men, we like to measure ourselves on this game shit, this nebulous, you ain't got enough game. Like there's like a game Jedi school that you go to get your game certificate degree. And if you reach a certain level of game, you're a crown head game nigga with a shiny belt buckle. No, sir. You know, the real game is being successful in life and actually rubbing shoulders with people who are just as successful as you are, if not better, and then making your way. That's the real game. Because the game, there's no other community that game works. Like, you know what I like to say a lot of times, Ant? I never seen somebody with game go into a bank with a bad credit score and close a loan. I never seen a guy with game go into the divorce court and get his children back. There's a lot of dudes with game on child support. So how does that work? And I'm not saying you're saying game is important, but I'm just pointing out inconsistencies that I see that people talk about when we're in this having these conversations. And when you really break it down, it really comes down to people try to compensate for what they lack. So when sometimes people will disagree, and I'm hitting it from both sides. Sometimes people will disagree with guys traveling for this explicit reason. One, they have not traveled. Two, they're too scared to travel because a lot of times they're the big fish in their small pond. So it's like, I'm not going to leave this place where I'm the man to go overseas where I'm nobody, because a lot of times, let's just be honest, them dollars is stretching kind of thin. So when your manhood gets real tested when you're not in the safety of your 4 blocks and you have to really get out there and rub shoulders with other successful men. That's when real manhood gets tested, not on the street corner in the back blocks having a nigga moment over some Nikes and shit. Like that's not it, you know. So a lot of people will rag on guys that travel for the explicit reason that they just can't do it. They might have child support issues. They might not afford it. They might be scared. I don't know the specific reason for everybody, but I know there's an issue there. Now, some guys that do travel overcompensate because they don't have the social cue awareness to actually do it here. So sometimes people use their dollars and they make that work for them. And just to be clear, people do that here. That's why the strip clubs in your nearest neighborhood is so full. That's why OnlyFans, everybody's caking. So let's not act like we see when people say, oh, you're going over there tricking. My thing is like, I do agree. There's tricking all around the world. Let's not segment it to just our people going to a specific country. But let's be clear. There's way more tricking in the strip clubs here. There's way more tricking with guys getting finessed out of $300 dates here. And so when you start connecting all these dots, and again, this is all about bringing the picture away from the face and looking further and getting a better understanding of what's really going on. When you start connecting all these dots, a lot of times you see that you actually agree with certain people, then you don't disagree, but it'd be certain factoid and points that haven't been flushed out that creates the problem. I expose the problems, and that's why a lot of people have issues talking to me, and that's fine. That's what I'm here for.
All right, I'm just gonna, before we go to Ant, let me just read these super chats before they disappear. Robbie Privilege, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate it. I guess those are trophies.
Yeah.
I guess she's here to support you. Thank you so much for coming. I do appreciate that. Let me go to the next one. Eugene Steele, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. He says, no matter what part of the world you step on, the fact remains that you still have to shoot your shot. It's not guaranteed that you will get the woman you envisioned in your mind. Thank you for that. Anybody want to say anything about that
Okay.
super chat?
No, I would agree with that super chat wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly. All right, to touch on a lot of things that he said, because he was making some good points, but he was kind of back and forth as far as what my question was. So I think we can all agree he did pretty much say that, look, a majority of these passport bros, you know what I'm saying, these dudes, they're going over there to meet people. And most of them, even if they say in their minds, look, I want to network, you know what I'm saying, I want to get a little bit of that sweatshop money, you know what I'm saying, get into some international commerce, do some investing, you know what I'm saying, internationally overseas. For the most part, they're going over there for women. That's it. They think they're going to have an easier shot with women over there than they're going to have over here. The $40 or whatever the case it is, it just stretches a lot further over there than it does over here. But also, let's keep in mind, if the issue is you don't want to be over here because there's too many strags over here, you know what I'm saying? There's too many single mothers, baby mamas, too many ratchets, too many women that just don't want to deal with you for whatever reason. You are quote unquote non-select. Whatever the reason is that you don't want to deal with these women over here, or because they don't want to deal with you, whatever it is, I don't see how you're going to go over there and change that. It makes no sense whatsoever. So to go to that last comment, the fact of the matter, everything still remains the same. If you lack the confidence, you know what I'm saying, to attract a woman over here, and that's not because there's a problem with the women all of the time. I get it. Women have their issues just like men have theirs. But any man that's going to have an issue with confidence, if he's going to have an issue with self-esteem, if he's going to be to the point where he's calling himself non-select, or he doesn't feel as though he feels as though he's been looked over, which is what I hear a lot of these so-called passport bros saying. They've been looked over by women over here. They have to spend $300 on the date, or they have to hit the Cash App or whatever just to get women to talk to them. And over there, all they got to do is just be American, be black, whatever. If that's the only reason why you're going over there, chances are you're going to deal with the same type of woman. The only difference is she's going to finesse you a little bit easier. That's it. So it almost seems like a grift rather than a movement for happiness or any of that other stuff. The fact of the matter is there's going to be no reward in life for anybody without some kind of risk. So if the issue is people don't want to be rejected, they don't want to risk getting their heart broken, they don't want to risk all types of stuff, it doesn't matter if you're here or if you're there. You are still not, like, you're chances are you're not going to have a reward. There's nothing that you can't, that you're gonna escape just by stamping your passport and going over there. It makes no difference. You know what I'm saying? If your issue is that women over here, for the most part, you know what I'm saying, if they have their own jobs, if they're making their own money, if they've got their pick of a bunch of different dudes, and for whatever reason they're not choosing you because they either, number one, don't need you, number two, don't want you, the same types of women overseas, if they've got their own money, they've got their own path to citizenship, they got work visas, they got student visas, they come from families with money, you know what I'm saying, or they know how to make their own money, they're educated, they don't want you neither.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? They're going to look over you just the same. Because chances are they've already got some man over there. And if you're telling me that the women overseas are just more submissive and have a lot more respect for masculinity than women over here, I want to know how you're going to step on the foreign soil that you yourself are totally foreign to and get to these women without having to first go through the men. Go.
I'm sorry. Let me just finish reading the super chats before you go, Marty. Big Bad Bull, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. He says, "Hey Melody, salute my brother Ant." Thank you. Salute to you. I know I had more. Give me a minute. We have Volcanus. Thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, "Marty moment, undefeated." Thanks for that. We have Smooth with the $5 super chat. He says, "I trust no man that brags about his close relationship with Edward Anderson." F out of here. Fruck out of here, he said. But F out of here. But that was to you, Marty. Let me see if I got any more super chats.
Yeah, you have any more super chats?
I think that's it. Okay, you can go ahead.
All right. So he makes some good points. And to the uninitiated, it makes sense. But here's where the original question I posed to him falls to the floor. Originally, when I asked Ant, my original question, and it's not just to Ant, because I don't want to feel like I'm picking on him. It's not what I'm doing.
No, you got a question. Just stated. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Hold on. Wait. You got to let me cook. I didn't interrupt you not one time. I
didn't hear a question earlier. That's
no, but you got to let me go. Like, that's what we're doing here. So the question that I asked Ant originally was, have you traveled anywhere overseas? And Ant's response was no. Right. And I made the comparison. That would be the equivalent of me going to Wall Street, never having worked on the stock exchange floor, trying to surmise what's going on when I have no goddamn clue. I would look like an idiot. I'm not calling him an idiot. I'm calling myself an idiot if I did that. So I need you guys to really understand what I just said here. I don't know what you do for a living. I don't know what Melody does for a living. But I would be an idiot without knowing anything about their job, having never even attempted to do it, to pass judgment saying things that I have no clue what I'm talking about. And the things that you say, Ant, sounds good streetwise. Like if a street nigga heard you, yeah, how you gonna go through there, man? Because they're comparing it to the street nigga shit in your neighborhood. Now, what I'm trying to tell guys, and let me just be clear. I don't give a shit whether you or anybody else travels. I don't have a discount for you. I don't have your mama's black package. I don't have a travel brochure with my name and my picture on the back with a 10% discount if you go through me. I'm not selling a book. I'm not selling a plan. I'm not selling a get rich scheme. I don't give a shit. So a lot of times people have the inclination that I'm somehow on trial to convince someone else why they should be doing. I don't give a damn what you do. If you don't want to travel, you want to stay in the States, good on you. Marty's on his own plan, and that's a Marty moment in itself. So when it comes to talking about things we don't know, I don't want to go too hard on you because I know you don't know, and you're going by what you heard, probably some videos that you saw. But here's the difference. I'm in the mix. I'm boots on the ground. I've even told Melody, you need to stop talking about this and take a trip to Colombia yourself, because it's at some point you have to say to yourself, as a thinking man, if the argument is you guys are corny, you guys are lame, how dare you travel overseas, you need to up your game. I look at it like this. If these are all the men that the women don't want, if I was a man who didn't plan on traveling, I have no experience traveling, I would be jumping for joy. Because you know why? All the women would be for me. It would be no competition. So I don't understand. It's almost like when women say, I don't care if you walk out the door, and then you proceed to walk out the door, and then they block the door. And that's what's going on a lot with the men, because it's like, wait a second. If you're socially cued and you big pimping, and I'm not saying this is you, Ant, because I don't know what you do, but this is where I hear a lot from guys with similar talking points. If you have the social acuity to talk to these women the way they need to be talked to, and if you're taking down 9s and 10s consistently, then I don't understand how a loser with no game going overseas, doing his own thing affects you so deeply to the point where we're busting brain vessels. Like, here's the thing with me. Life is good, brother. I wake up, is the sunshine creeping through the window? Sometimes I have like a little bluebird come sing me songs at night. So like, I'm not angry about anything. I'm proven, I have friends in this space, a lot more friends outside of space, and a lot more friends overseas. So when it comes to like questions of how are you going to get through their men, I think that's what you said. Here's the thing. Let's have another Marty moment for a second. When you are a man of means, when you are a man of, let's just call it like, I'm not an ugly guy. I'm a pretty good dresser. Clearly, I know how to smell good. And I'm socially cued in where I can talk to foreign women, talk to domestic women. You know, if I actually wanted to have a school of game, shit, nigga, talk to me. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's not my angle. But what I'm saying is, again, you're not talking to a guy who has any of these troubles. So, to that question, when I go overseas, it's the men hooking me up with their women because I'm about something, man. And that's the difference. See, a lot of dudes in America ain't about shit. So they can't fathom going somewhere else and being about shit because they ain't shit here. Let's just call it what it is. You know, they don't have the resources. They don't have the mental acuity. They don't really have that swag because if it ain't key shit, it ain't nothing. You know, if you never spoke to another woman of a different race or a different culture, because when you even talk to these guys, let's just let's huddle in for a second. When you really talk to these guys and they say, I'm getting all these women in my neighborhood, you know what I say, Aunt, between me and you? I lean over, I say, whip out that phone, let me see what you got, nigga. And this is when shit starts getting nervous. Niggas start double talking and they start stuttering. You know why? Because when you really put the receipts to the metal to the pedal, that's when the real shit comes out. See, I'm about those receipts. You know, so anybody, you know, and this is where the decimation comes in. This is where the miscreants, the deviants get their comeuppance. Because when I say, okay, well, if we're going to talk this money, gang, power bullshit, you know, nigga shit, let's do it and put it on the wood. And I have receipts where I've done this before with people and they chickened out. I'm not mentioning no names because I'm not trying to make nobody famous tonight. But what I'm saying is when it comes down to it, their men are wanting to put their daughters with a man about means. That's the difference here. See, a lot of times here, you do not have men in the household. So you can't fathom how a man would react to a man who has his shit together. That's why most men say, well, how are you going to get through their men? Because there's no dynamic here in place to show them how it's done. No, how it's supposed to be done when a man has his shit together, when he's clean, he's got his finances in order, he's got his emotional, what do the females call that, Melody? Emotional intelligence together, you know, whatever that means. When he's got all his pistons firing, and then I can go anywhere in the world. I can make it happen any country on this planet and talk to the men and the females. I don't have to just talk to the females. It's actually more advantageous to me to do business with the men because the females are a byproduct of my success, period. There's no game included, like no batteries included, like the movie. I don't know if you know that back from the 80s. What I'm saying is this. When you have your shit together, women are not the focus, man. They're not for me at all. Maybe for some guys, I'm not going to act obtuse and say that there's some guys who they're women crazy. That is not the case here. And the guys that I travel, hang out with, and do business with give a shit about a female because at the end of the day, it's about building your portfolio up. And if necessary, actually, we can bring Alonzo Hall up here. We could further expound upon that because I don't know if people believe me or they think I'm bullshitting on here just to cap. That is not the case. I'm serious about my shit. So that's basically to answer that question. When I go overseas, I don't have to talk to women through the men. The men come to me and say, hey, I have a niece. I have a so-and-so who's a doctor who's looking for a guy. You know, you look like you have your thing together. Can I introduce you? You ever went anywhere? See, me talking to you about this is kind of like you've never been anywhere in terms of overseas. So these things, these different cultures and how people interact, is foreign material to you. But if you talk to me about something that happens around the corner from your block, I can relate to that because I've been there, done that. And that's cool. You know what I'm saying? But it's hard for me to explain to you what happens in a foreign land and you've never taken a plane over any seas. And that's not a diss to you, but that's just a reality.
All right. Well, thank you. All right. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Melody. No, I appreciate that. Look, first things first, I just want to address something that you said earlier. That have I traveled? And I'll admit it wholeheartedly. Never been off of North American soil, but something that I will say to a majority, if not, yeah, for the most part, mostly all of these passport brothers, how many of you guys have actually been married to a woman from overseas? I have my first wife. Okay, she wasn't an American citizen, so when you got your shit together, those women come to you. They don't have a problem getting over here. They got their shit together. They educated. They don't need you. Whatever. They just want you because of who the hell you are. So if you got to go over there looking for them, you done already lost. Now, I will agree with you on this. If you are in certain circles and you're in there, you're about your business, you are absolutely right. You're not going to be meeting women when you go over there. You're not going to be meeting them, you know what I'm saying, in the tourist side of town. You're not going to be meeting them through through prostitution rings and all of that. You're going to be invited to dinner, you know what I'm saying, by her father, you know what I'm saying, her brother, you know what I'm saying, family sponsor, something like that. Like, you're just going to be in those circles. But the same rules actually apply in the States. That applies like that everywhere in the world. That goes for Western civilization and everywhere else. If you're making moves and you're in certain circles, you're going to be privy to more things. So the thing is, I want to know, why are these dudes so willing to go do business like you're doing business over there? Because I respect what you're doing, my brother. I respect what you're doing over there. You're telling me you going over there to network, everything. Women are going to be a spoil of that war that you're fighting. You know what I'm saying? Women are a byproduct of that type of success, along with money, along with network, and along with legacy, along with everything else. You'll never get a disagreement with me on that. Where a majority of the passport brothers that I'm hearing that seem to have the largest voices on here are saying, they are primarily going for women. That's it. They are primarily going for women. So if the issue is that women in the West or women in America or whatever are going to drain your resources, they're going to take everything from you, they're going to put you on child support, they got X amount of baby daddies, they don't want you, and all of this other stuff. I want to know how you're going to be able to go overseas and escape that without first making sure that you're the best person that that you could possibly be. Making sure that your network is up, making sure that your money is right, making sure that you don't just have a job. You either have a career or you have your own businesses. You can actually go over into these other cultures and provide something, give something to the culture instead of just trying to take a woman. And that's it. Because chances are, if you were a mark over here, like the first dudes I was talking about, chances are you're going to be a mark over there. It's no different. Just because these people speak with an accent doesn't mean that they think with an accent. They're not stupid. They can spot bullshit a mile away just like we can. Just like these chicks over here can. So it's no difference. So I get it. It's a lot easier to go over there. I think somebody said in the chat earlier, you know what I'm saying? Hey, man, getting finessed out of your money, $300 just goes a longer, you know what I'm saying, a further way over there than it does over here. Absolutely. But the goal should be to just not be a fool that gets finessed out of your money. Like that should be the goal. You work on yourself. Look, a fool and his money was lucky enough to get together in the first place and probably will soon be parted. So I really don't see how people can not work on themselves, put it all on a bunch of women that didn't want them anyway. That they claimed that they didn't want, put it all on them and just say, look, I'm going to stamp my passport, go over there, and then the problem's solved. No, the problem is within you. You know, solve it first. Get a mentality like you got right now. Build your network. Be the best man that you can be. Once you have that mentality, you don't even have to go looking for women. That's when women come looking for you, or they just find you. That's the way it works. You have to actually be in those circles. Sometimes that does come with traveling the world. I get that. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm never going to discourage men from traveling. So don't get confused by the title. I am not telling men not to travel. I'm not telling anybody not to see the world. But take it from a man that's actually been married to a foreign-born woman that was not a United States citizen and didn't clean me out in divorce court or any of that shit. None of that. It's really no different than being married to an American woman, because I'd have been married to one of them too. It ain't no damn different. They all got the same damn wants, the same damn needs, and they don't respect a dude that cries like a bitch. So let's go.
Go ahead, Marty. You can respond to that.
I mean, I don't really see that we have a disagreement, because clearly he's not talking about me personally.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, so what he's saying is what most people say to the worst of us. But let's be clear about something also. It's almost the equivalent of what Fox News do to you on a daily basis. They always talk about the worst of you. So if you were to just watch Fox News, you would have the impression that all black people are rioters, thieves, and murderers. Has anybody watched Fox News here besides me? Or has a clue about? So you understand where certain news networks just have an innate biases, regardless of the facts. You could literally have a video showing a person not committing a crime, but because the person is black, they'll say, "Oh, this guy is some type of deviant or some like that." So let's be honest about something. So when we have these conversations, we have to always look at the source and what we're talking about. So what we're talking about in general, because I have to generalize because I can't know who you know personally, because you're going off your own personal experience with who's traveling. Since I actually travel, I think I'm in a better position to tell you who generally travels overseas. Would that make sense, Melody?
No, yeah.
Right? Just in general, like if you use makeup, you would generally be able to tell me what kind of makeup women use. So I'm just trying to use the logic so we're on the same page. So just to understand something, when you travel, you're not an idiot. In general, I know there's idiots out there. We don't have to argue about the outliers. I'm just giving you in the middle. When you travel, you're not broke. I can't speak towards everybody's health, but in general, guys that I know are not in the worst shape of health because they travel and want to be able to walk 10,000 steps without catching a heart attack. So in general, people who actually really been traveling tend to be older. That's why Austin Hollman's such a big sensation because one, he's young. The guy's 23. Does everybody know that? Two, he doesn't fit the mold of what people have been told that travelers look like. And I'm going to be honest with you. Most travelers who travel are not grotesque. I can't speak on the man's handsomeness. I will leave that to you, Melody. But what I'm saying is most people are average, right? Wouldn't you say that, Melody? Isn't this what Kevin Samuels said for 2 or 3 years? Most people fall within the 5 to 7 mark. And let's be honest. Let's be honest. You don't walk outside your house to see supermodels everywhere. So let's not even play that game. So most people that are traveling tend to be older, tend to usually been in a few relationships, if not married and divorced. These are not new terms for travelers. Most guys who travel tend to have been married, divorced, and now they're saying, I want to try something different. And sometimes they stay over there. This is what I advocate for personally. I don't necessarily advocate for the back and forth into infinite. No, I think once you find a country and you have your finances where you need them to be, I think it's more advantageous for you to stay there for a myriad of reasons. And again, I'm not coming down on you, Ant, because I know you don't know these things. There's a lot of tax benefits to staying overseas. When you're overseas for a certain period of time and you make, like $200,000, the majority of that you can keep because you're overseas just in general. So not only is your income, depending on which country you're in, multiplying by 5 times off the rip, but most of the money that you make in the US, you're actually able to keep. But see, people who travel know these things and people who don't travel don't. And I understand that is no dig towards you, but it's still something I have to mention because when I'm having these conversations, they tend to devolve into dick, pussy, and niggas tricking. Let me explain something to you. What the normal Negro in America think is tricking over here is bullshit. When I hear tricking from the normal person, it's always about dinners, $300. You bought her a pair of shoes, or she finessed you. These are funny terms to me because it lets me know the level of income these people make. Because if someone is getting finessed out of a TGI Friday dinner, that lets me know like TGI Friday is like the pinnacle for you. To me, TGI Friday is just a Tuesday for me. And that's just what it is. So if you are that cheap where you feel you can't lose $20 without feeling somebody has taken advantage of you, I got news for you. You don't need to be traveling, and you definitely don't need to be dating in America, because I don't know where you're from, but where I'm from, a regular dinner date is minimum $350 here. Minimum. And I'm not even talking at like a really 4 or 5 star restaurant. So when dudes talk that money talk and getting finesse, please understand who we're talking to. Money's a different scale over here. So when guys go overseas, let's just say it's not about money and they go overseas, the money stretches differently, obviously. So if a guy wants to go overseas and maybe he doesn't make a lot of money, maybe he makes 50,000, right? if he wants to take his 50,000 and make it stretch over the seas, and I'm not saying he's Don Juan. Most people here aren't Don Juan, because how do I know that? Because when I get to pulling receipts, nobody wants to pull their receipts real time. It's always, oh, I'm scared I'm gonna lose her. Oh, she might get mad at me. Well, motherfucker, I deal in abundance. I'm not scared of losing 10 bitches in one night. It don't matter to me. There's hundreds more where that came from. And I can only speak for myself. I know that everybody's not like this. Everybody don't got like that, and that's fine. But the reality of the situation is most of these people that are telling you, oh, you can date women here, I don't disagree with that. But what I say is show me what you're usually dating. I'm not expecting supermodels. Let's be clear. Like, look, I'm not that, elitism with the shit, but show me something. But when it comes down to it, listen, I see babies' mothers, stretched out stomachs, cigarette burns, and gunshots. Let's just call it for what it is, right? So even on that front, where we're saying, well, you could date a woman here. That's true. But what I'm saying, I'm a man of the world. I'm not just relegated to here. Maybe you are. And that's more of a you problem than me, because I don't know. When I came up in life, it was always told to me, a man of mystery, a man of the world is intriguing to women, a man who knows different languages and different cuisines and different tastes of wine. I mean, a lot of this shit that I'm saying is go over a lot of niggas' heads, and that's fine. But what I'm saying is experience matters, right? If you're experienced only in the four corners of your hood and you just do nigga shit and bump elbows at the corner store, well, that's good for you. But some of us actually like to use our brain and do different shit. It's almost like, back in the days, I could remember a time, and let's put on our thinking caps for 1 second. Do you guys remember a time when playing video games was considered like a incel type of thing? But you look on Twitch now, who do you see mainly on there playing video games? Who do you see? Everybody's playing video games. So just because everybody didn't catch on, that's not my problem. I've been playing games, since ColecoVision or Atari. Now video games is $1 billion industry. Is it my fault that it took the rest of you motherfuckers to catch up? Matter of fact, just a side note, me and Alonzo Hall, we talk about getting people insured because we've seen a few people die in this space, right? Now, they had GoFundMes. Isn't that interesting? So we're telling people to get yourself insured in case these things happen, so your entire family has generational wealth. But guess what? It hasn't caught on. But whose problem is that? Is that my fault that people are too stupid to understand what's good for them? So when we bring this back for traveling, I look at it the same way. I'm like, yeah, sure. People who don't understand new things, back like in the witch Salem trials when they used to burn witches at the stake and they used to do crazy dumb shit like that, I understand that comes with the territory. So when people get with these ridiculous questions and they just don't understand, I don't look down on them. I pity them in the sense that, man, I want to take, like for instance, even after this, what I would do with you, Ant, I would connect you with somebody and arrange a tour in Colombia just to go see the culture. Because I believe every man before he's 50, I don't know how old you are, I'm not speculating, but what I'm saying, I think every man before he's 50 needs to go outside of the US. I don't care where you go, but you need to go outside of the US and experience something different for you, not for women, not to build a business. I think a good week outside the country for you, just go. Because what happens is this, once you go yourself, then you come back and then the conversation will be different. You're going to have a different perspective. There's no way you can't, even if you never had sushi before. And I've taken women out to eat sushi for the first time. They start talking different. And that's just on a micro level. You see what I'm saying? So every man, in my opinion, needs to travel just to get some culture. They need to get out of this Western way of thinking, because we think the way that we move, like for instance, I'll just give you one little note before, because I don't want to take up all the time. Like I noticed when I go overseas, I noticed one thing that stood out to me more than anything else. The people there don't sit in front of their TVs all day and watch shows. And it kind of weirded me out. They have Netflix, they have Hulu, they have everything over there. These are not third world countries where there's people on dusty roads. And that's another thing. We would still think Africa is a terrible place according to the videos that they show. But anybody who travel knows, if you ever been to South Africa, they have some of the most technologically advanced cities, countries in South Africa. You would not believe it. Far beyond what we have here. You see what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, that's why I recommend for everybody, just to go out, get some culture. And like I said, just to bring it back, most people don't sit in the house and watch TV. They go out, they meet people, they dance, they have a culture. Like, for instance, certain countries, they shut the whole roads down and everybody from old to young goes out and bikes and runs because they understand fitness is health is wealth, right? We don't have that really here in America. You see what I'm saying? So these are little things that you can experience. And then when you come back, you're going to have a different perspective. Now, will it completely change your mind? I don't know, because I don't know where your mind is at right now. But what I do know, you're heavily inexperienced in this field to be talking the way you do. And that's not to come down on you, but just put it to you like this. I don't know what you do for a living. That would be highly insulting if I came to your job and stood over you and told you how to do your job. And you've probably been doing it for 15 years. And I've never even seen what you do. You would just feel highly insulted. Like, who the fuck are you to tell me anything about this or to even have an opinion based upon what you've heard? I mean, at some point, the people just gotta go. Now, if you went and said, hey, I went to this area and I stayed here for a month and this is what I experienced, now you have a leg to stand on, whichever way that goes. But at least I could say, you know what? He has the nuts enough to go out and do it. And most people don't. And that's just the facts of the matter. I can't say as to why they don't. Everybody has their own excuse. But what I can say is either you do or you do not. There is no in between.
Well, real quick before you go, let me read these super chats real quick, get them out the way. Alonzo Hall, the All-Star Advisor, thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, when I introduced him to my estate planning attorney, she tried to hook him up with her sister. Thank you for that super chat. I appreciate it. And thanks again for the super sticker. It's $5. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me see who else. I appreciate everybody for supporting the stream. Thank you, guys. And Aunt T coming through with another super chat. Thank you for the $20 super chat. He says, I'm reverse colorblind, y'all. Can y'all please put more comments in colors so that I can read them? Thank you, broke ninjas. Thank you for that, Aunt. I appreciate it. Very supportive. All right, go ahead, Aunt.
Yeah. Okay. So it's tough for me to disagree with a lot of stuff that he said. My point is this. I didn't come here to debate a man that's actually traveling, the world to build his network, to build his business. I came here to debate a man based on the merits of what most of these passport bros on the internet are talking, because very few men on the internet that are using and pushing this passport bro movement are preaching what Mr. Marty Mcfly here is preaching. They're just preaching how much easier it is to get women. Now, as far as the experience that I have with women, it goes back a lot further than 15 years. Whole lot further than 15 years. So when people want to talk about foreign women, American women, and all of that, I done dated, married, broken up with, divorced, annulled, all of that. When it comes to women from all over the world. You know what I'm saying? Born there, born here, grew up in those households with fathers, without fathers. And the fact of the matter is, if you're having an issue with women over here, chances are you're going to have an issue with women over there. The dynamics are still, for the most part, the same. They have antennas and certain types of things they just don't want to deal with. And for whatever reason, if you're lacking confidence with women over here, you'll probably lack confidence with women over there. That is, of course, until they get to know you or get to meet you or whatever the case may be. So I'm not discouraging any man, especially black men, from traveling. Stamp your passports. Okay, go see the world. Learn new cultures, learn new languages, eat more foods. You know what I'm saying? Go meet different women, meet more businessmen, network, invest, add to those cultures, add to those communities. Learn those things, become part of it. I'm not telling you not to do it. My point is this. If the conversations are going to keep starting and stopping with women, and this is why you guys are going to flee, stamp your passports and go do everything, there's one thing you forgot, and that's working on yourselves. So that's what I came here to debate. So if you want me to debate you regarding the merits of just going overseas and building business and becoming the best person that you can be and just making it so that you're on that whole most interesting man in the world thing, yo, you got my support on that. But I have this question, this primary question. How come more brothers like Mr. Marty McFly aren't making sure that there is a clear-cut separation and divide between guys like him that are going to add to the culture when they go over there, learn the more cultures, become more well-rounded men that can actually network and bring something back to a community? You know what I'm saying? And why there is not more of a clear-cut divide between them and the ones that are just going over there to trick off for the weekend, just like he mentioned and stated earlier. Why are you guys not going out of your way to separate yourselves? Because right now, you're all being lumped into one hashtag. Go. I'll keep it short.
Yeah, you can hear me? All right, so the question is, why aren't people separating themselves? On the surface, that is a good question. But then the answer would be, why would they have to? Because I don't see anybody separating themselves when they go to the strip club. I don't see anybody separating themselves when they get knocked over the head by the cops. I don't see anybody separating themselves when certain women are dating guys who get them pregnant and they say all men ain't shit. I don't see them separating themselves when, they say they can't choose a man, but they know who they want to be with once they screw up their lives. But before that, they didn't separate themselves. They think all men wear their pants down to their groin and shoot guns all night and drink 40s, right? So it's like, this is what I don't understand. It's like we get very morale when we want to. If that's the case, you should be at the strip club every night with a picket fence saying, don't shake your booty over here. Hell no, we won't go. And I know you ain't doing that. So let's be clear. So to get on stream and then have this outcry to say, like, who are you talking to? Like, do you want all the educated men to separate themselves from who exactly? And this is coming from a guy who's never traveled. So nobody wears a uniform. There's no red and blue like Halo. How are you going to make the distinction who is who? And what are you going to do? And this is not towards you. And I say this to people who had those same talking points. It's like, at the end of the day, what are you going to do? Are you going to meet me at JetBlue and we're going to have a tussle in front of the feds? You ain't going to do shit. And I don't really give a shit, because when I travel, I don't see none of you. Because most of the time, y'all don't even stay at the places I stay at. And that's no diss to you, Ant, but I'm just keeping it real to the guys who talk like you. It's like, what you want to happen is of no consequence to me, because there's different levels in the building and I just happen to be at the penthouse. It doesn't matter what people in the basement are doing. I just want my car parked and get it back when I'm ready. And that's how I live life. Now, if I'm going to bring myself down to talk, they have these, baseline conversations, I don't care what happens on the ground. I care if my croissants and orange juice is ready when the fuck I say so. That's what's important to me. It's not important what niggas is doing down. I don't give a shit. Maybe I'm the wrong guy to talk to, because maybe I'm a little bit elitist with my shit. But I think more people need to stop worrying about what other men are doing and get your shit together. And I'm not talking to you because I don't know you, but I'm just saying, when people start saying these arguments, I'm like, how is this helping you in your 401k, your portfolio? Whether or not, let's just say, I'm going to agree with you. Let's just say we have a great separation, the Treaty of Pasai, as I would like to say. Well, shout out to Edward Anderson. Say we have this big treaty. Niggas on one side, educated. I'm not even going to say legal. I'm just going to say real niggas on the other side, right? At that point, what does that do? Absolutely nothing. So the thing is, at which point it matters only to who we deal with. Like, if I'm surrounding myself with guys who make that separation and distinction, I've done my job. If you surround yourself with guys who are over there, whether it's local or, foreign, getting to their bag, getting property, treating the people in their circumference like how they want to be treated, community is good, you've done your job. There's no one man army to the situation. And I would even argue there is no community, because a lot of people will say, well, the community is going to suffer. I don't give a shit. This is a Marty moment. Marty doesn't care. I'm heartless. I want to see the shit bombed and nuked and let's rebuild. No, let's bomb it again. I'm a different type of beast, a different type of animal. I'm apex when it comes to certain shit. I'm cold and heartless with certain shit. So, and Alonzo will tell you, we be on the phones talking to other people. I don't care about why you walk down this road. Like, for instance, you said you were divorced. You know, I don't know what happened in your life, but you've been through a lot. But when you get to me, you better have your shit together, because I'm not into the, oh, woe is me. I'm not grading you on a curve. Never have, never will. Everybody in my circle is on their own too. I don't care what you've been through. We all have a story. And we really need to get out of this victim narrative. Like, somebody's supposed to give a shit where you came from. You notice I haven't really said too much about, you know, you don't even know if I was married or if I had a foreign chick, Russian, maybe, who knows? But what I'm saying is that's not the point. The point is that has no bearings on this conversation and where I'm going in life. Where I'm going in life is like this. You better have your shit together dealing with me. Like Alonzo will tell you, we can get him up here on the stream. I don't know if Melly has the link. I'm constantly calling Alonzo every single day. And he'll tell you, if I wanted to, I could probably be an agent and sell the same thing he sells, because I'm that adept at knowing what the fuck is going on. And that's not even my job. You see what I'm saying? And you do like advertising, and am I right?
Marketing, yeah. Digital marketing.
Okay. And see, the thing is,
business consulting, digital marketing consulting.
Fantastic. See, now here's the thing. I have experience in your area, but I wouldn't call myself, you know, exactly what you do. However, I do understand, because I am, you know, I deal a lot with the cameras. So I do understand media, and I do understand how things look and the perception of things, which is why when I do my shit, I sound the best. And my camera, like you said, it is in 4K, 60 frames a second. I strive hard because I understand the power of media. So, you know, I also understand when you don't use media correctly, how it can damage you, right? I think that's fair to say, right? So what I'm saying is I have experience in a lot of different areas in life. And that comes with, yes, traveling and just dealing with people and being socially calibrated. And I think your argument is mainly going to those who are not socially calibrated, weirdos. And if that's going to be the stream, we can go all day, because there's a lot of weirdos out there. Let me tell you, I know a lot, you know. But the thing is, I wouldn't call that the majority. That might be the silent minority that you're hearing the most. Just like, for instance, like Transformers, you hear about that a lot, right? But we both know the numbers on that. But if we're going by the media coverage, you would think they're all over the place, right? And we know that's not the case. So let's just try to, you know, be honest. Like, again, if you're having a bunch of people say these things to you, then two things either need to happen. One, you need to change your circle. And definitely two, you need to travel. You need to go somewhere. And I'm not going to tell you where to go. I could help you, and I don't mind doing that. What I'm saying is, you need to, if you're going to have these discussions, you need to have that in your toolbox to say, hey, I went here and this was my experience. I can speak on it. Because right now you're speaking on another man's shit. And that's not what men do. If I'm going to talk about another man's anything, job, I'm going to have experience in it. And more importantly, I'm going to show you. That's why when I cut on my camera, my shit be looking crispy. That's why I understand lighting. I understand all that shit. I understand marketing. I understand insurance. I understand investment. I understand women. I understand how to put this shit together by myself. And I can prove my shit. It's not just here. I'm not here blowing smoke up your ass. You know, I can actually prove the shit. I have people who witnessed me do this shit. I have people who travel with me, saw me take a room full of 20 women and get everybody in line. Now, if that's not socially calibrated, I don't know what the fuck is. But again, we're not talking about me. I understand the crowd that you're talking about. And the crowd that you're talking about is the same crowd I have issues with, because I have the personality that doesn't gel with everybody. I'll be honest with you. But for niggas who really get to it, we're like best friends. You know, so when I see somebody moving like that, I'll talk to them. You know, like, yo, don't move like that. Hey, I don't like the way you move. Maybe you should switch that up. And it's more of a safety reason, because one thing, again, that a lot of people don't talk about, people say, well, what do you like about traveling so much? Like, what's the most important thing to you? When they talk to me, now instantly they might think, oh, 5-star hotels, chef, all those. You know what I say? Safety. Safety is the most important thing when you travel. It's not about anything else. When you can lay your head down and you know you're comfortable, you're secure, that is the most expensive thing that you probably can't buy. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. I'm just giving you different perspective on how I do things and how other people do. So, because other people, when they travel, they living in hostels, they're rooming with 6 different people. They got a bunch of strangers coming in and out. And this is how things happen. So when you hear about people getting robbed, it's usually a situation where they're going to a foreign country. They don't understand the language. They don't know anybody there. And they go there. They're wearing, obviously, the clothes that tells people I'm not from here. That's like, I don't know where you're from. That's like, let's just say we lived in LA in gangland territory and everybody on this side is wearing blue. That's like somebody wearing red on the blue side. Like, you automatically stick out. So when you say things like, yeah, when you go to these foreign countries, you're going to be a mark. I understand what you're saying, because the guys that do that make themselves out to be a mark because they're so one-dimensional in their thinking. But what I'm saying to you is we have to be 3-dimensional in our thinking when talking about these guys. We have to understand that is a minority of people that travel. So when you blanket everybody and say, how come you guys are this? How come you guys are that? I'm gonna be honest with you. Most people who are really doing it won't respond to you because they understand you don't really know what's going on. So they'll let you keep going. The only people that's going to respond to you is probably the idiots that are doing that really don't even have experience anyway. So now you're having this back and forth argument, one guy who's never traveled and one guy who travels like an idiot, and both of you guys look like idiots at the end of the day. And that's what I want to get out of, is like, listen, I want people to have some experience in this. I don't mind the dissenters. Again, I don't care if you travel or anybody in the audience. This is not the Marty travel show. At the end, you don't get a pamphlet and a discount. That's not what's going on here. But what I'm saying is, if we're going to talk about a topic, let's actually have experience somewhat in the topic before we have these overarching opinions, because people on the outside who actually do this are going to be looking at you like, how are you going to talk about stuff that you really don't know about? And if you apply that same thought to anything else in the world, mathematics, engineering, heck, since we're talking about it, women. If I was to tell you, hey, this is how you get women, this is how you dress, this is how you do this, and you say, cool, how many times has this worked for you? Oh, well, I've never been with a woman. You see how it just doesn't make sense when you plug the source. You're like, wait a second. So you're going to tell me how to talk to women, but you yourself admit to not ever having a woman, being a virgin even. So why would I listen to you? And I'm not saying you don't have a perspective to share. I'm just saying, when you come into the room with guys who travel, that is the number one thing that cancels out any argument you have, and rightfully so. Because if I went to Alonzo Hall's job, because he's a financial advisor, right? And I began, I took out my shiny belt buckle and put it on the desk. I said, okay, motherfuckers, we're going to put 2 stops on Apple. We're going to liquidate this entire unit. They're going to look at me like, who the fuck are you? And what experience do you have? What credentials do you have? Have you ever even done this before? And who looks like the bigger idiot? It would be me. So what I'm saying is, I don't want you to look like that, because I get it. It's views, it's clicks. We can argue with people and we can have a back and forth. But what I'm saying, when you have 2 idiots arguing, they both look dumb to the person who's looking on the outside. And I don't want that to be the argument or the type of framework we have when we're having this discussion. I'd rather have it where you say, hey, I went to this country and this is why I like about it, but also this is what I didn't like about it. Now we can have a discussion. But if it's one person who's an expert and one person who is looking at it from the outside, it's not really a complete conversation. And then you put onto the fact that you're talking to somebody who is like a different type of dude, then it really becomes like this. Because I'm not really arguing with you. If you notice, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, hey, we just got to be more experienced. And these guys who do what you say, to the most part, I agree with it, because I don't do that shit. That's corny to me. That's whack to me. So it's like, we're not really like we're not arguing. We're just giving our opinions. But only thing I'm saying is, I really think to cap it off, and this goes for Melody too. I don't know where Melody is, but you're gonna get this smoke too.
I'm right here. I'm the mediator.
Okay, all
I don't
right.
want to get any smoke. I'm just listening. But go
But
ahead.
you are going to have to, at some point, because I know you have a lot of these discussions, and I said this to you before. I don't care what you do, put the GoFundMe together. A lot of these dudes in here will pay for you. It's not that expensive. I'll hook you up with the tickets. I have a guy who will take you around. He speaks English. He'll put you up in a nice place, and you need to go and you need to experience the nightlife. You need to go to where the real people go, not just the tourist areas. And you really need to be out there for at least a week and a half to absorb what's going on. So when you come back and you having these discussions, whether it be Ant or you could be like, hey, you know what? I went here and this is what I like about there. This is what I noticed about the women. You could really key in on dudes like, yeah, you know what? They tend to be a bit more submissive. But what I would also add to that is you have to be a man over there. There is no 50-50. Like, it is not a thing over there where they expect to pay 50%. No, it's more like, if you're interested in her, whatever the plan that you have, and this is where it differs from the US. In the US, people have like a certain threshold. Like TGIF is not really a thing. I remember when Red Lobster was a cool spot to take people. It's not really anymore. So they have a threshold in America, whereas overseas, it's more like the experience. Like, hey, we can go to a local spot. It doesn't have to be expensive. And actually, I've had a couple of times, because my taste is a little bit expensive. I ain't gonna lie. So I was gonna go somewhere a little bit more trendy, and she was like, no, too expensive. Let's go right here. So not everybody is looking to extract resources. And at the same time, if you think in a third world country where your money triples, that somebody's extracting resources off of a dinner that might cost $20 to $25 at a decent restaurant, you have to really factor in like who's traveling. If that's going to break the bank, then I think people need to reevaluate their lives.
Okay, real quick, Marty. I'm just gonna read the super chats and we'll get to Aunt T. And I see you guys in the back, so just hold tight. I'll be letting people up in like 5 minutes. So JC the Conqueror, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. He says, salute Mel and the panel. Salute to you. Give me a second. Saw some more. Here we go. Auntie, thank you, Auntie, again for the $10 super chat. He says, y'all bored yet? Yeah. Nah, we good though. Thank you so much for that, Auntie. And we have Smooth with the yawning emojis and the sleepy emojis. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat, Smooth. I really appreciate you. And I think that's it for now. But go ahead, Auntie.
Okay. A lot of different things that I wanted to address because, of course, the brother, he said a whole lot, an entirely whole lot. Again, I'm gonna say I'm not discouraging anybody from traveling, so it's tough for me to make any personal attacks on him because I believe, hey, if he's traveling for the reasons in which he said he is, then he's doing it for all of the right reasons. I just like to use an example for, you know what I'm saying? For example, let's use the Me Too movement. Okay? The Me Too movement was supposed to be started because there were women that had gone through some things, were, you know what I'm saying, abused, taken advantage of, and then when they decided to come out, they weren't believed. Okay? This was started for a reason, and then all of a sudden, that entire hashtag became synonymous with false allegations. Because there were women that decided to put false allegations on men and use that hashtag as well to promote themselves. All right. The same thing is happening with that movement right there. You have brothers like Mr. Marty Mcfly that are supposed to be going over, networking, building themselves as men, building their portfolio, investing, of course, you know what I'm saying, trying to add to other cultures, becoming citizens of the world rather than just the United States of America. And then you have other men that just want to go over there and trick, which, hey, what they want to do with their time, with their money, with their bodies, you know what I'm saying, even with their brains, whatever, they have a right to do it. But when they have this hashtag following them, which is supposed to be synonymous with black men, and then black men all over the world become synonymous with tricking off, all right, and sex tourism,
sex trafficking, and everything else, what are you guys going to do to separate yourselves from that? All of you upstanding men, because I'm pretty sure you're able to go over there and network for a reason. Because hopefully there's not already a negative opinion about you as soon as you step off of the plane. Now, you have a lot of dudes in not just these spaces, but all over the internet that don't have the most genuine of intentions when they go over there, and they're going to be giving you a bad name, just like you already have in the United States that you're trying to escape from. So how is announcing this, making it a hashtag and a movement, and allowing others that are promoting sex tourism, sex trafficking, prostitution, tricking, whatever it is you want to call it, and using your same hashtag as something to piggyback off of? How is that something positive for black men that just want to be happy, or black men that are going to go over there and try to network and try to be better men and try to actually add to a culture, use something from a culture and build something for themselves, for their own community, build futures and legacies for their family and their future children? How is that going to help in any way, shape, or form? People can do whatever they want. I'm just saying, why is it the men that are going over for one purpose? Why are you allowing other men to tarnish what you're doing? You got a hashtag, you got a movement that has absolutely no mission statement. You have no mission statement. You didn't lock the doors behind you. You just let anybody piggyback off of you. That's the problem with these movements. And then when you guys become customers, all right, just a target demographic to put into an ad generator, and then all types of stuff starts coming up in your feed and everything else, and then next thing you know, chicks is hitting you up for green cards. Because right now, people paying $25,000 for a green card over there, but they'll just get you for it just because you're looking for love. Man, I'm not going to get on Mr. Marty Mcfly about that, but there are some other dudes that, look, that's what they thinking. This is just that easy. And let's keep it real. That's not the case. Marty Mcfly even said it. Look, before you can go over there and get women or get any of that stuff, you got to first be a man. That is what it is. So we agree on that point. But you got a lot of people that are piggybacking off of your hashtag that aren't quite full-grown men. But yet they going over here looking for wives. They ain't husbands. They tricks. Okay? So my point is this. What you going to do about that? That entire soliloquy that you had for me and the entire audience right now, how come you ain't giving that soliloquy to a bunch of misguided young dudes that are just going to Brazil, Colombia, all over Asia and everything else, going live on IG and other platforms talking about how easy women are and making black men the face for sex tourism and sex trafficking all over the world? Why ain't you got soliloquies for them? Why ain't you actually telling them, yo, be better men first? You know what I'm saying? If you still want to go overseas and find you a woman, you'll be able to get you a woman anywhere in the world. A lot of times they going to find you and then you're going to have your pick. You said it yourself. You know what I'm saying? Women are a byproduct of success, not the other way around. You know what I'm saying? So we agree on that. But you said it yourself. You work on yourself first. A lot of these dudes are putting that woman first. That's why they losing. And if you're losing over here, chances are you're going to lose over there. I'm pretty sure, Mr. Marty Mcfly, before you was successful over there, if you're working with Mr. Alonzo Hall, I'm pretty sure you're successful over here too. You know what I'm saying? So that was just you extending your success. These dudes are not successful over here. That's why most of them are going over there. So before you allow them to piggyback off of your movement, off of your hashtag, and actually group themselves with you and make you the face of what it is that they're doing, why don't you get them past step one? Or tell them, yo, you ain't part of this, yo. Because you're blowing up the spot.
Can I?
Go ahead. I got it.
Can I say something?
Hold on, Greg. Wait, let me just respond. Hold on.
I'll go with you two after he answers.
Yeah, let me just respond. I don't want to forget what I'm saying. I think we're pretty close at this point. So everybody gather and let's have another Marty moment, please. Okay. Now, here's the thing. And I'm really trying to save you, Ant, because you're a nice guy. Really. But because you don't have any experience to travel, the number one thing that you would know that the image of black men in terms of spending money is actually very low. There's a lot of people, forget about this hashtag stuff. for a second. I'll get to that in a second. And I'm talking in my sexy voice, by the way. So forget about the hashtag for a second. When you go overseas, the attitude towards black men in terms of this tricking thing that a lot of people like to throw out there is actually not what you think it is. Because most people overseas, they tend to get with the other races for that. More often, it'd be Indian, Saudi Arabian, white, Chinese. And I'm going to tell you why. Because a lot of black guys that travel the way you pointed out tend to think that the game thing works overseas, and it's not the case. You don't need game to talk to women overseas. And actually, in most cases, these guys don't even speak the language. So that just goes out the window, but they have the same mentality. So in most cases, the image is like these guys are not spending money. So that whole tricking thing, again, to somebody who doesn't travel, you know, if you travel, you kind of know this, but you don't. So I'm just having to break that down for you. Now, let's get on the hashtag thing. I ain't Malcolm X, first of all. I don't give a shit about a hashtag. You know what I'm saying? It is not my responsibility to dick police. Your daddy should have did that shit. Don't ask me. I don't know you. And I'm not talking to you, Ann. I'm just talking to the nebulous cloud. I don't know you. You don't pay my bills. You don't have no direction in my life. I don't give a shit what you do. I don't care if you travel. I don't care if you stay in your fucking neighborhood. I am apex with this shit. I don't give a shit. So when guys try to put it on guys like me, like, well, why haven't you done this? It is not my responsibility to raise your ass. That is on you. You're a grown ass man. You're supposed to know right from wrong. Am I right or wrong? Yeah. And you know, before this, you know, this, first of all, I'm not a part of any movement. I move on my own. When I say about traveling, I say I'm a guy who has a passport who travels. The reason why I do that is because when somebody fucks up, I am not lumped in to their bullshit. And I say that from day one. You know, I don't go around, you'll look on my page. There's no videos saying, hey, look at my passport. That's goofy shit. I don't need to do that. Men who move don't need to yell from, you know, from the rafters, look at me moving. No, just do it. You see what I'm saying? So I can't speak on another man. I can only speak on the man right in front of me, right? And I can only tell you about what I do. Now, as far as, you know, guys going out there, I don't see anybody in the strip clubs with picket signs. Y'all niggas shouldn't be tricking. I don't see you out there with guys that are on dates that are getting fleeced. You know, you shouldn't be spending money. So it's like you're asking people to do things that you don't even hold yourself. I mean, if you want to count YouTube, but let's be clear, this ain't real life. YouTube ain't shit. I need to see. Listen, I'm boots on the ground with real life. Niggas know me in real life. Fuck YouTube. So if you really going to sit up here and say you need to be doing this, you need to be doing that, well, you need to be showing videos of yourself stopping people on dates. Nigga, don't spend that. That's $600, nigga. You need to be rolling up in a strip club. Don't buy that bottle. See, all this morality applies when we want it to. And that's why I don't get involved with this bullshit, because it'll never stop. One week it'll be this. The next week it'll be, well, why y'all niggas wearing Yeezys? How come you not saying? And I'm saying, before all this travel shit, where were all you niggas trying to hit up Alonzo Hall to get your insurance right? How come you wasn't telling niggas to go buy insurance? You see, I can use your same logic on you 1,000 different ways. This is easy. This is also a part of the Marty moment. But that logic, if it applies to one, it should apply to all. And we know it doesn't. So we like to be selectively moral when it suits us. When in our regular lives, someone can pick apart your relationships. Well, if you were so socially calibrated, how come you was divorced 10 different times? What the fuck is wrong with you? You might be the problem. And I'm not going to put that on you. But what I'm saying is the logic should apply in every direction, right? And that's what the problem we have in this community. It's like, listen to me, but I don't have to follow the directions. I'm going to tell you what to do, even though I have zero experience. You can't go to other communities and operate like this. You would be considered an idiot. And I'm not saying you're an idiot, but I'm just being real with you. If I was to go to any other community, Jewish, Arab, Puerto Rican, and start speaking on their culture, and why don't you do this? They'd be like, have you ever been to my country? Have you ever dated even one of my women? So who the hell are you to even have a thought? You know, have you seen my Minority Report? This is like thought crime shit at this point. Like, how are you going to tell somebody to do something that you have no experience doing and that you don't even do yourself outside of YouTube? And we all know YouTube ain't real life. You know, what I do is in real life, and I'm glad Alonzo Hall is here because everything I say can be backed up. And then I know I've been showing pictures for like at least the last 10 minutes. This is just stuff I could show on the YouTube that I had to, go through because, I'm trying to keep it PG. But these are my friends. So I would love to see. Wait, hold on a second. I'm gonna let you go. Let me just wrap up. Let me just wrap up. I ain't gonna be too. I know I could be long-winded. My bad. But what I'm saying is, what I don't see is all these people who have to be, all you socially calibrated guys, all you guys that have got all these women. And I'm not saying it's any of you guys here because I don't know you guys. But what I'm just saying in general, I'm hearing a lot of bravado. How come you ain't doing this? Because I could get it done. I've been married 20 times. This, that. And ain't nobody showing no receipts. When it comes time to show and put up, and then ain't nobody talking about their real life situations. I have people who their company has called me and their vice presidents has called me and said, am I lying, Alonzo? I would love to have your life.
Nah, that's real. We had my CEO who was like, damn, I want to switch places with you.
Yeah, so when I'm talking my shit, it sounds like I'm on a high horse, but I'm trying to tell you something. Please, if you don't travel, keep the thoughts and what people shouldn't be doing to a minimum until at least you make one trip. I don't think that's too much to ask because what it is, again, I'm trying to save you, Ant, because it's like when people listen back to this, they're going to say, why is this guy even talking? It's okay to have an opinion on something, but you got to have a little bit of experience to even have a thought about something.
And that's my point. I want to bring it right back to you.
Before you make your point, he was addressing me, so I'm going to go. And then you can go.
Hold on, wait, guys.
Don't you think a lot of the backlash?
I'm gonna have to start dropping people. Hello, can you?
I'm sorry, Melanie.
No, it's all right. Let him talk to him real quick, and then you can go. Then we'll have you, Gray Pill, and I don't know who else we have up here, but yeah.
Fighter Complex. It's Fighter Complex 7, and I have experience, so I can speak.
So salute, Fighter.
Go ahead.
What up? Just give me a second. I ain't gonna be long with it.
Yeah, no, brother. No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Just to go to what Mr. Marty Mcfly just said. Look, I'm gonna repeat it again. I even gave this disclaimer in the beginning. I am not discouraging men from travel, and I know that's always the argument. Why are you saying that men can't travel? Go travel. See the world, go do everything that you got to do. But to say that I don't have experience or any of that, I'm pretty sure I done dated or even married, you know what I'm saying? More foreign-born women than most of these dudes have. So my point is this, as far as the passport bro pushback that I'm giving, I'm not giving dudes pushback for traveling. I'm giving dudes pushback for traveling for the sole purpose of women because they feel as though it is easier. Okay, no, it's not easier if you have not worked on yourself first. That's what I am saying. You're putting the wagon before the horse. So I know you claim that you're hearing what I'm saying, but I really don't think you're hearing what I'm saying, bro. At all. Now y'all go.
All right, here it goes. Marty, great hearing from you again, sir. It's always a good the good gospel. Auntie, like always, bro. Yeah, this is my thing. I think from what I'm hearing is just the collective movement for the people that's bragging, saying they're passport bros. For the other guys that don't have the experience and they effing up or making horrible mistakes, I think that's a bad look on the actual passport bros that's representing that movement. I think that's the issue. Now, I will also say this: the people that that don't believe that YouTube is real, from the other guys that do be on panels talking to those guys, soon as they say, hey, I'm getting a girl or all these beautiful women. As soon as they lead with that and their money, that's when those guys should step in like, yo, you already effed up right there. That's not the good way to go. Stay on focusing on yourself. Stay on for the, like Marty said, the culture and the experience. Once you do that, everything will fall into place. Now, I don't have a extended badge like fucking Marty, but I have traveled. And I know that for the gate, I went with friends, I went with solo, but everything remained the same. I went for the culture experience to learn, just to enjoy life. And when I went there, everything fell into place, whether it's the excuse my language, whether it's the bitches, the hoes, the females, whatever. everything came into place, and I enjoyed myself. When I came back home, I still was the same person. The first thing that come to my forethought when I came back to the States was, yeah, man, I got all these bitches. No, I had plenty of pictures of food, plenty of pictures of the sites. That's what I was focused on. So I think that's the issue with this whole passport bro movement. And to keep it stacked, passport bros wasn't even this been a thing. That's the crazy part. I'll leave it like that.
All right. Well, let's go with Alonzo Hall.
Salute to everybody on the panel. What's going on, Auntie? What's up, Marty? So I know people from both sides, right? The reality is this. What you're saying, Auntie, sounds nice, right? But unfortunately, it's just like talking to street dudes, right? As a grown man, if you go try to talk to some younger street dudes, I'll give you an example. I was talking with a colleague of mine, and I said, what would you tell your 20-something-year-old self? He said nothing because he wouldn't listen. So it becomes very difficult to speak to a lot of these younger gentlemen who label themselves passport bros. What they are labeled by a lot of the gentlemen who take on those labels are mongers. I know I've worked with gentlemen who have had families here in the States and an additional family overseas, and both wives know about each other. So what happens is, again, like you guys are both saying, guys had to expand. Now, a lot of these guys who were doing that also were not black. So it seems like maybe the issue is when black men come around and start doing that, it starts to get a little over scrutinized, right? But that's the reality of it there, is that how many of you would speak to your 20-year-old self and your 20-year-old self will listen to your 40-year-old self? It unfortunately just don't exactly happen like that. I'll pause there.
All right. Thanks for that. We have, who's that next? ADTV. What's on your mind?
I wanted to elaborate on what the brother was saying before, Alonzo. And he was alluding to the point that, some of these guys, don't get me wrong, they do take on the persona as if they represent everybody. And I think Marty was saying the same thing. And I think a lot of the brothers would agree, they don't represent everybody. And I was going to ask Marty, does he think, like from the response that we've been getting from the whole Austin Holman situation and stuff like that, do you think it's been like a bit of a balance? Because in my humble opinion, I think it has been a lot of brothers who do have experience, like myself. I don't brag about it. I'm not braggadocious, but I think it has been a lot of brothers that have spoken out about it to make note to say, like, he doesn't represent everybody. So that was my question for Marty.
Okay. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, somebody's got their mic on. Might be you, Alonzo. You got like a little echo. Everybody just mute up for a quick second.
No, I'm muted.
Okay, so somebody just mute up. I'm hearing somebody back feed or something. But just to answer this question, I look at it like this, and this is why I said to Ant earlier. I understand media, right? But I also understand. I know Austin. I've spoken to him plenty of times. I've been on this panel. He's a 23-year-old young guy doing his thing. Cool. With that being said, Austin Holloman is not a representative of anything. He is a product of the algorithm. See, YouTube and TikTok have this thing where an algorithm chooses you, and sometimes when you're controversial, it throws you up. So the more controversial your statements are perceived, the more views and clicks you got. And then once people start hashtagging, and that's what basically makes the new star of whatever movement or whatever's going on for the day. So having said that, Austin doesn't speak for the people who travel no more than Cardi B speaks for black women when she goes and meets President Biden. That's almost the same equivalency. Because yeah, she's popular and she speaks, she's black, but does she speak for Melody? I don't think so. Does she represent the average woman in America? And why would you want her? Or better yet, why did they choose her to represent you? That's not something that we had a choice in. So when people say, I'm responsible for whatever Austin does. No, he's no more responsible for my stuff that I do. I can't hold a man responsible who I don't know, who doesn't pay me and I don't pay him. You're asking people. It's almost like when people like Dr. Umar said recently, he wants all of the successful men to come in and be stepdaddies to all these single mothers' kids. No. And I don't know a guy on this panel that would say, yeah, I think most people would say, I didn't make those kids. I'm not responsible for nothing. And how dare you ask me to do something that I didn't have a deal in making? That's like asking people who didn't crash the community to come back in and fix it.
I beg to differ. I think that's where polygyny needs to be a thing.
Well, that's a whole nother subject. That's a whole nother subject. But still, even polygamy would mean that all those kids are yours. You're not having a polygamous relationship with women who have kids by other men. That would be retarded. Mind
as long as they listen.
Well, but that's the separation. If we're going to talk about separation, that's where I separate myself. And so when we're having these conversations, you can clearly see where I separate myself. There's no possible way that I'm going to any situation with a woman who has kids. I don't care if she farts rainbows. That's just me. And I'm not knocking anybody who goes for the other direction. I'm just telling people where I stand. And I have no problem standing on my own one too. That's why people like me. You know, some people hate me, but most people like me because I'm straight with you. I don't beat around the bush. So, but that is just to go to you, and that's how I make the separation when I'm talking to dudes about certain topics. And it could be about anything. It doesn't have to just be about women. It could be about business. Alonzo might say, hey, what do you think about that? And how many times, Alonzo, have I told you, nah, I like guaranteed money?
So, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Melody, can I go now?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, yeah, it's your turn. You can go.
All right. So what's going on, fellas? What up, ENT? What up? Now, my whole thing is, right, my concerns and my uneasiness differs from other people here probably on the panel because I'm Dominican American. And even in my thumb and my avatar, right?
Real quick, where you from? You from New York?
Yeah, I'm from New York, yes.
Okay.
Uptown, Dykeman, you already know.
All right.
So Harlem born, you heard? But the thing is, my uneasiness comes from the fact that I've lived in Dominican Republic. The picture that I have on my avatar, I was in high school in DR. So I've lived there for years. In my younger years, I didn't know about these places like Sosua. Like this is not something that should be bragged about. And the only issue is, listen, no one is concerned about men who travel to go. That's the whole point of an airport, to travel. It doesn't matter where you come from. We're not concerned about people who travel. The thing is that those that promote and advertise, oh, look where I'm at. These women are easy. So right now, look, I'm about to show y'all. If you want, you could put it on solo on a big screen. You can put it on the big screen. A celebrity, right? Lil Duval, y'all know the comedian, Lil Duval. He says, hey, Dominican men, how do y'all choose y'all wives when it seems like most of the women are born into selling their bodies? This is very offensive to me. I'm Dominican. Like, does it really matter? Am I dealing with that in my real life, face to face? Kinda, because when you interact with other men in the community, at work, this happened to me. The fellas in the break room, you got one dude in the corner complaining about his baby mother, the other dude complaining about child support, some other dude crying about how his girl cheated on him. He said, hey, fuck it. He's Puerto Rican, by the way, too. He says, oh, I'm gonna go to Dominican Republic and fuck it. I'm just give me a bitch. And then when people speak like this, it gives a negative connotation to our people. And I'm very prideful of where I come from. And now listen, prostitution is one of the oldest occupations in the world. So it's never going to stop. It's always going to be here. But my issue is with the guys online bragging about it like it's something special. Back in the day, being a trick or a John was a disgrace. You would try to hide that. But now it seems like these men are braggadocious. And it gets to the point now you're disrespecting the women. And if you're disrespecting women, then you're disrespecting the men. And I think that if there was a group of men disrespecting black women or white women, there's going to be men who are going to want to speak up against that. So like I said, there's prostitution everywhere. People are going to go to get the box, but don't brag about it like, and then make it seem like all the women are like this, because then now it's a problem. And now this is what happened, hence Austin Holloman leaving Brazil. And I'll mute up.
Thank you.
All right. So let me respond real quick. Somebody has an echo. I don't know who that is.
Everybody mute up.
Yeah, just everybody mute up real quick.
And real quick before you start, Ism, if I let you up here, please be respectful. Okay, no cursing. Do not get me demonetized. I'm gonna let you up. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, just to what's his name? Fighter Complex number 7. How you doing, man? What I think people have to do is just learn how to live their lives, right? And the reason why I say that is because I can see what makes me so special. I can see things from multiple points of view. I'm not like obtuse. Some people pretend to be obtuse as if they can't sympathize with somebody saying, get everybody getting real close. There's another Marty moment. So I hear what you're saying, but I have to give you a realistic spin on how the world works. I don't know how old you are. I'm not trying to throw shade on you.
I'm 30. I'm 30.
Right. But still, I'm not trying to throw shade on you. But it doesn't matter. I mean, on a personal level, sure, I'm not going to knock your personal experience. But what people say in the break room, if I was in the break room, I wouldn't care. I would be more concerned where my money's going and how is it going to grow. If I'm too concerned with what people think about me, my mother, my people, well, welcome to America. This is the land of the free, home of the brave. And you could technically say pretty much whatever you want at any given time. And sometimes people are going to say things that's going to offend you. Look, we're on the panel. There's been a lot of things that typically, and I'm sure Ant can attest to this, some of the things that Ant probably said, had it been a lesser man, would have probably went all crazy and start yelling. If you notice, I let everybody talk. Because no matter, I can take it in from what you guys are saying, and I can process it. Some things I might agree with, some things I might push back on it, but I'm mature enough to be like, okay, no matter if I agree or disagree, it's still not going to change my center. My center of gravity is never going to be off, and that's the thing. So I'm just looking at it like this. Let's say I agree with you, because I tend to do this a lot. Let's say you're right. Nobody should ever say anything bad about anybody's women. Then what happens? It'll be something else next week. It'll be, oh, you wearing these type of sneakers. Oh, you wear that type of hair. You look like this. You're light skinned. You're dark. There's always something. So when I'm saying to you as a 30-year-old guy, I would be more concerned where this economy is going. I would be more concerned with giving Alonzo Hall a call and seeing how I can further my personal portfolio. These things are actually what's important. This entire bullshit about guys using their own money however they choose, that is on them. And there's some people that's going to get up here and say, oh, you guys are tricks, you guys are that, and my thing is like this. If you've never seen anybody do something personally, you really don't know what they're doing. There's a lot of people who we've caught, whether they be politicians or movie stars, who have come out to be homosexuals, right? So you really just never know what anybody's doing here. So I don't get wrapped up into where people put their plane tickets, what people do overseas. If it's not paying my bills, I really don't care. And
right.
So, you know what I'm saying? Because the thing about it is, where does it stop? Because the focus should always be, what are you doing to better yourself? Because if I ask you this question, I know what you're going to say. Who besides you pays your own personal bills? Is it the guy in the break room?
No one does.
Right. So what I'm saying is this. All I'm saying is this.
Besides me.
Yeah, you matter. Now, if you can connect with like-minded dudes, let's just say me and you became cool, and we have people like-minded circle, and we can both help each other business and grow, then yeah, at a certain point, if I see you moving incorrectly, it ain't nothing for me to pull you to the side, or vice versa. You could listen. I'm not infallible, even though I be up here talking like I'm God, but no, I'm not infallible. And somebody can pull me to the side, like, yo, move like this, move like that, and I'll process that information as a man, and I'll be like, all right, he's telling me not to like shit on me. He's actually telling me, hey, to help me. So I'm a certain information you take from certain people weighs more. You see what I'm saying? So that's what you'll start to do. You'll start to build your own circle. So when I hear these guys saying, oh, this guy said what kind of guy do you really want to be associated with? A guy who does that type of stuff anyway? If anything, I like when people say stuff like that, because guess what that does for me? That helps me separate. I don't have to be vocal to separate you. You know, women are overt when they curve you. Oh, I'm not interested. Hey, I'm good. Men kind of indiscriminately like, okay, I'm gonna fall back from this guy. I'm not trying to get into no verbal joust with him. I'm gonna let him live his life, but he's not for me. And next thing you know, that person ends up on the news and you go about your life. And that's just the way life works.
Now, I just want to give my quick rebuttal, and I know there's new guys on the panel and they want to speak. I'm gonna be quick. Now, my whole thing is, we can all say, you know, this is not my point of emphasis in my life. This is my priority to speak against sex travelers. Of course not. This thing's more important. We can all say everyone here is up here for entertainment, correct? But the fact is that these conversations that we have are based on reality, and it's a reality to someone in the world. And I'm Dominican, and they speak on, it's one of the many countries that passport bros go to. And when I say passport bros, I'm not saying the guys that go and travel because they want to own property. They want shit, whatever they want to do over there. That's your discretion, whatever you do with your money and your time. But my whole thing is, you're up here just like me, defending what a passport bro is. So I'm defending my people, my culture, just like you are up here defending the passport bros. And I think I have the right. Because if there were a group of people disrespecting African-American women, you would be up here. Or I would like to think that maybe you would have the conversation. Maybe just for entertainment.
And I think that is the conversation. Can I make a quick point? Because I'm about to drop
go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute up.
You make a great point, man. And I love you, my brother, because you say you from the Bronx, so we all family, no matter where you from. But my point is,
too, also, brother?
BX all day.
BX
University
too,
Heights. You already know. Peace, God. Yo, but I'm just saying, don't you think it's offensive, my brother, when they say things like, for all the countries in the world, right? Come to America. Yo, the niggas are lazy. You can come and be on top of the world. Come to America. You know, this is the land of milk and honey. You can come here. The niggas are lazy. Don't you think it's offensive to us? So I understand what you're saying when Austin is misrepresenting people, saying the women are easy. That's offensive. But like you said, prostitution is the world's oldest profession. That's not just in DR, Brazil, America. That's worldwide. So yes, a lot of these dudes are misrepresenting. But when you say statements like that and you say, yo, it's offensive, how offensive is it when they say, come to America, the black people are lazy, the niggas don't want nothing, don't affiliate with them? You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of our people, my Spanish brothers, they're raised like this from the beginning. And I got a lot of Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Colombians, Cubans, brothers and sisters that I grew up with from day one. And we still day ones. But that's my point. Good night, y'all.
Let me just chime in before you go on to the next person real quick. I'm not up here defending anything. I already made it clear. I don't know what time the guy came in Fighter Complex. I think that was you talking. I made it clear I'm not a part of any hashtag for the specific reason. If something goes wrong, I am not responsible. Do not come to me for donation. Do not come to me for understanding. And definitely do not come to me to fix anything you did. I made that very clear. What grown men do with their wallets on their own time has nothing to do with me if it does not concern me monetarily, right? I am not a Cape Crusader. I'm not a YouTubian. I don't fly through the air rescuing hoes and niggas. That is not my job. That's your daddy's job. So I am not, and I'll repeat it one more time, I am not the guy to come to for understanding to fix anything that I did not destroy. So if somebody wants to make a comment, and just to be clear, I think the whole thing with Austin, if you look into the video that's been referenced by the feminists, it was a question saying, are Brazilian women easy? And then when you click on the video, because a lot of people actually didn't watch the video, and you know, as black people, we tend to be just look at the headlines. We don't actually look into the material. But if you look into the material, he's saying, are they easy to get along with, to communicate with? 5 minutes into the video, he does talk a little bit of sexy talk. But the guy's 23, and that's a food pie on him. I'm not here to apologize for anybody. But if we're going to talk about a subject, we have to be accurate about it. And number two, I am not up here defending anybody on any side. I don't care if you're a passport bro. I don't care if you're a street nigga. I am me. Marty Mcfly is one singular individual responsible for what I do. And I think if more of you men had that commonality, you would get a lot more shit done instead of grouping together in huddles trying to do something as a group. No, y'all need to individually get your shit together so you can stand tall as your own men before you link with other dudes. And that's the problem, because what happens is, and Dame Dash said this a lot when you see a lot of his videos, you don't want there to just be one guy that's rich, because you know what, when that one guy falls down, all you fall down. But guess what? What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to build a team where everybody's got it. Right? That's why I linked up with Alonzo Hall. That's why we're doing the things that we're doing. And I wish some of you guys would reach out to him behind the scenes so you can get it on it right now while these inflation prices and insurance and all this stuff is going up, because this is a gold mine for most of you guys. That's what I'm concerned about. I'm not concerned about with bitches, whether it's foreign or domestic, because I understand they're going to be there whether I look and open my eyes or not. That's just how I roll. What I'm more concerned about is where the economy is going. See, black men, what I see, y'all got all the smoke for bitches, even more so than gay men. Y'all talk about more what guys are doing with their dicks than what gay dudes are doing. Like, and then it's just ridiculous. It's like if y'all were more in tune with finances, you know, a lot of you guys don't even have no fucking clue what the stock market is doing, no fucking clue what the economy is doing, but you're tuned in to what niggas is doing with their dicks. And this is the ridiculousness I'm pointing out. And I'm not bringing the smoke towards you personally, but I'm just giving you all overall consensus of what I'm seeing. Like, how many people we got in the stream right now? Let me look at it. We got 102 people, right? Now, I guarantee you, if we was talking about finances, it'd be probably like 4 people in that stream. And that's disappointing. These are the things that I get upset about. I don't get upset about talking about traveling. That is like such a microcosm in real life to me. Maybe to some other guys, it's the greatest moment of their life. To me, it's Tuesday. You see what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. Let me mute up.
Thank you, Marty. But let's get to I think Smooth was next. Hi, Smooth.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Hi.
My bad. Hey, Smooth. If I can just jump in for a second, and then
Go ahead. Do your thing.
Smooth been patient like crazy, though. So I'm gonna go right to you.
Now, do your thing.
So I want to kind of just jump on even what APTV said up here a minute ago. Like, that's what it is. Like, guys like Mr. Marty Mcfly that's traveling for business, you should be able to kind of just move. And even what Fighter Complex just said, you should be able to just move around the world and move freely without having to be profiled just because you're a black man. Now, when you got guys online talking about, yo, will you go home with me to women on the beach or whatever? See, look, this is easy. You're promoting sex tourism. You're promoting sex trafficking, whether directly or indirectly. Now, I'm not saying that that's what you're doing, but you got to keep in mind when those dudes are also piggybacking off of the same damn hashtag that you have, just like black men in America, just like every other demographic and stereotype, when you move as a group, you are going to get judged and dragged as a group just the same. So there needs to be a clear-cut divide between passport bros like yourself and you know what I'm saying, the tricks, the guys that are promoting sex tourism and sex trafficking, the incels, the guys that don't want to fix their social issues, the ones that aren't really concerned with the economic issues and all of that other stuff. They just want to get into some woman's pants or whatever. There needs to be a clear-cut divide, or else y'all will continue to be dragged as a group. You'll be up here talking about finances, and we're going to be talking about dudes tricking. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all are all falling under the same hashtag. So what are you going to do to separate the two? Go ahead. Y'all got it.
All right, so let's go with Smooth. What's going on?
Yo, yeah. What's good, y'all? Everybody cool?
What's up?
Yeah, so I was going to say, I don't know. First of all, are we like doing scores? Like did anybody win, or was this more like a conversation between the two?
Conversation, but I would like to see who the audience sided with once it's done. I'm gonna say people one in the chat, you know.
Okay. Well, the reason why obviously I'm here, yeah, I know I'm always trolling Marty and all of that stuff, you know what I'm saying? But for the most part, I would be more in agreement with Marty with everything he says about traveling, right? Than Auntie. But as far as this conversation goes, if I was to vote, I would actually have to vote for Auntie in this one. And the reason why I say this is because there is more congruency on where he stands. And I'm going to explain why. Because his thing is still, everything that he said. If you're traveling out there to get pussy, you must have had problems with women. All the points that he represents, right? And then we have all the points that Marty represents. But the issue that I have on Marty's end is that he's talked so much about the networks he has outside of the country, the investments he has outside of the country, the networks he's building and all of that stuff, right? But it's like, and this is the thing, like I have passport, what you would consider passport bros or traveling people, and all throughout my family and stuff, being somebody that grew up overseas as well. But my thing is, if you're so an international person, a person of the world, first of all, most of these people ain't really on YouTube like that. And I think everybody here can agree, right? Most of them folks be on the down, really on the low doing their thing. You understand? They don't really are bothered with anything that goes on mostly in this space. But my problem is that if I go over to Marty's channel, all I see is him being on panels talking to or making points and talking to these chicks that are literally saying that passport bros are this and that and they can't get women and that are shaming people that are traveling. You understand me? Or taking clips and all of that stuff and having what you would call a Marty moment and all of that stuff, where it's about him roasting, other people that are talking shit about the passport bro movement and shit. And my thing is that if you're if you're a man of the world, you're a man of means, you have a growing a network and investments and all of that shit. First of all, my thing is, what is the importance of having to talk to these same bitches that you don't give a fuck about because you're dealing with far better women overseas? What is the reason to still be in their face to tell them about the shit that you're doing? You understand me? Because and plus we're talking about investments and all that stuff, but all I've heard is, oh, some of you ain't got it like that, but that's okay. Oh, a man of the world I've always learned that a man of the world is a mysterious man and is intriguing to women again. Or, oh, I smell good in my cologne. Or I'm looking crispy. Or I've had people go on trips with me and they see me put 20 bitches in line. Like, nigga, if I hear you say that kind of shit, of course I'm going. If I have this perception of, oh yeah, passport bros is about sex tourism, and now I'm talking about somebody that is a traveler, and all the receipts that I see you show is still centered around the dick pussy conversation, because I'm seeing pictures of women. But okay, I get it. Maybe you photographer and all of that stuff, right? But it's still centering around the whole women and how the women are. And yes, I know you mentioned culture and all that stuff, but just because you mentioned it doesn't mean that is that, because I'm still seeing more of the dick pussy conversation in all the points that were brought forward. Because if we're talking business and investments and all of that shit, well, tell me how you going to stop freaking feminism? It would have infiltrated already, but spreading throughout these countries that you travel to where the better women are, so they don't corrupt those women like they've already corrupted the women over here. You understand me? Are you fleecing some politicians to stay in power so that your businesses that you have there won't be affected? Because after all, you did say that you care about economics and you care about investments, right? So, but if I go to your channel, all I see is what Ty City and Ramil called SBEing. I really wouldn't be giving a fuck about these bitches like that, quite frankly. So yeah, that's all. That's all my points. So I'm gonna go on mute. If y'all want to answer, y'all go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for your comments. Who's that? Smooth?
Yeah.
Yeah, Smooth always trolls me. It's cool. But no, he brings up an interesting point. And thank you for your comments. Now, the thing is, again, I am always bigging up who? I've said it like 6 times in this room. Alonzo Hall. He is the financial advisor, not me. I am not going to look into your portfolio, tell you how to do what. I am not qualified to give that type of financial advice. However, you know it as well as I do. I mention him in all my videos, put his links up there. And to be honest with you, when Alonzo Hall does live streams, I don't see none of you niggas. So if you're really concerned about business, go to where the business is. I'm telling you the fruits of the labor and how things could look nice after you take care of business. And so that might be the confusion when you come to my channel. You have to understand, I'm invited to a lot of spaces like I'm invited here. Melody, am I lying to you or something? Melody hit me up and said, hey, I know you're an avid traveler and I know I like to talk. Clearly, people say I like to hear my own sound and my own voice. And I have the charisma and I have the personality that people want to listen to. Hey, come on the channel. I would like you to talk to this guy named Ant. I said, cool. And this is what happens 99% of the times. But yeah, of course, sometimes I do peruse. And if I hear somebody saying something, see the difference between me and a lot of other guys, I don't go where it's safe. I go into the most hostile territory. And even when I go to these hostile...
But you've been over here.
Hold on. Let me finish. I did not interrupt you. Just to be clear, I did not interrupt you one time. So when I go into these hostile places, I stand on my square. And people want to see this content because all too often you hear this side of the story. Because in one moment you'll say to me, and I'll reference Ant, hey, Marty McFly, how come you don't talk about the type of stuff that you do? Because all I'm hearing is guys talking about this. Now, when I actually go into the lines then again, and I'm glad you pointed out, Mr. Smooth, I'm not on my own channel being Mr. Safe. It ain't never safe with me. I go to where the opposition is, much like I'm here tonight, and I stand on my points. And the reason why I repost them, because they stand on its own. See, the truth is always the truth, no matter where you say it. You could be in church or you can be at home. You know what I'm saying? I speak the truth. And the thing about it is I have receipts to prove what I'm saying. So if you want to know more about finances, there's a guy in the room currently. His name is Alonzo Hall. Please hit him up if you're really serious about it. Or because a lot of times what people do, they try to make you their biological proxy daddy. How come you're not doing this? Nigga, I'm not your daddy. That's his responsibility. He should have told you how to save money. He should have told you how to talk to women. Don't get mad at me because I'm doing what you're supposed to be doing. And I'm not throwing shade towards you. So don't get like I'm getting on you. But I have to keep it real with y'all. When people come to my channel, it's my channel. I do what I want. And guess what? You don't have to watch it. When you look on my channel, what does it say? Tech, travel, all things Marty. It doesn't say just bitches and financial advice. I do everything. So when I start traveling, guys like you are going to be sitting on their palms. Well, he's traveling now. I guess I was wrong. You don't know what I'm doing. You don't know where I'm going to be in 4 months and who I'm talking to behind the scenes and helping. Some of your favorite guys come to me for advice about audio, about video, about traveling. So you have no clue. And I'm not sitting here. 90% of the stuff I do, I don't talk about. So you're just getting a fraction, like a slither. So if you really want financial advice, boom, Alonzo Hall, the all-star advisor. That is where all you guys can go for that. So, because that's where I got the information. I'm going to be humble about my shit. He taught me a lot of stuff over these past 2 years. I had no clue. But guess what? I'm able to if he wanted to give me a doctorate in what he does, he'll tell you I am very knowledgeable in his field, even though I'm not certified in all the things that he's certified in. But he's the guy. If you want to get your money together and you're not sure what's going on, I'm not a financial advice channel. I never said I was. I'm telling you, you need to have your stuff together, domestic or overseas. Get out of this whole tricking thing and paying people overseas. If that's not what you do personally, it is not something you have to worry about, because I'm not worried about it, because that's not something I do. I don't promote it. If you see me and you see the videos I've been posting, these are all my friends. Some of them pay me to shoot them, and some of them are my friends. So
Well,
when
Edward
people,
Anderson.
So when people say, "Oh, you're socially awkward, you're uncalibrated," nigga, I've been showing receipts for goddamn 45 minutes. And you know one thing that none of you guys who talk like you would do, you would not put a reel of your receipts for 5 seconds up here right now. You'll have every excuse, and I don't want you to, but I already know the outcome if I did. So let's get one thing clear. This is a Marty moment, and I know you like him because you do troll me, and I'm not mad at it. But be clear, nobody is going to do what I do with the confidence that I do it at, and that's why I do what I do, because people like to see it. Let's be honest, people like you, and I don't mind the banter.
People like me.
People like you, yes.
What do you mean, people like me?
People like you who go to other people's channels and try to tell them what to do on their own channels. And I would ask you, let's look at your channel. What are you doing in your channel since you have so much to say? And here's the thing. I know you're not doing much.
Can I respond?
And the thing about it is, I don't care. I don't go to your channel to look for content. So whatever you're doing is not a concern of mine. And that's the principle. Can you let me talk? Because I didn't say a word when you were talking. Is that okay?
Well, guys, let's just keep it short because we have other people.
Yeah, I would just like to get
let's keep it short.
Well, just mute yourself if you don't mind.
Everybody mute up.
Just mute yourself, because when you talk, I mute. I don't do that. So all I'm saying is, whatever you guys are doing on your channels, more power to you. I hope you become successful. But I'm not going to go to your channel and be like, well, how come you're not doing this? How come you're not doing it? If there's such a lack of this and that, then you do it. I'm not your daddy. I'm not here to teach you anything. You see what I'm saying? So if you have a big enough problem where you have to jump on a live panel to confront me, I guess, read me my rights and put me in my place, cool. But then let's just say I agree with you. Cool. Then why aren't you doing it? What's the big excuse? And then that's when the room gets silent. That's when people retreat. Sometimes they name call me. Oh, you're a lame. You're this. Hello? Yeah, they'll start calling your names. It's like the fact still stays as it stays. If you want to see something happen, stop looking for other people to do it, and you go get it done. Just like I searched out Alonzo Hall. I didn't wait for you to tell me. I went and got the best person to do the best job. I didn't wait around till I saw a video. I didn't wait around till somebody else told me to do it. I didn't wait around till I saw a video on your channel. I, as a man, went and sought out the best person qualified to do what I needed to be done. And I went to him, and he'll tell you in this space, a lot of dudes talk that money stuff. But when it comes down to actually putting money in and skin in the game, everybody scatters like roaches. So don't talk to me about what I'm doing money-wise or not, because I could pull him back up here and he will tell you. Let the financial guy talk that money shit to you, because I'm sure he would love to talk about it. But just to wrap this up, if you're really concerned with finances, Alonzo Hall, the all-star advisor, that's where you go for that. And I'll just land my plane right there.
Thank you, Marty.
Can I respond, Melody, or after the next person talks? Can I get a chance to respond?
Respond, but keep it under 2 minutes, and then we'll go with Sir Ism.
Okay. Real quick. I was just going to say, I wasn't asking for financial advice. I was actually talking about, the economic situation in the countries that you're invested in and how you're going to stop certain things. Now, the thing is that I don't watch your channel. You understand me? Everything that I said really is because I took a glance at your channel before I even started talking. You know what I'm saying? And just from the titles alone, you can already tell what it is. And plus, we had Bronzebird up here already saying what you do with your channel. I'm not trying to tell you what you should do. But again, my thing is that if somebody is coming with that disposition, that a certain group of people that unfortunately they've lumped you in with as being somebody that travels, right? I don't think it's the best thing to only have receipts when it centers around the big pussy conversation, because then you're kind of like affirming the disposition that they already have. And I know that is not your place. You're not here to change people's minds or whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, you chose to come up here and talk about this because it is still Auntie versus Marty McFly. And not every time you get invited to come up here to talk. Sometimes you come up here on your own accord to talk about the same shit, the same type of SBE to the women that that you really don't give a fuck about, or talking about the same issues that really don't have to bother somebody that is of the world and that is out there traveling. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, Ism, you could go ahead, yo. You crazy nigga.
Salute, Sir Ism.
Can I just respond before Ism goes? Is that cool? I'll keep it short.
Like under a minute. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. The thing is, again, like I said before, black people tend to not watch the content. They tend to just read the labels and go off of that. And he just submitted to it. I'm glad he actually said that, because there's no way you can actually, go through my channel and have that thought process. So he already admitted that. That's cool. And like I said, I get invited to certain places, like I get invited tonight. I have the conversation. And if you really want the conversation to go a certain way, then you do it. I'm not your daddy. And I'm not telling you guys to travel. If you want to stay in your own communities and talk to Keishas, go have at it. Have a good time. I don't care what you do with your money. I don't care what you do with your channel. Stop acting like I'm supposed to convince you of anything. You have to understand, Apex, I don't care what anybody does if it does not concern me personally, financially. So stop asking me to tailor my content.
What you here talking about?
Can I finish? You got to be less emotional with your shit, man. Because I sat and I disagree with you, but I still let you cook. So just be easy. So like I said, if you want to listen.
Yeah, but
so this is what I'm talking about.
Melody had given you a minute though, bro.
Yeah, listen.
Ahead,
I just want to finish. I just want to finish my statement without everybody jumping in, because when everybody talks, if you notice, the whole night I didn't say anything, right? So I'm just asking for that. So again, stop telling people what they should do on their own channels. If you don't like it, apparently you don't watch. So I don't even understand where your argument is coming from, because you haven't even watched a video. So it's almost like I'm going to get on Ant for not traveling and having an opinion on traveling. It's the same thing I'm going to do on you when you're talking about my channel and you even haven't even watched one video. And I'll end it right there.
Okay, so let's go to Sir Ism. What's on your mind? Keep it respectful.
Hey, Miss Melody.
Hey.
I sure hate that you think I'm not gonna keep it respectful. It wasn't towards you. It was just towards these big head dudes that come in Uncle Ism. And I definitely don't want you to get demonetized because of me. I'm a content creator myself, so I'm gonna make sure I be on my best behavior when I pull up at your spot.
Thank you.
Okay, but when these big head youngsters come at me and they still, pip squeak, small squirts in the dirt, Uncle Ism try to give them some game. I'm a Bay Area player. We don't pay for the batch. But see, it's two things. They can say whatever they want. Okay, you either gonna pay her or you gonna be a player. Okay, so player don't mean you play women or play con. That just mean being a smooth player on the chessboard of life. Okay, if you lead with your wallet, the woman probably gonna lead with your wallet. She can lead with your wallet and you treat her right. But if you lead with yourself, young players, this is my opinion. You might find you something that really care about you, and it won't be because of what you got. So stop all this, y'all going overseas and y'all getting beauty queens and all this. Stop it. You go ahead, get your tricking off, man. I don't want you shooting up Walmart because you can't get the woman you want. Okay, go over there, do some tricking, man. You're probably not gonna get a pretty woman over here, so you're mad at them. You're mad at Keisha and Bonky and all that, but y'all like them. So if I was a ugly crash face, Volvo face looking dude, you know what I'm saying? They don't want to work out and get in shape, don't want to put any cologne, don't want to do anything for himself. You got to go over there and trick, man. Trick, man. Don't get mad when we call you tricks. The tricks don't like the players. Okay, the divestors don't like the black men. The black men that passport bros, they want to rub it in the face of the black women. You see, you didn't want to date me. Now I go overseas, I get pretty women. Yeah, you probably gonna have to go trick because you probably can't get pretty women over here. So stop saying, I wish it would be a brother that say, look, man, these pretty women over here, they $20 a piece. I done gave y'all the cheat code. The women that's in the streets, that's women of the night, they're gonna have a big purse and a phone in their hand, okay? And they're gonna look cute and they're gonna move in twos. You green, goofy guacamole youngsters. Green is a golf course. I'm trying to lace your boots and you always want to battle me. Okay? So if you're going over there to have you some game, I know you don't like game. That's wisdom, knowledge, understanding. Don't be in the alley with a woman, get your gold chain. Maybe I don't wear the gold chain. Don't be following some woman home and tell me come over here and somebody hit you in the head when you're over there just trying to, do your trick. Don't fall asleep with the woman. Don't have her put something in your drink and steal your iPhone, your iPad. To you, it's nothing. To them, that's everything. That's what game is. I'm sorry y'all don't like the word, and it sounds like a black exploitation movie. But game is game. It's knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. So if you go over there and you just be yourself, you might can meet a woman in the raw off Mouthpiece and get to know her, and you probably can find a wife. But you come in trying to pay a prostitute and talking about these women is better. Y'all just rub it in the face of the divestment women And them divested women, white men don't want y'all. Y'all done got out of shape and y'all look like aunties, and y'all mad at the black men. So the undesirable quote unquote black men that don't want to get in shape, they rub it in the face, the passport bros of the black women. So won't y'all just go to get together and make love, man, and stop all this stuff? Because I never knew about all this stuff till I come to YouTube. So can y'all stop it, man? And we just gonna go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. When we gonna stop this, man? So if you want a trick, don't be mad at when we call you trick. Y'all call these women thoughts, so we gonna call you a trick. Okay? And I'm gonna mute up. Thank you, Miss Melody.
I would like to respond to Sir Ism real quick.
Does Ism even have a passport?
Yes, yeah, that's a good question. So
Hey,
do you
brother,
have a passport?
yes, I do. Yes, I do, young player.
All
Okay,
right, thank you.
that don't have nothing to do with what I said. What I said was
no,
knowledge
you're good.
for your mind, brother. Passport or not, it's how you
Sir,
deal with women. So
yeah,
if you a trick, we're gonna call you a trick. You call them
Bro.
women thoughts.
Sir,
Let him respond.
Okay,
Yeah,
let him
if he
respond. I'm gonna mute up.
If he didn't hear everything you just said, then that's an ignorant problem with him. So you don't have to echo chamber yourself. You know, just give us a yes or no question.
I had an audio issue. I missed it, but I'm pretty sure I agree with him. Sir Ism with the wisdom. Go ahead.
Yo, so the first thing you said earlier was like, you know, just go over there and trick, right? That's pretty much the whole problem of the whole situation. I think the conversation between what Auntie's saying and what Marty Fly, but at the same time, they're pretty much saying the same thing. It's just different directions. Like, hey, if you know you got it, come up correct on yourself and then move forward. But don't go there. The stuff you just said, don't go there just like, hey, I'm gonna go there to smash. I'm gonna go ahead and get the girl. Because what happened is if you do that, you're going to get fucked over. Some mistakes going to get made, especially in other cultures and other laws outside this U.S. soil. You is not going to understand. Hell, you could just drop something. You could end up in jail, and then you might not even survive a weekend over there versus here in the States. We know the rules and customs here. We know what we can get away with over here. But those guys, the ignorant ones that you just said, hey, go over there and trick, man. Go over there and trick, man. You go over there and trick. Guess what? Those women over there, like the example Auntie gave, women over here is women everywhere. You got hoes here, you got hoes there. You got women that see them tricks and make them into licks. And I'll leave it like that.
Yeah, and if I can just jump in there for a second, look, it's no secret. I'm in South Florida, so I deal with foreign-born women all of the time. So I know that for a fact. For the most part, women are still going to be women. It really doesn't make much of a difference. My issue is an entire movement. And Marty Mcfly, we agreed on a lot of different stuff. I know he said a lot of stuff, but we agreed on a lot of stuff. So I'm saying it like this. You got an entire hashtag that's serving as an umbrella for dudes going overseas, and you got a lot of guys with the loudest voices saying that, yo, I'm going over there because the women are just easier. They're not saying the things that he came up here and said. They ain't saying nothing about building a portfolio. They ain't saying nothing about just being in these business meetings and then getting invited home for dinner or to a party or something, and somebody saying, yo, meet my sister. I think you would be great for her. These dudes ain't saying that. They just saying, look, the women over there, they're more feminine, they're more submissive. It's a lot less expensive. They're easier. That's it. So in some way, shape, or form, they are promoting sex tourism, sex trafficking, all of that stuff. You're allowing yourselves as passport bros to be grouped and lumped into that. That's what happens when you make these damn movements. So I'm saying it like this. What are you going to do to separate yourself? The passport bro that's got the most shine is this dude, Austin. And right now, that man's on an international watch list for promoting sex tourism and sex trafficking. Why, instead of coming on here and debating me, why are y'all not doing your own streams, firing up your own streams, talking about, look, that ain't us. We ain't about that. And the main reason why you ain't heard much from us is because we too busy over here hustling, networking, and making ourselves better men. So all these dudes that you even hearing with the voice, those ain't us. They too busy talking. They ain't walking. I don't hear y'all saying that. I hear y'all, for the most part, coming on y'all streams agreeing with these dudes. So what's up?
Auntie, can I ask you one question?
I just want to. Hold on,
my bad.
Real quick. Thank you, APTV, for the Cash App. I really appreciate you. And I appreciate the support. So thank you. And thank you for the likes, guys. Keep on liking. We have 102 likes and 101 watching. So let's get those likes up. All right, go ahead.
All right, so my question for N is, since you're in Florida, and just like California and New York, right? Those are big, major states. So, is it fair to say when you walk out your door and you unplug from YouTube, do you see a diversity of women, multicultural women in the state of Florida?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so for me, then you don't have to come out like Sim was saying, go over the state. So we know if we're talking now, we throw a little bit of economics in there, right? Why would I come out my pocket like what average like $3 to $5 grand round trip overseas, then another portion of my money, hard-earned money for a hotel, just to what? To lead with getting the chick, to get the P, to get the box? That doesn't make any sense. That $5,000 I can use here in the States and invest, right? Let's go back to what Marty was saying. Let me look. I got $5,000 saved. Let me look to invest it. Let me triple that. Let me quadruple that. Then when I'm set and ready, now I want to get that thirsty on. Okay, let me go for the culture, not for the P, for the culture. I'll leave it there.
All right, so let me go on really
go.
quick.
Yes, DJ, 3 to 5K round trip.
Logic. All right, go ahead. I'll go after you, Logic. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, and definitely, how everyone doing? Definitely. One thing I know is a point, and you know what? As much as me and Sir Ism go at back and forth, I got to side with him on this. He made a definitely good point because I had a debate on another channel last night when it comes to game, and it's always about life strategies, making better moves, not always about the women as you think it is also too.
Who was the debate with? Sorry, Mill. Who was it with?
I'm not going there. So
I appreciate it, Mel. Thank you.
You have to look it up. But yeah, but that is the definitely factor of life. Period. And one thing I know is about some of these passport bros, especially Austin. I'm sorry to say it. I said this myself. I said this on other channels also too. Everything. He tell me acting like a Pookie Lane going overseas like that. Asking all these questions. Fighter Complex definitely made a good point about one thing, which he has the right to defend his people, because one thing about the game is discretion. That wasn't Austin's place to say certain things, even if it is true or not. Even if it says tourism that we know about, it's not our place to say about it because we're outsiders. Let them from that country that's born there talk about it, not us. And this is why there's so much pushback against Austin. There's so many dudes go overseas that made videos on Brazil and all these other different countries. Yet Austin was target. He was chosen. Why? Because he did something that screwed up. And you had to call spade a spade, because I even see some older passport bros calling him out what he did. What I'm seeing is about like new generation passport bros versus old generation passport bros right now. And a lot of the old passport bros was calling Austin out also too. You screwed up, youngin. Like, yo, there's certain things you don't do. And if you do want to interview some females over there, you got to pay them for their services. You got to let them know. He didn't let them females know that he's gonna put them on YouTube and everything. That's why they ratted him out the way they did and stuff. You don't do that. Let them expose their own country like that. You're an outsider. That is the whole point of that. And that also too. I'd say what Ann is also saying too. Some points. And Ism was saying also too. Yo, how you gonna say you're not going overseas? For one thing, you also actually doing what it is. I've done my fair share of tricking, but I'm not gonna act like at that time when I was tricking. I know I'm expert in the game like that. It is what it is. I was tricking. I know my place in that part. A lot of these passport dudes, they going overseas. They are tricking. I've seen videos. Man, I'll show you the video with O'Shea he made when he interviewed a girl from the DR, and she was saying it.
Yeah.
You know, I had my little side eye about it because she saw a picture, but there's some truth to that. You don't know what these chicks are saying about most of y'all from their country, because at the end of that video, like the last 15 minutes, there was a dude who complained about how it was hard time not getting females over here in the US. But when I'm watching him, I'm like, yo, I'm sorry to say that he's a lame. Period. He never had game, period. Like, yo, he's gonna go over there and get an easy thing. He's doing what he's doing over there. Like he's doing tricking, period. He's taking a woman shopping and everything, thinking that she overappreciates and everything. Look at you doing that with 50 other dudes that's coming over there and everything. It is what it is. So it's like, yo,
Mel, you know what's funny though?
If you're going to hold it, let me finish. If you're going to trick and everything, then stop acting like you're not tricking. Just admit it. That's the whole thing. Now, some of the other passport bros that actually went over and looked for a wife because they actually had dated females over in the Western world, and they decided not to deal with them because I know how it is in the Western females. They went overseas to a different culture. I don't push them back because they did it for a reason. They found themselves a wife and got married to a woman of a different culture. But a lot of dudes is like, yo, friend, like they're not looking for this, that, punani like that. No, you're still making it about the woman. And one of the key things about dealing with women is discretion. But you cannot escape the game or even cheat at how much you is. If you're a lame over here, you're gonna be a lame over there also too. Period. This is what it is. And I'm done.
You know what's funny, Mel? They was calling him a lame before he even went over there.
And it is what it is. Like, yo, like I heard Austin talk a couple of times. Like,
yeah,
yo, they was questioning him too. About it is, he doesn't look like he would have a hard time looking for women over here if you learn certain strategies. Like, yo, women will treat you how you present yourself. Just like Ism said, if you present yourself with money and everything, you're going to end with money. You know what I'm saying? If you present yourself like a trick, they're going to treat you like a trick. If you present yourself with a masculine identity like you're supposed to have and everything, you shouldn't have to be worried about every female you want to try to attract, no matter where you go. Because the reality is you're not entitled to their pussy. Just like they're not entitled to your attention and your dick. That's the attitude.
So, Mel, what's up with all the problems that you usually have with black women that you mentioned? How you know they're not submissive? Everything that Kevin Samuels used to say.
I don't think that's the topic, though.
No, it's not about it's not the topic. He said that if depending on how you present yourself, like Ism said,
True.
if you present yourself well, then as a matter of fact, you shouldn't be having any problems with women at all.
That's fair,
right? Yeah, but my thing is that then that means everything that Kevin Samuels said would really not apply to you, right?
Huh?
No, that's like I said before. She's not entitled to your time and your penis. See, the problem is most dudes are trying to make females that don't like them, and that's why they go attack them most of the damn time. Yo, you're dealing with another person and everything. You're going to influence so much with your charm and everything, but it's not going to work with everybody. That's what Kevin Samuels was trying to teach a lot of young dudes. Stand on your masculine pride, no matter what.
Well, in this space, supposed to be the black manosphere. Right. We don't like certain guys, I guess, outer appearance or something, or we judge them too early. And just I feel like in black community, we don't like look up to our elders. It's more of a young thing. Sometimes an OG can give you a little bit of smoothness and give you a helicopter view because you see yourself one way. An OG can say, "Hey man, nah, you ain't gonna get that kind of woman, brother. You got to get your campaign in order." Yeah, but why have to do that? Why have to do that? Is I'm saying because you have to attract a woman. If you have a Camaro, it don't have to be brand new, but a nice looking car. Your bank account could be low, but in a woman's eye, it looks like you know what you're doing because you're able to maintain a car. You're able to maintain an apartment. It looks like you work out a little. Look like you can handle her in the bedroom. Your walk is strong. Everything, the way you eat, the way you cut a steak. Everything a woman is watching. So you got to carry yourself a certain way if you want a certain class of woman. If you want the Lamborghini, it's $1,500 a month. We got a Honda for you for $300. So some guys got to say, hey, man, I just want a Honda woman. Stop shooting for these Instagram models. They don't love you anyway. You like, man, I want a family. Go on and get, and y'all give them a number. I don't think you should give them a number. The woman that treats you right, that's the 10. The woman that attends to your business, that's the 10.
Exactly, that's a fact.
You know the problem with that though, Sir Ism, like you said in the beginning, why all these guys and Marty and Auntie said it on 100, right? YouTube is I don't know where Smooth from or whatever. Everybody's from different spaces, different states, different cultures, right? So everybody's not gonna come in with the mutual respect because it's YouTube. Motherfuckers keyboard warriors, bro. Until now, but you can tell who's isn't and who ain't. But at the same time, once those non-keyboard warriors test you, like Marty said, hey, I got receipts for days. They get church mouthy. They get quiet. Now they want to go in their hate spaces and start screaming and yelling over there. They want to be the big keyboard warriors over there. So that's the problem. When people come on these spaces like these and they don't want to actually have a conversation, they don't actually want to be about it. They just talk. They just scream. They just be in the bushes somewhere. That's an issue.
Because Great Bill, you know the reality of this also too. And I heard a woman say this. Shout out to Real Femme Sapien. Most dudes don't know how to graduate from the red pill. That is the next step. Go on here to find information. You want to learn from some dating coaches, Marty, Ism, Ant, even Melanie. some of the females on here also too, Chantel. They give certain information that technically, can help better your lives, because technically a lot of people don't want to look at themselves and say, like, you know what I'm doing in the past has not working. What I'm doing now is not working. Let me try something different. But people just came and created pair bonding groups, extremists, complaining so much. And it's like, yo, you know what? Y'all busy fighting all these people online. Why don't you take some of their advice? Stop looking at it for entertainment. Take their advice and make some changes, adjustments, so you can see better results. And that's what probably might shock a lot of people. They might want to liken the results that they're getting, despite they did it differently, because they have to think outside of what they usually been doing.
Mel, so you mean to tell me that once you graduate from the red pill, you should take advice from dating coaches?
Dating coaches is within the red pill, sir. What are we talking about?
Exactly. When you look at certain
repeating what he said.
I'm gonna answer that. When you look at certain dating coaches that you gravitate to, like I did with Alan Roger Curry, I took his advice and applied it to my life. But I didn't keep sitting back, listen, and like, no, I need to make a change for myself and get better results. So I can't just sit back and just listen for entertainment. No, I want to listen to his advice and apply it and see if it works. But I also have to take accountability from what I stand in my time of life. If I'm liking what I'm liking the result that I'm doing and stuff like that. And I did not. So you know what? I took his advice. I took other people's advice and applied it to my life, made changes, and I like the results I'm getting. And that's what's wrong with a lot of people in here. They don't take the advice that they get. They just want to pair on proof. They write so much. You know what I'm saying? Even some of the OGs I'm here too, also too. Like, you know what I'm saying? The older people busy, you know what I'm saying, forcing their point of view so much. And it's like, yo, the young also too is trying to change certain aspects of what the older generation have done and stuff. So instead of meeting in the middle and everything, everybody fighting each other, see who's right and everything. It's like, yo, the reality is you gotta look at yourself in the mirror and see what results you want in life, period. And that's one thing I definitely agree with Marty on, definitely, because you need to make better moves and everything, definitely.
One of my sayings is gumbo pot. You sprinkle some isms, some this, some that, your father, your uncle, different people that you think, ARC, you put that in your gumbo pot and you stir it up and make you the man that you are. But I think Austin, if he would have hollered at his OGs before he went over there, he had the look, he was smooth, but he just was kind of game goofy. If he would have talked to those older guys that been there, he could be bigger than he is right now.
Bro,
exactly.
Bro,
facts.
you know it's crazy. He had people there too when he was in Brazil.
Exactly.
I know half them people on the content that was there, either there for just the culture. They had wives. They had like long-term relationships. They was consistent. He was eating with them, dining with them. So I'm like, where it went left?
Just him interviewing those people would have been some good content. We could have learned some stuff from OGs that been there, that's been married, that live there, that know the culture, the money, the way people move, where to go, where not to go. And then just him out there adventuring and showing women instead of trying to like show up black women that didn't want to date him. Just like, hey, I'm out with such and such. We at the beach. Oh, hey, I'm out with Maria. We at the Four Wheelers. Hey, I'm interviewing such and such. He's been married here 5 years, and just be player about it instead of trying to like look at me, and then the girl is mushing your face. Now you looking a little weak. And he had a good look. He was in shape. People liked him, but he could have smoothed it off, I think, if he just would have had, a team to kind of give him the game and put him out front. He could have been all the way smooth. It would have been like Austin Holloman Adventures. Don't even say nothing about women, but we recognize game. We see the women, and you have them in the videos dancing around in the bikinis and all over Colombia. That would have been sharp.
That's a fact. I mean, one master teacher said that too. Also,
I gotta agree with that.
He did not
much as I don't want to.
People to do this proper stuff. He didn't do his research, the diligence. He just went blind, ugly, acting like, I mean, and I know we want to make excuses because he's young, but in some cases you can't always make that as an excuse also too, because there's some mistakes you're gonna do as young is gonna affect you the rest of your life and stuff like that too. Also,
he went over there with his Johnson in his hand and forgot about his big head.
But Sir Ism, that's what I want to know from the rest of these passport dudes that are upstanding and they're just trying to network and do business, and they want to get their money up, and they want to come on here and show their receipts and build their portfolio and all of that other stuff. Why are they not separating themselves from that guy? That's what I want to know.
Yo,
I ain't sure.
NT.
Because
I
that's
think
why
they
we even
I think
having
a
these
lot of guys
conversations.
still want to rub it in the face of black women. Still, even though they doing good, they still like aha nanny boo boo in the black woman face.
NT.
So
NT.
yeah.
To be honest, yo.
Yeah. Go
Oh,
ahead. Go ahead.
I
My
was
bad.
gonna
Go
say,
ahead,
NT.
Smooth.
You know, to be honest with you, man, I do think a lot of people are right. That's my personal opinion. Even though I spoke with Classy last time on here where he was like, you know, it's people that's okay with him and shit like that. But I personally believe that a majority of people that actually do travel but don't be up here like that, right? I think they are, but it's just that again, they're not going to come out and talk about it because again, YouTube is not really a thing that they do. You get what I'm saying? Because even if they do come out and speak about it, it's drawing more attention. You know what I'm saying? And given, you know, the current climate and shit like that, this is actually not something that should be drawing attention. You get what I'm saying? Because it throws everybody in the pot. You know, now you being affiliated with people that you don't want to be affiliated with. You know what I'm
Did any of
saying?
y'all see the guy Keys? He seemed like a dude around y'all age in his 30s, and he was like, "Hey man, I was over here and woo woo." He got his little tennis shoes. He looked kind of smooth, and he said, "Hey man, the girl was dating me, and my partner fell in love, and she was over there dating another dude." And he was like giving up the real. Did y'all ever see him? Keys.
Exactly.
No,
he
not
seemed to
familiar.
keep it real, is what he's saying. Like, hey man, these women is for everybody. I'm over here kicking it. Like, to me, he keep it real, and he seems relatable and not green to the game. If y'all ever watch the Passport stuff.
Yeah, see,
Like I said, I have no problem with it. I'm just saying it like this. Look, this is just the way things work. When you're gonna be umbrella, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna fall under the umbrella of an entire hashtag, an entire movement. The action, you know what I'm saying? The whole group is gonna be held accountable for the actions of one, the same way one is gonna be held accountable for the actions of an entire group. You know what I'm saying? If me and Sir Ism, we decide to, you know what I'm saying, pretty much lump ourselves into one hashtag or whatever, he goes and does some crazy shit, I'm held accountable for that, especially when I'm doing it live on social media all of the time. Now I got to come out and say, look, that's him doing that. That's not me. But just like Sir Ism said, yo, again, this is, for the most part, y'all seem to agree on something, and it's about women. So what is it really about? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is it about women, or is it about y'all becoming better men and actually building your network and doing all that stuff Mr. Marty Mcfly was about? That's what I'm saying. I did a stream the other night that said straight up, are y'all really looking for networking and building and being better, or y'all really just want sympathy? That's why y'all announcing it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, you know what I'm saying? It sounds like a 6-year-old that's saying, look, mom, I'm about to run away from home. I'm running away from home now. Please stop me. Please stop me. That's why you broadcasting. You want black women to just say, yo, please don't go. Please don't go. We didn't think you was going to go. Guess what? They ain't going to stop you. Go. But just like Smooth said, it's like, yo, those that are actually walking the walk, they too busy walking the walk to be on the internet talking the talk. Those that want to sit here and argue with me about it all the time ain't doing nothing. Like, I ain't doing nothing.
Real quick, guys, let me just say this because I'm gonna read the super chat and I'm gonna step away for like 5 minutes to walk my dog. But thank you, Aunt T, for the $10 super chat. He says, support the stream, share the video, and shout out to Sweet Melody Media. Hit the Cash App. So make sure you guys listening to Aunt T.
Yeah, that sound like Aunt T.
Stream, right?
Yeah, that purge shit is crazy. that purge shit is yo, fam. The clips they got out of that shit. Oh, my bad.
That's right.
I appreciate you, Smooth. I got more.
Nigga said, you mean fuck them or get fucked up? That shit sound kind of sus. Gotta clear that up, bro. Like, yo,
before
man,
I leave,
those
I think
clips
you
was
guys
nuts.
are trying to like be on cold and chill. Do not get me.
Okay, we got you. We got mature people here. We got you.
Well, I'm gonna pull up out of here, Melody, so you won't know it's Uncle Ism. I'm acting crazy because they might start attacking me. Then I gotta attack back. So I'm gonna drop. I told you I could be on my best behavior. So I'm glad you young players, man, is starting to see that I'm a regular old dude too. Sometimes we don't get along, but we can fight and we can still come to the table and talk as men. And Miss Melody, you got a good thing going. Keep the cam up going. All that works. Keep them looking, keep them liking, all that works. So use what you got to get what you want. And you players, man, y'all be smooth players and y'all be wise young men, man. Do y'all thing, and I'm out of here.
All right,
Appreciate you,
thank you.
Ism.
Appreciate
All right,
you.
Take care, OG. Take
Good
care.
night. Thank you. All right, real quick before I leave, we got a new person on the panel, Scam Likely.
My man Sam.
No, that's Dusto, right? That's Dusto.
Yeah, that's
Dusto, the
Dusto.
Barry
A
White
virgin.
voice,
that's me.
man.
Straight
Word.
virgin over here.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, this.
He about to have his
Yeah.
Barry White voice right now. He with the smooth talk.
Well, actually, I just got on, so I don't know what the argument is yet.
So you
So
just
I'm
hopped on the
still.
panel, don't know nothing?
I just got in the car. I was at a salsa club.
Explain to him what we're talking about. I'll be right back, guys.
I just see his passport, bro. So I'm like, uh-oh, here we go again.
So you one of them random people just hit links that don't know nothing?
Pretty much.
All right, fair enough. All right, so pretty much the conversation was between a healthy discussion between Marty McFly and T about the Passport Bro situation. Pretty much focusing a little bit on Austin Holloman. I don't know if you're familiar with Austin Holloman.
Oh, I can make that one real simple.
Okay, cool.
Okay. First of all, most of the Passport Bro big movement and everything is fake. It's dust. There's a bunch of dudes hollering, yeah, we're going to get our passports. That ain't never been nowhere. Ain't left their own state. Talking passport because they just can't get no ladies. So they get up. The few that do, maybe 20%, that can't afford to go to some country one time, go out there as the same dusty crusty that they were in the United States. And I know this because I've been plenty of places. They go spend all their money, think they're going to find this love, or either they go out there angry and take their anger or aggression on women in another country. That's dust. Then they come back to the States, the same raggedy ass dudes that they already were. There is a small population of people who actually learn the culture or are able to get women in the United States and then transfer those skills to another country, go get them a nice, soft, feminine woman to get married. Small population of people who do that. But most of them yelling, angry, miserable, can't get no ladies. And if you listen to them talk, you can tell why. Then they talking about they're going to get some quick fix. Kind of like the fake divestment movement. 300-pound Wigosaurus black women with 10-year-old badass black sons talking about, we's going to divest and gets us a white man. No. How about no? So how are we talking about the whole Passport Bro movement on a 23-year-old? That ain't make sense. He ain't lived enough life in the United States yet to know about love and relationship. What are we talking? And I heard him talk on Cruise Season, and it was nothing but YouTube talking points.
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. Cam. I think he kind of fell in his face. I didn't hear no talking points, but I will ask a question Ant had asked everybody else. So Ant pretty much offered up the questions. Hey, where are all these guys that do have the experience in the Passport Bros that's actually pitching or cheering for Passport Bros? Where are they, and why are they not speaking the same stuff like Auntie and Marty is saying on these panels? Where are they at?
Hold up, if I can just jump in there, because I'm not.
Go ahead.
98% of what Marty said up here, I ain't even disagreeing with it. I'm not disagreeing with it, and more of the dudes. If I felt like a majority of the dudes, just based on what I'm seeing, because this is what it is. This is entertainment. So the reason why everybody's being grouped in to what Austin Hollerman is doing or whatever, or what he's being accused of doing, is because he's got one of the loudest voices and one of the biggest platforms. That is what it is. Yeah. So what y'all going to do? You're going to combine your resources, make sure, hey, y'all voices are louder than his, you know what I'm saying? Or y'all going to denounce this entire hashtag? Because that's what it is. I used the Me Too movement as an example earlier. I'm pretty sure there are some other ones too, that it started one way and then, you know what I'm saying, people started piggybacking off of it. You know what I'm saying? It was something that was supposed to help victims that might have taken a little longer to come out with it, but they were still victims. Now all of a sudden, there are victims that are being ignored because that entire movement has become synonymous with false allegations. There are actual real victims out there. And the same rules apply with the Passport Bros that are doing something positive, like Marty McFly was saying, and also some of the Passport Bros that have come up on my channel and giving me pushback. They doing things positive. They trying to build up themselves, but you got others that got louder voices that are piggybacking off of that same thing, that are making their movement, their hashtag synonymous with sex tourism and sex trafficking. What are y'all going to do to divide yourself before your movement gets jacked? Like most of them usually do.
Yeah, I'll say this much.
I'll go ahead.
If a dude,
no, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to be greedy as a guest, but here's the deal. There's some dudes who are going and knocking out buns out there, pay for play. Cool, that's their business. That's their money. And somebody's renting box. Ain't nothing different than they're doing in the States. They're handing it out for free. That's their business. No judgment. Or they're going out there looking for love. That's their business. My whole thing is results. If you're a victim in the States, you're going to be a victim overseas probably. And then you're collaborating with other victims to go and yell at the women with no results. I'm not with it. If you're going overseas to find your love, or in the States to find get what you can, get out of there, you should have a smile on your face. Not yelling at everybody, raw, we got you fat women. Passport. Angry people results ain't angry. Because then they come up here, yell, talking this stuff. Then if you really check them out, they ain't been nowhere. They ain't speaking. I mean, I'm just leaving a salsa club now. I can dance. I had girlfriends that are Hispanic in the States. I speak. I'm a good 50, 60% to bilingual. I had a Dominican girlfriend, Costa Rican, Jamaican, Haitian, women that I dated in the States. I'm not married, so I'm not here saying I'm the man, but I'm just saying, if I were to go overseas, I go to travel and I could probably meet somebody and there's an opportunity. Versus the dudes just jumping out there, yelling out everything. I'll leave it at that. Yeah, I'll pass the mic.
Also, I want to add also too, and I think Marty mentioned or alluded it, when it comes to the business of YouTube, algorithms. They're all passport bros that are promoting the right way to do things. They're not being pushed because one factor is, I don't know what they're doing to push their channels up out there. You see the subscriber base, their views might not be a lot. That's definitely every content creator. Each content creator on individual job to promote themselves in a certain way with the algorithm, so the algorithm could promote you out more, so you get more views and also more subscribers. Look at, I'm gonna use Angry Man as an example. He's almost up to like 500 subscribers or something like that, and he had to think of different techniques to push himself out there. I mean, there's so many different tools. You got now the short clips that that most I see some content creators are using now.
Hey Mel, I'm glad
push people out there like crazy, like what I'm saying.
I'm glad you said that, because now piggyback what you said with Marty, right? Because Marty said with that part of the algorithm, how you do it for that little nugget, Jim, he said was sometimes people have to go a certain way, right? So now on Austin's excuse was, oh man, I don't know what happened. I don't know why these people said that. He was basing off of one woman. No, sir. He had Twitter feeds. He had other media outlets. He was even, I'm going to say he's bragging, but he gave a number. Man, I'm at 20,000 in Twitter, and it will at least be 1 million by the end of the day. So what happens? Your one media traffics over funnels to another. That's pretty much how the algorithm works for yourself, right? So guess what happened over there? You left from the States, you went over there, you're blowing up like crazy. You're saying the stuff that we're all saying. No, Austin, no, don't say that. And it came over to their eyeball. So now they're looking at like, okay, we're not Americans. We don't get your whole YouTube niche language, lingo, whatever. But what we see is you're promoting us in a light that we don't like. We don't approve.
Exactly. I was saying earlier, just like Complex was saying earlier, it's not your place to say certain things about someone else's country because you're still outside. You're still a foreigner. I say let them do that. They're native to that country. Let them say certain things about their own country, not you. You're an outsider. I can't go in someone's house and tell the whole world this is how this house is and everything. No, that's disrespect. I'm gonna keep it to myself and everything for real. Like, yo, it's up to me. Like, this is the reason why they invite me to their house, because you know what? They trust me to be discreet with it, even if it's something I don't like or not. In reality, they open up their home to me. So you know what? I'm gonna be discretion about it, and I will tell it in a certain light that they are going to approve of it, even if it's true or not. But it's still not your place. And you see so many dudes that keep digging this all right to do that, you're promoting the problem even more.
All right, let's let Game Changer go now. Hi, Game Changer.
What's good, GC?
How you doing, Melody?
What's going on?
What's up? So yeah, I came up because there was a couple of things I want to address. Most recently, what Scam Likely was saying about promoting it in other countries, and I'm paraphrasing because I was busy at the time, so I was listening in and out. But I do want to say this: I don't see anything wrong with a person or a group of people really trying to promote a lifestyle or a country, especially if they want that lifestyle to grow. It's the same as somebody going to a barbershop and saying, "Oh wow, this particular barbershop cuts well. I'm going to tell everybody I know about this particular barbershop." Don't really see anything wrong with that. I don't think that brothers, who are passport bros, should be getting pushback for that particular thing. Also, when it comes to the ability to attract the opposite sex, in this case, men on women, it's a sliding scale. It's not really an either or thing. Of course, there is a guy on both extremes, obviously. However, most guys, as with anything, fall in the middle of that scale. And I will say this, because what I see is a lot of taking a guy on the ultimate left of the scale that is a complete incel or perhaps even a virgin in this country and can't do anything at all. And what a lot of people are saying is that he would have the same results in other countries. Most people fall, and I don't know that guy personally, but most people fall in the middle. Most people fall in the middle. And for those who fall in the middle, I can say definitively, and this is from my travels and just general life experience, that they do better in other countries than they do here. Now, that's not just my personal experience. That's the experience of others who I talk to have traveled. They do significantly better. It's kind of like, say, if you're taking a class, say you're taking a math course, a calculus course at Harvard, and then you take this and you get a B. Chances are, if you take that same course at your local community college, or if you take it at Boston State University or something like that, you will do significantly better. It's the same principle. Now, of course, if you fail, you fail. But like I say, most people are somewhere in the middle. You do better in that regard. I would like for us as Black men in particular to stop with this sexual competition that we have with each other, which is forcing us to focus on the extreme low in order for us to feel better relative to that person on the extreme low. Like focusing on ourselves. There was a noise. Okay.
No, I got pushback.
Oh yeah, no worries. But there's a noise. No, I paused because there's a noise, not because I was finished.
Yeah, mute up until he
finishes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. My apologies.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. Focusing on ourselves gives us the opportunity to really make interpersonal relationships with the other sex more for your own pleasure, not to aggrandize yourself relative to others. Somebody had pushback?
That was
that was me. Scam Likely. When you talk about the results, I'm just saying both sides of the story. There is a population of people who are getting the results. But when I go over to places, DR and Colombia, and go to tourist towns and speak to people in English and in Spanish, when girls will show me their cell phones of Western Union and suckers they done sucked out of money, they got a new iPhone, but they're begging for money, and the dude gives them a $20 bill in US. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, I see all sides of it. I'm just saying, it's not what they're selling on YouTube that you just show up, be American, and all these girls are all fit, feminine, friendly, and you marry you, and 2 weeks later you have success. That's what they're selling, and it's a lie. You still got to be a somebody. And opportunity opportunity and choice are different. Choice is when a woman wants to be with you.
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Are the people in the Western Unions, are they also getting sex?
Are the people what?
You say that you look into her phone, her inbox, and her Western Union and stuff, which is, yeah. But are the people who are Western Union, these girls, getting sex?
Yeah, getting sex.
Are they happy? Are they happy?
For about 15, 20, 30 minutes. Then they go back to be the same miserable person they were.
Well, yeah, and when I purchase a movie, I'm happy for 2 hours. But nevertheless, they're getting what they paid for, and they're happy doing so. I don't see what the problem is.
Okay, vacation and I'm talking about what they're selling on YouTube. Vacation is temporary. but they're talking about marriage, and then we don't need you American women because we got passports. If you can go 2 weeks out the year, you still got 50 other weeks that you have to live in the United States, unless you're moving over there. And by the yelling they're doing at the women, and we hate American women, they're not getting the results. It's showing their actions.
Could you be, because we mentioned Austin's name before, could you mention the name of the person who is selling marriage but is in someone's Western Union?
I'm talking about passport. I'm talking about passport bros as a whole. I'm just talking about a bigger picture of passport.
Same question though.
Yeah, exactly. Because what's going on, Scam Likely, and I'm not saying you're doing this, there's a lot of straw manning going on. And the straw manning typically consists of a extreme incel that doesn't get any and is bragging about his prostitution thing. That's one straw man that no one can ever name this particular person. And then there's another straw man about a person who claims that he's looking for marriage, but then he goes and he tricks or he sleeps around. These are the two main straw mans that nobody ever seemed to be able to name.
Okay, I think
because maybe they don't say their
fair.
names, and other content creators are speaking about it. O'Shea mentioned about a dude in the video of a chick who's talked about from DR that was faceless, that was speaking about how what they actually are doing to some dudes. Not all.
No,
but
I
some
get
dudes
that, but
over the year, and the dude at the end of the
but we're talking about passport bros. I mean, we don't.
But that's what I'm saying. The last 15 minutes of that video that O'Shea did also too was a dude that I didn't even know whose name is. He didn't even mention his name, but he talk about how he's getting girls, but technically he's tricking. And that's the whole point.
I'm talking
that's
about
the whole point that we actually something like, yo, if you actually, and ARC used to say this a lot and everything. If you're a trick, you can't just say you're tricking and then you're a player in the game. Like, no, you're tricking. Just say you're a trick, period.
Or not even that, Mel. He don't have to even say it.
ARC did mention.
Yeah, and then you can't just say, yeah, he mentioned. I know that for a fact. Yeah.
Right.
But
I'm referring to
he also
said
also too, yeah, like you said, if you're tricking, you can't just put yourself on the same level as someone like him that's speaking mouthpiece to females they ain't paying for play out or period these chicks like that.
Right, and once again, that goes
the same lane, like, and that's what's happening.
Right, and what
passport bros, not on them, but some of them who think they're on the same wavelength. And they're not.
Right, exactly. See, that's the thing. And that's what I was talking about before when I was talking about the competition that we as black men since, I guess the first day after slavery has been having with each other. And that is who's on what level, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If interpersonal relationships with the opposite sex is the same thing, or excuse me, is the goal, is on individual happiness, then it really doesn't matter what level the next person is on. Like, I mean, when you have a circle of friends, there's always going to be somebody who's better and worse at getting women than are, but you're still friends because you're not measuring levels. At least you shouldn't be. I know.
Right. It's not about. I'm not measuring levels.
That's men's nature. Period. No matter
levels. Scam Likely.
But that's
no. I'm not talking about measuring levels.
Period. No matter what.
No. Here's what I'm saying.
Because somebody in competitors in our nature. We're gonna compete, even if we're friends or not. We compete and still have beers and drink, and you know what I'm saying, shake hands on it. But that's in our nature to compete. We're gonna compete.
I don't compete with who? Compete with who?
I said I don't compete with my friends for women.
I know that's what I'm asking Mel. Yeah, but we're talking about passport bros and women. So
even I was just talking about the false narrative of passport bros in the YouTube spaces. That they're selling it as if you just show up, be American, and be black, and here come all these women that are fit, feminine, and friendly, and they really have an interest in being with you because of who you are. Well, I'm saying that's being oversold, and it's not the truth. It is a small percentage of women who really want to be with these men. That's all. That's what I'm saying. Of course, I'm exaggerating, but hell, I'm a clown and I'm a troll. But that's more what I was speaking to.
No, I get it. I understand what you're saying. You and Mel are saying two different things. I get that, and I was just asking who's doing that, so we can address the straw man individually. and then
Correct.
really focus
Oh,
that
who?
particular. Well,
I'm
because what
saying,
what I like to do is to
oh, go
focus
ahead, go
that
ahead.
particular argument to the particular person. Like I like to foul that to the person that's doing that particular thing, a person who is pretending to be a ladies' man while paying for it. I get that. That's like being a person who's talking about fitness, but they really got lipo. I understand what you're saying. Or
Game
a person,
changers. This
or a
this
man
doesn't
who
mean
did
you.
that and he's really on steroids. I get
Now,
what
now,
you're
game,
saying.
now,
But we
Okay,
haven't found
yeah,
a
I'm speaking.
different person
Oh,
yet.
go ahead, go ahead.
but
Now,
no,
I
I'm
was
saying the
talking
game
about
changer.
the audience.
Oh, you
Go
want?
ahead, my bad.
Yeah, game changer. This is something me you will definitely agree on because we've seen this person done this a lot. Miss May, that be on Chantel's channel with the streamers. Now you know what I'm saying. This is why we call her out completely like crazy because she came with a stream situation with things that you're going overboard based off on her little personal experience, and she actually contributes to it and everything. She provides talk about the sex toys with some guys, but she provides the places for it and stuff like that. She talked about that friend of hers who got and everything, and she thinks there's a lot of like 90% of dudes is getting got. I'm like, nah, I'm pushing back. It's not every dude getting that. It's not even a large percentage. There are some, yes, but not all of them.
Yeah, but
Exactly. You got women like her that go extreme with it. Like,
Mel, me personally, I'm not gonna knock that one, but when he mentioned strawmanning, for me, I would speak more on the game changer for the people on the panel, right? So let's say, for example, this whole panel seemed like they've been very engaging back and forth, right? And it's like respectful, so everybody respect everybody's opinion. But from other panels, you'll see like maybe let's say a full panel of 10, and then be 9 just screaming the same dumb BS that Marty and Art and Auntie was talking about, right? But it'd be that one person that hops up like, yo, this is not true. And then next, for some reason, they'll get ousted, just like kicked off the panel, whatever. So I see that type of straw man mentality for me. I can't name an individual content creator, but that's the straw man that I see on a daily.
Oh, yeah.
That's fair, Great Bill. Yeah, I'm more talking, if you go in a channel and there's 200 people active in the chat, you'll see all these messages about we hate black women. We're going to get our passports. I bet you 20 of those people, 20% even have a passport or have any plans in the next 3 months really traveling. Meaning there's a bunch of talk and no action. And then they're going and selling as if, the way they're selling is if you go to the mall and all these dudes got Asian wives they imported from Philippines, or they go to the club and there's no men in there because they all married Dominican and Colombian women. That's the way they're painting the picture, and it's just not true. So that's all I'm saying. But there are people,
you're saying
I
that
know
the chat room
people
is
who have
painting the
married
picture.
women from. Oh, go ahead.
So you're saying the chat room is painting a picture that they're going to get their passport, but they don't have it. But I mean, they're going to get it. That's what that means.
No,
that's not my argument, game. I made it clear.
He's saying videos of people saying this stuff, like like I said, they don't mention their names because these are people from other content creators probably making
but he mentioned chat though
about them, but they found different clips and everything, and these dudes are saying it, like they're saying invest in their passport and everything. Blah,
he
blah,
talked
blah.
about the chat, Mel. He mentioned the chat. People in the chat.
Yeah, I know he mentioned the chat. Yeah,
chat and the panel.
People in the chat.
Yeah, but that's not my argument. I don't care about the chat. The chat's going to be there regardless.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
if you have the panel full of people for the topic, is what we're talking. Yeah, I'm specifically talking about the panel. If you have a panel, to me, that's straw manning. The chat can always going to have their opinion, but if you're on a panel and you're pretty much pushing a narrative, that's where it goes from there. That is the problem. So people don't.
I get it. I mean,
but maybe on Chantel's doing that. Yeah.
So people sit there and want to kiss it.
May's not a passport, bro. What I'm saying is because there's the straw.
How she does though. You see it.
I understand that. No, but what I'm saying, she's been on my show. But what I'm saying is, we're talking about the passport, bro. I'm talking about. I like to address this particular straw passport, bro, that is paying for sex directly, like pay for play, while claiming that he's doing it off of mouthpiece. That's what I'm curious about.
Oh, because
there's a lot of argument hurled at that particular trope of a passport, bro, but he's not presented ever, and if he is, then, and I'm pretty sure that there exists, one, or maybe another, if he exists, bring him up, and then, they should address him individually, but I don't really see that.
I know one, but
here's the thing, though. All of us has not been on every Manosphere channel, no matter what subject it is and everything. So, I mean, not going to say that he's not out there. He probably is, or whatever, or a couple of them, group of them, but he ain't been to every Manosphere channel out there like that. And that's every day, every minute, every hour, like, you know, when they have a podcast, like, so
Right.
like, yeah. So
no, but to be fair though, but to be fair though, yeah.
But why have the strong argument? Like, why are you arguing against something that its existence haven't been proven yet? Because a strong argument is saying simply that, okay, there exist these guys who are pretending to be ladies' men while paying for women or actresses to confirm, you know, they're basically forging receipts.
Mhm.
I get that. I understand that, you know, and you just said now that, you know, the guy must exist, but I haven't seen him yet. Let's not do that. Let's, you know, the thing at hand is that
the reality. That's what it is. Like, I've never been, but like I said,
how is that a reality when we can't?
Because, like I said, I've never been on panels with him. I'm not. I got a life outside of YouTube. I ain't gonna be on YouTube 24/7, every single channel. I can't make it every single channel.
No, you don't, Mel. No, you don't. Fuck out of here. You ain't got a life outside YouTube.
Ooh, don't hate. But you know, but it's a thing though. Like, you know, like I said earlier, we seen videos of these guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, they ain't gonna mention their name, but from other content creators. Like I said, the one that O'Shea did, last 15 minutes, he talked about how he was having trouble getting women. Or sound like he never was talking to women in the U.S. He went overseas, found this thick-looking Dominican chick, but he was taking us shopping like crazy and stuff like that. And you know, he may have gotten the attitude response that he wanted, but reality isn't everything. Like, when he's not there, he's doing it to someone else and everything.
Huh?
And it's like one thing he might be saying that, you know what, I spend my money on this chick over here. Like, if you want to pull up the O'Shea video here, I send it back to Ant. And I think I sent the link to it.
No, I mean, just the gist of it. Okay,
Nah,
so
yeah, you
the
said
guy, no, the guy is buying women's stuff overseas.
That's
and you're saying that, but what did you say happens when he gets here? I'm curious.
Same thing. That's
he
fair.
had a hard time based on his own insecurity that he wasn't getting with women and everything. It looked like he didn't want to improve himself, like reality. So he went overseas.
Here's what's confusing. Okay, this is a separate argument. This is a separate argument. So a guy.
The reality is that's the whole point that Scam is actually making. So am I. Like, yo, you got guys that acting like they got game and everything.
Well, he's not acting like anything because he's making an appearance.
No. Hold up. Yeah, hey, game changer. If I can just jump in for a second. Here's an issue. You got guys that will admit that they have no game, they have no confidence, they are not having their way with women over here. But yet they making it seem like if they go over there where they speak another language, all of a sudden game and confidence and networking and just making yourself a better man. Like, it's a totally different language over there. Like, my game don't work over here, but it'll work over there. No, it won't. No, it won't. If they don't like you here, they ain't gonna like you over there. And it ain't a woman issue. It's likely a you issue.
Well, Aunt, real quick, that's what they were saying. That's what Austin was saying. The women
Right,
over there are a lot easier to deal with. They don't care about what you look like. You know,
but most of the time they saying that, you know, you don't need to use game over there also too, period, brother. I think I had some debates with a couple of people. Like,
go ahead.
Like, you don't need to have game.
No, that's what he say too.
They're easy that way. Like, no, like.
But hold up, isn't that the same reason why these dudes is complaining about women over here? Because they too damn easy. They just fuck with anybody. That's the reasons why they like black women are here. Hold up, too many baby daddies, single mothers, bad decisions. I don't want to be the cleanup man. These women been too damn easy. But yet you going over there because the women are easier. That's the point that I'm trying to make. And let's keep it real. The reason why a lot of these women don't want to mess with dudes over here, and they'll admit it, because they talking about the laws, the divorce laws. They're going to clean you out. They're going to hit you for your resources. Okay. They already, you know what I'm saying? They independent. They got all of the jobs. They making the monies. They got their PhDs, their education, and they damn sure don't need green cards because they're good. So I'm telling you like this. You go over there, you deal with women that come from money, are educated, have work visas, student visas. They can travel the world. Don't need you for all of that. Chances are those women are looking over your ass too.
Okay.
All right. So the same issues that you guys are claiming that you running from over here, you're going to run into over there unless you're going to deal with bottom of the barrel broads. And it's bottom of the barrel broads everywhere that will hit you for your damn money. The only difference is that little 25, 30K a year that you make is worth a little bit more over there than it is over here. That's it. Or that $40 you're going to pay for an hour. It just goes a little bit further.
So here's the thing about that.
Let me just say this real quick, please. They're also saying the women over there are more submissive than the women here. So they may be baby mamas and everything, just like the American women, but they're more submissive. You know, they're nicer. They smile more. This is the stuff I'm hearing. I've never
smell better. Don't forget that one. That's what his words was.
They smell, but better. This is what they're saying. So, what's your take on that, Ant? Like, what do you think?
All right, great. That's the point that I want to make, and then we can go back to the panel because I mentioned this earlier. If these women are so much more submissive and they respect masculinity, which, just like Marty said, I haven't traveled, even though I've dated and married with foreign-born women that weren't quite citizens yet and didn't do it with me for no damn green card neither. You know what I'm saying? But either way, they saying that they're more submissive, they respect masculinity, it's just a certain way that they treat men. It's different. So these are grown-ass women. You ain't dealing with children. Y'all say it. Y'all ain't dealing with child trafficking, none of that. You ain't dealing with children. How the hell do you expect to get at these women without going through men? They're respectful to men. They're submissive to men. So there are already men in their damn lives. You're going to have to go through their fathers, their brothers, or other men in their areas that already have networks in them countries that you go into. So what's up? What's up? What the hell are you really going over there for?
One thing I always say also too, women are the same one way, they are different in other ways.
I've gone through men, but some men just like here, or some women just like here are absent, a father or brothers and things like that. And, that wasn't a necessary thing. But no, many times I have gone through men. Typically, most of the women that I've met overseas, outside of the ones that I met online, have been through interpersonal relationships with the guys there, the guys that I play chess with, dominoes with, and something like that. There's always somebody like, hey, you should come meet my cousin, my sister, or something like that. So I get what you're saying. And then there's the ones that I meet, and they do have like uncles or something. And one of them, in fact, the one that everybody talks about the stove with, I met her sister's boyfriend and husbands and stuff like that because she was absent father as well. So yeah, there is that. But as far I forgot the other thing I was going to mention when before Melody said what she said. So yeah.
Well, can you address the submissive part and the smell better part? I want you guys to the panel to all address that. Yeah, because that's
okay. Here's the thing. It's difficult. It's difficult to and perhaps somebody like
we need to address that part.
Well, somebody like Timothy I can address the smell, but somebody like Timothy could probably, or not Timothy, but Marty Mcfly could probably address the submissive portion better, because I only go like on vacation for like months, for a month or two, and I can say that American women have and do pretend to be submissive for that long. So I don't know. I don't know if if I would have stayed an extra month, the mask would have slipped off immediately after that. As far as the smell, probably because I travel to hot places, the women do visibly shower more, a lot more than American women and men. So I have noticed that. And once again, it could be because these are warm countries that I go to, and
okay, game changer.
Well, hold on. If I can just jump in real quick on what Game Changer just said, really quickly. I mean, I've known people like, Africans and people from other countries, they might not use like hygiene products. They have just different ways. So you might see them take 3, 4, 5 showers a day. Because of that, they don't use store-bought products to wash. Deodorant and stuff like that. So maybe that's why you see them shower more. But y'all go ahead.
Yeah, but again,
maybe. But
I got you, Melody. I let that one go.
Well, at least with me, those things are readily available, and they used it. So, there is that. The ones I will say that they don't lotion after every shower, which is something that I notice American girls do. But as far as often, no. And also their showers aren't as long. So, I mean, take it how you want, but they kind of do it after every transition, like after every time they leave the house, even if it's on a small run and come back, that's what they do.
Well, to Auntie's point, maybe because they don't have the right products. But I'm gonna be honest, I only take 2 showers a day, but those 2 showers are using good smell good soap, and also they're long. They're really, really long.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's me. But I did hear these women shower like 5 times a day. Whatever reason, I don't know what the reason is. Maybe like you said, they live in hot climates because I'm in Jersey and it's
Mm-hmm.
cold here. So I mean that can be different too.
So
Because
you're
in the
disqualifying
summertime,
yourself?
huh?
You're disqualifying yourself because of Jersey cold weather and you're American?
No, I just take 2 long showers. I'm just being honest. I'm not gonna sit
Okay.
here and lie and say I take 5 showers. No, I don't do that. I
Mm-hmm.
take 2. And I may take a bath. Like if it's hot, I might like soak in a tub for like a half an hour to an hour and then take a shower afterwards. But I
Well,
don't do like 4 or 5 showers a day. No.
okay, I'm gonna just say this about them. I haven't noticed a significant difference in smell. I have been with American women who have smelled bad, but it's a much larger sample population than the amount of women overseas that I've been with total. So I can't really give a fair comparison. I mean, probably if I've been with as many women there that I have been here, then I would be able to say, okay, this is the case. But yeah, I haven't. I can't definitively say that. Now, there are certain products actually that many American women use just in passing, sleep with or otherwise, that just smells disgusting and horrible. A lot of the hair care products that they use, um, the glues and all the crap that they put in their hair, and then the cheap stuff that they use to mask the toxic smell of what they use to put their hair together is oftentimes downright disgusting. And that is something that I don't experience there, especially in the Asian countries, of course.
Okay, so I'm
So,
confused. So I'm confused then. So we're again. So since we're back just on the passport bros topic again, touching bases with Austin, his words now, because he said multiple times in multiple streams, American women hygiene stinks. Brazilian
mhm.
women smell better. So where is he finding these stinky women from? Is it his game? Is it his approach? Is he just run up on these chicks and got his arms in their armpits and they cooch? I'm
No,
lost because these.
I'm not. I'm sorry.
No, no.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's, it's
some
stupid
guys
to
have
me too.
experienced that. Like Nick Cannon talks about that too.
But why
These are
do
guys
they
that
smell?
had
I don't
different
get it.
experiences than I did.
But how,
Okay.
like, okay, I'm a woman and no man has ever told me I smell. Like, guys tell me the opposite. They tell me I smell good. I'll hug somebody and they'll be like,
Stop lying, Melody. You know they don't said that, man. Fuck out of here.
Well, no, I mean,
fucking smooth, man.
no, I'm
well, I
being
mean,
like,
Melody, I
when I
have
go
come
to
across
hug
women who smell
people,
bad, but
people always say, oh, your hair smells good or your body smells good. No one ever told me I smell bad down there. And a woman's vagina is not supposed to smell. You're supposed to wash yourself and then it's supposed to clean itself as well. So why would it smell like that?
And who does he run into? That's what I'm trying to. I don't understand that because he made it seem like 9 out of 10, every woman in America he runs up to, y'all American women stink. But in Brazilian women, he loves them. But somehow he loved the Brazilian women. He got chased out of Brazil. Now he's in Thailand.
Well,
Hey,
maybe a lot of these
great, Bill. Let's be
it's
real.
not a hygiene
I'm
If
thing.
a
sorry, I'm
dude
gonna
is
say this
getting,
real quick and
if
then
a
you can
dude
go.
is, oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Let me finish. A lot of these, I know this is nasty, but a lot of these women here are having sex with multiple men, and it's like they're, excuse my language, but coming inside of them, and that's probably where the smell is. Also, a lot of women here don't go to the doctor, but I heard in like a lot of these other countries, it's free to go to the doctor, whereas here in America, it's not. So a lot of these women are like not getting checked. None of that. And they're having unprotected sex. That's why they're single mothers. So that can be the issue. And they're not drinking water either or eating fruit. So
Desto,
that,
your thoughts?
Okay, Melody, right quick, if I may, because I think that you're about to miss out on $200. Somebody said $200 lane changer ain't black. You can ask me. You can ask Ramil. Are you guys Melody? You can ask Ramil. You can ask You can ask Ike. You can ask Chantel. You can ask all the people that I met in real life that I am in fact black. AM1. So you can cash
I do
app.
my homework.
It's better to cash app Melody than it is to super chat, so you two don't get the 30%. There you go, Melody. Just made $200.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, because I did see GC. I mean, not in real life, but we actually talked on cam. So
Yeah.
I know it's definitely him. I seen him cam up. So.
And then there's the people that met me in real life. Definitely black.
Yeah, like Chantel and yeah. You
Fair
know.
enough. Dusto, all you, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I didn't get a passport. I can't see myself booking a flight all the way to another country to go smell other women. But if people really need to do that, then yeah, they need to get their passport.
Yeah, they do.
But
and they want to as well, and they should, because I do like the smell of other women, and I do want to point out something.
What I was going to say was this.
How's that fun?
No, what I was going to say was this. There's a lot of criticism about passport pros from women. Women got their passports and they travel just as much as the men. I've seen it. And the stuff that I'm talking about from my own eyes, stuff that I've seen. There's a lot of men and women talking about other countries and business and all the stuff of how it is, and they've never been. Go if you want to really know. Go see it. Go with someone who speaks Spanish, because the conversations you have with people in English is tourist talk. If women are coming up to you and speaking in English, there's probably a reason that they know English. But if you go 20 minutes away where they only speak Spanish or only speak the other language, that's the organic, that's almost like a tourist coming to Vegas or New York City on 4th of July weekend and trying to determine what the United States really is, versus going to Buffalo or going to 20 minutes outside of Memphis in a neighborhood and seeing how people really live. But I'm not going to argue so much about what really is, what really isn't. Everybody has the opportunity to see it for themselves. The women are skinnier, though. That is true. They are skinnier.
That's right. Good point.
Let me say this.
They are smaller.
Yeah, let me say this, Scam. I respectfully say no. I respectfully say no to that.
No to what?
Good question. So you say if you're going to travel, you should do this, and this. And one of the things that you stated was,
you know what? They can do whatever they want to do.
Right quick, Sam. One of the things that you suggested. One of the things that you suggested was that a person should learn the language or something like that. To me, I respectfully say no. Like if I want to go to France and sample some fries and toast, and see if it's the same, then I can do that. If I want to lean on a tower of pizza, I can do that. I shouldn't have to have a mandate to what's socially acceptable, because it's not a social thing. It's for.
It was a suggestion.
I understand.
They can do what they want to do.
What I'm saying is, I respectfully say no to that suggestion, and I would hope that other brothers do, because I don't want fellas to feel that they have to meet that they have to cut more red tape in order to take a vacation. That is something that, brothers should not feel like they have to do. Enjoy it. Yes, you would enjoy it more if you spoke the language of the locals. Doesn't mean that you wouldn't enjoy a nice vacation or a nice trip or expatting if you didn't, until you do. You shouldn't have to meet a mandate or criteria.
I didn't make a mandate. I made a suggestion.
No. And that's what I said. So I respectfully say no to that suggestion.
Hold on, I want
to cool. Game changer. You can take
agree with you.
Hold on. Melody's talking. Melody's talking.
Go ahead.
I want to address the chat. Please don't delete or block anybody in my chat. People are entitled to their own opinions, so don't do that. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say this. Look,
I would actually disagree with that game changer, because it gives you an advantage. Even more better advantage if you want to go out away from the tourist spots, if you learn the language of the land.
Oh no, I understand that, Mel. What I was saying was, even though it would be a better experience, to learn the language and to go, than to not learn the language and to go. Not knowing the language and going is still a better experience than not knowing the language and staying. So if you had to choose between, right quick now, if you had to choose between those two, I would suggest not knowing the language and going. For example, right? when I went to the Philippines, I went on a whim. I went because somebody at a local card house where you play blackjack and stuff. The dealer was Filipino, and one of the guys there was asking about his country, and he said that I'll buy you a ticket to your home country if you show me around. And I didn't buy him a ticket, but I did tag along. Now, I didn't have time, and I enjoyed myself. I didn't have time to learn the language or anything like that. I'm saying don't pass up opportunities. Would my trip have been better if I knew the language? Yes. Was my trip better than what I was doing, what I would have done that week or those 3 weeks had I not gone? No. So yeah, I'm saying that it should not be. It's not necessary, but yes, it would make it better. Kind of like, ice cream is great. Ice cream with chocolate syrup is better, but don't not eat ice cream because you're out of chocolate syrup.
I agree with that because I had the same.
Okay, I agree.
I had the same experience that Game Changer.
Let me finish. Let me button them back. I agree with you on some parts, but also too little pushbacks. You took a gambling chance. You don't know if that dude was going to hustle you or even set you up to be robbery.
He really didn't have the opportunity.
That's the whole point. Oh, hold on. Let me finish. That's the whole point of sometimes.
This nigga just said set you up to be robbery.
Going somewhere. Exactly. You took a gambling chance of not knowing these people might set you up to be robbed and everything. But hey, it didn't work out that way. You took a chance. But
well, yeah, I mean, no matter what, you're taking a chance. But
I'm not. But also too. It's best to do your due diligence. When I go travel, I want to do some research on where I'm going, the cultures, even learn a little bit of the language. I want to better my chances of not getting got or not being in the wrong place I'm not supposed to be and everything.
Okay.
Instead of going there, taking a chance, blind-eyed it, and then thinking I'm not going to get robbed, I'm hopefully me a nice person, blah, 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 and everything. No, that's the whole point.
Yeah, but Mel, you also have to understand that GC is somebody that has traveled before. So going on the whim like that for somebody that is used to traveling, it's not like somebody that doesn't travel as much.
Exactly,
multiple times, whatever. But the reality is, do your due diligence also too. When you go into a new country, also too, do your due diligence on the country where you're visiting. You're in someone else's.
No, I get it, but we're talking about language, and if he was,
too. I'm talking about
but Mel, if he was going to give me a robbery, knowing the language wouldn't help me out of that robbery.
Give you a robbery.
Really? You mentioned robbery, man. You mentioned robbery, man.
Yo, Mel, that went over your head like a burqa, my nigga.
He the one presented that option.
You're talking about give you a robbery.
Hey guys,
Mel, you mentioned the robbery.
Hold on.
Yeah,
you see?
You said give me a robbery.
No,
there's a lot of super chats. Well, it's a couple of them, but let me read them real quick. Strat Patrol, thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, "Why APTV look like a Klingon? What does that say?
Klingon. It's a Star Trek species
with a short bust forehead." Okay, thanks for that. And then, thank you, Auntie, for the $5 super chat. He says, "Salute to Strat Patrol." Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, hey, I was just making a suggestion. Here's the deal.
Wait, let her finish the super chat, man. The money, man.
The money.
My apology. Sorry. I'm driving. I'm sorry.
It's okay. And thank you, Strat Patrol, for the $5 super chat. Again, he says he looked like Whoopi Goldberg in Sister Act 2. All right, thank you. And I thought I saw another one. I think I saw another one.
Somebody send another one so she can see that. There you go.
One just popped up.
No, I saw it. Hold on. Oh my God, I'm so far behind.
Hold on, let me see. I see one here. Oh, not a sheet.
Melody, your hostess skill sucks, nigga.
Oh yeah. Thank you, DJ. I got a super chat. He says Melody used to jump on a panel right after each shower, and then.
Oh no, DJ Nap has another one too. That's what you missed.
I'll go look for it.
I bet.
Melody used to jump on a panel right after each shower, then pretend she didn't know the camera was on. That happened one time.
Bro.
When I took the shower.
But he replayed it a lot.
One time. Huh?
I said, but he replayed it a lot.
DJ Nap did that?
No, it happened, but Yeah.
Melly be falling asleep on this show. I woke up one morning.
No, hold up. This AP dude is talking about game changer cam up and Ant show a passport. I will send Melody a $500 cash app if that piece of you know what can just cam up in the driver's seat of a car.
Bruh.
Straight up. Just come up here and cam up in the driver's seat of a car.
Why gotta be a car though?
Just a car. Any car. It could be
Are
a
you
smart
implying he
car.
doesn't have a car?
It could be a go-kart. It could be a go-kart. Straight up. Just a wheel with and an ignition.
All right, nigga. Yeah, somebody need to go break into a car and take a picture.
What if they change the virtual background? Would that be all right? The virtual background?
You can't do that in no car.
Hey, he might have the background, but he ain't gonna be able to impose the wheel. See,
that's true. Yeah.
Well, a screwdriver can change all of that.
All right.
Hey, whatever. Hey, then Melody got a quick 500 if he go and lift the car.
I think Raw B sent you his cash.
Okay, Poppy.
Real quick.
Poppy. Come on the top.
What's good? What's good? A great bill, man.
Hold on, I have another one. Thank you, Raw B Privilege, for the $10 super chat. She says, hygiene, really? Come on, the widely spread generalizations that people use to justify their choices is disgusting AF. Like, good God damn.
Wait, Ed T, real quick, Melody, sorry. Ed T, is Raw B your host when you do the purge? Whenever we say y'all niggas is scared to come up here, y'all niggas is stink.
Yeah, that's her. Hold on, Smooth. One last super chat. Smooth.
Privilege is an official co-host for the Purge, as was Grey Pill Podcast. El Nixon, the voice of reason, Sexy Red TV.
Shout out to El Nixon.
Yeah, those are all official co-hosts.
Or be my fellow New Yorker too. Shout out to her, man.
Yeah, you got one last one, Melanie, from Sheep Stay Sleep TV.
Yeah, I think did I?
Well, you didn't read the DJ Nap one. Did you read this one here?
No. Thank you for the $5 super chat again. He says Austin lived in a major city where American women are at happy hour and brunch eating all the crab legs, fish fry, mimosas, liquor, and hookah. Oh, you saying that's why they smell because they eating that stuff?
Oh my.
Yeah. I mean, that could be it.
He just disrespected the whole state of Texas.
No, he's in Thailand right now, I think.
No, but I'm saying originally he's saying that's why he left because they was in Texas and they smelled the Americans.
Oh yeah.
How they smell? Is he saying like their natural juices, like the natural smell down
He didn't give specifically. He just said well, I'm gonna say hygiene, so that could be anything. He said it's hygiene. It could be
like
armpits, their pores.
He said, then he said he smelled like fish.
Look, I mean, look. It's unsanitary women everywhere. All right, so that is what it is. But just like it's sanitary women everywhere, if you dealing with unsanitary women, number one, I'm gonna ask you what type of circles you hanging around. You know what I'm saying? How do you even get a chick that stank up in your crib? Like, I don't get it. And why is she even confident enough to come up to you, knowing she stank? Because trust me, if you can smell her, she knows she stank. Why is she even confident enough?
And that's where you're wrong.
Because they don't be coming at me like that.
And that's where you're wrong, bro. Because these niggas do anything to be around.
Yeah. It's some niggas that will eat the cooch of a chick that smell like fish. And then later on, be in the chat, be like, I'm gonna get my passport.
I get it. I'm just saying. I mean, it's at some point you got to stop even attracting them type of women or even dealing with them right there. Like, yeah, I mean, come on. As men, we've all been around something that was unsanitary here and there, but you keep that shit to a minimum. Like, straight up, you keep that to a minimum. You can say all these women or most of them.
That's
well, you guys have
been with just desperate like that.
Wait, real quick, Mel. You guys been with somebody who smelled like fish before?
Yes, every man has.
Yeah,
like
and
you don't know.
Yes.
And you don't know that the stink until you're hitting it. That's the only.
Oh, no. That's a lie. That's a lie.
You don't.
That's a lie.
Well, you don't know until the panties come off, but
exactly.
Hold on, let me.
No. You could pull down the pants.
Okay,
before
no,
you get to the pins.
at that
Yeah.
point,
Yeah, but I'm
at
just
that
saying,
point,
bro. If you don't have enough experience to be like, look, that was a one-off, like that was a one-off, bro. The rest of them ain't like that, bro. You
no,
gotta
but
ask yourself, what kind of
most
circles
of
am
the
I hanging
time,
with,
I
bro?
disagree, Ed.
Yo,
Listen, I mean,
most
something
of
like
the
that is
time
not a
is when
reflection of the man.
when
It's
you
just
already fucking the girl and you hitting the couple of strolls, you hitting it from the back, and that smell comes up. That's when that shit.
Yo,
Is.
if you
no.
hitting it
You're
from
talking
the
about
back and
something
that
different.
smell comes, nigga,
You're
Run,
talking about
Melly,
something
run.
different. That's
just
not as
take the
powerful.
L, bro.
No,
I
that's
mean,
not.
I'm just saying,
yeah,
bro.
every man
If
been through that, bro.
you done
Whew.
dealt with more stank women than not, you in the wrong circles, bro. I'm just being real.
Well,
Yo,
you're
either
talking
you
about
don't have
somebody,
much of a resume. I'm just
and
saying, bro. If you dealt
and you're
with 10
talking about
women in your
somebody who
lifetime, and
you're talking about
seven
somebody
of
who,
them were
if he
stank.
was in the wrong circle, he
But
changed the
but
circle.
auntie, man, this is
He
what I'm
rightly
saying though.
changed his
It
circle.
it happens to all of us at least once. Like I
Yeah,
don't care.
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah.
You know what I
No,
mean?
you're right. You're right
Now,
about that. But
if
that's
you
what I'm
go back
saying,
to that
bro.
hole, now that's on you.
But let me ask you,
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying, bro. Or you
Okay.
go back to the same whore house that you found that hoe. Chances are, yeah, her pH balance is off because she's a nut receptacle for every damn dude that comes in with $40.
Yeah.
You
wait, let
understand?
me
So
ask
come
And
on.
also too,
let me ask you a question
bridal
real quick.
females are in the moo cow club also too,
A
man.
lot of them are big.
Yeah, the Moo Cow
I'm
Club.
gonna ask you
No,
guys
and
this.
Hold
that's
on,
incorrect.
guys. Hold on, guys.
Hold
Melly got a
on.
question.
You guys hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm gonna ask you guys this. When they smell, what do? Do you tell them to get in the shower and come
You
on
run,
under,
nigga.
or
You
do
run.
you?
No,
So,
let me tell you what
I'm
I
not
do.
responsible for another grown person's fucking hygiene. I'm out.
Melody,
I'm
I'm
out.
gonna tell
You
you.
can't get it up anyway. Might as well
I'm
leave.
gonna tell you what I do, baby. I like a nutted. I put on my clothes and I'm out. I'm like, oh my god, it took 3 minutes. Yeah, man, that's what I got.
but
Oh
what,
my
okay,
god.
so what
Also,
happens?
you still nut?
No,
Ah!
I
You
say
see?
What
I
happens?
listen,
So,
bro. I say I like
right.
a nutted, bro, because listen, the smell be so bad that
Faking
your
it,
dick
faking
die.
it.
All right. So what happens if
I was
you?
about to say, I thought
What
Poppy was
happens
gonna
if
say
you
he held
don't?
his breath.
What
I thought
happens?
he was gonna say he held his breath the whole
What
time.
happens if you don't get in at all? Like, what happens if you guys are together and you undress her and the smell just hits you? What would you do then?
She your wifey?
Yeah.
No, not wifey. Someone you met that you know.
I mean,
So
you
the
do what a
man, like,
normal human being would do, man.
I do like
Conversation.
how females do dine and dash. When she be with your
Yeah.
brother, that's
Thanks,
smell.
Yeah.
Mel. Thank
I
you,
I
do
feel
the
Mel.
like I gotta
digital
go get
dash
something
on
from the
that
car.
bitch. I do the pume on a bitch. Quick.
So I remember
Dust
the
cloud,
thing.
nigga. Roadrunner.
Exactly.
I remember the thing that I wanted to address Auntie on when you were talking about bottom of the barrel. I think you and I have different barrels because I don't consider women based on economic success or social status at the top based solely on that. Do I really put a woman's physical beauty at a premium to where they would be at the top of the barrel versus someone
That's a good
else? Meaning
question.
that if a woman was in an Ethiopian hut, but she just so happened to be gorgeous, then I would consider her at the top of the barrel versus Oprah. So I want to make that point very clear. Now, would I put a woman who is, say, a doctor, but she's just as hot as the person in the Ethiopian hut? Then yeah, I would put her. But really, beauty is what I rank as making a woman better than the other woman. So as far as that relates to travel and passport bros, and a person having trouble getting like the high status or wealthy woman, I personally don't really view that as a loss in that regard. Especially if he measures women by the scale that I do.
Okay.
If I
So
could mention an
and
inconsistency
hold up, because he addressed me. So all right, so I got you on that, and I ain't gonna argue with a man's preferences. Those are the preferences. That is what it is. So if you basing your preferences strictly on beauty, like you putting beauty above physical beauty above all of that stuff, are we saying that there are more beautiful women elsewhere than there are
Absolutely.
in the United States?
Absolutely.
All right.
Most other countries in the world have more attractive women than the U.S. By every measurement of how most guys determine what makes a woman attractive, and it's not really close in that regard. So yeah, absolutely to that.
If you really want to hear a lot of disgusting, crazy stories based on this smell subject,
I recommend YouTube.
No, but go research escort and review sites. Dudes that review escorts and streetwalkers and the stories you read on these forums. I mean, how they met this chick in the street, and she smelled like pee, and he still got head from her.
Nah,
and
I'm
all
good,
that.
thanks.
Yeah,
Well,
thank you.
Mel, which
I'm good.
escort?
I'm good,
Like,
dog.
they'll do
I'm
it
just
out
saying,
there,
bro.
but
If it becomes a pattern, it's a pattern, bro. Like you gotta ask
exactly.
yourself where you get
Well,
the chicks from.
That
well,
shows you
Mel,
they do
can
that. No
I
matter
ask
what the
you
woman
which
smells or look like, they
which
still
escort
smell.
magazine that you read regularly?
Bruh.
What you say?
Which escort magazine do you recommend?
No, it's not a magazine. It's an online site.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's the site? Could you put it in the private chat?
Yeah.
Do you have it bookmarked? Just take it from there and put it in the private
You're
chat.
exposing yourself.
All right, real quick, I'm gonna read Sheep Stay Sleep TV. Sheep Stay Sleep TV. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you. Before we move
I'm a
on,
fat nigga. I could take
I
two
want to ask
niggas.
y'all this. Okay?
What?
Because this is one of the questions I want to ask you guys.
That's a quote by Sheep Stay
Let's
Sleep
go
that I
with Mr.
remember.
Know-It-All because he's been waiting. Let's talk about the weight issue. So pretty much actually Ant, because you guys are up here. So I'm gonna ask you, Ant,
Did you call my
about
name?
the weight issue in the States. Do you think men are traveling overseas to get slimmer, more fit women?
Melvin, close your chat.
I don't think so. I don't think so at all because I mean there are slim fit women everywhere. I mean, of course you might see them more so overseas because people just indulge a little bit more over here. But for the most part, a lot of these dudes ain't gonna be honest. You know what I'm saying? Look, a 200-pound chick with some big old boobs, nice booty, whatever, they'll be all over her too. Let's keep it real. A lot of these dudes don't get no play, not from thin women, not from big women, not from no women, because they too busy on the internet talking all damn night. Let's just keep it real. You know what I'm saying? So it's not about that. It's about women, period.
But fact of the matter is, you said that you've never been overseas, correct?
Correct.
So then, really, you're just speculating. It's hard to convince somebody who's actually been overseas and experienced the difference that the difference they experience doesn't actually exist because in your imagination, you imagine it's different than it really is. I'm not one of
your experience would be different from the other person's experience. That's the whole point.
Okay, but there's
yes, your experience. You going
Hold
overseas.
Hold up, fellas. Hold up. Is my hold up, bro.
If it was just me,
one second, dog. Because y'all be hitting this personal shit with me talking about. Oh, but you've never gone overseas. I have married a foreign-born woman. Can y'all say that?
He said
and
it
if all
5
we
times.
talking about,
Exactly.
and if all we talking about, bro, hold up. If all y'all are talking about is the issues regarding women, if you talk, just like what Marty said earlier, if you talking about the tax breaks you getting, the networking that you doing, all of that other good stuff regarding just men being men is cool. But if it revolves around women, women are women. They got all of the same types of genetic damn makeup that women have. Everywhere.
So
beauty
that is what it is.
Wait, let Mr. Know-It-All go GC, and then you can go.
Yeah, Auntie. Yeah, then I'd like to respond to Auntie.
You married a foreign-born woman, and that's your proof that foreign-born women aren't better.
I've married and dated more than likely more of them than a lot of these passport bros is talking about. Straight up. And I'm telling you that women are women. That is what it is. If a woman don't respect you, she ain't gonna respect you. That just is what it is.
But you married a foreign-born woman, which implies that you found her better than the local women.
No, it doesn't.
I found her
it implies that he was in this masculine frame, and it doesn't matter what women they come from. It's overseas, over here. He still held this frame.
Masculine frame.
I always say also.
You caught that too?
Women are this. Hold it. I say it also too. Women are the same one way. Yes, they're different other ways culturally, but they still the same basic structure. If they don't find you attractive at all, period, because you don't have no masculine frame, they ain't messing with you that way. You're gonna want to be another
masculine frame.
Okay, so let's do it. Okay, so culture is really what makes them more physically attractive because if a person lives a vegan culture, then that would affect their physical appearance. So yeah, they are for cultural reasons more beautiful because Auntie was bringing up genetics are the same, and like their ship landed there and our ship landed here. However, their culture encourages them to look their best at all times because they're more competitive for men, as opposed to being more competitive in the workplace, making them, in many cases, far more beautiful women. In fact, I can't think of a country with fatter, less attractive women than right here. Now, as far as Mel was saying something about holding frame and that they can't be different. Listen, the women in West Oakland are different than the ones in East Oakland. And the women in LA is a lot different than the women in Mississippi. It's really you'd have to be obtuse to think that if a Mississippi woman is different than a Los Angeles woman, or a California woman, rather, state to state, that a California woman wouldn't be different than a woman from Colombia or Venezuela or something like that. Let's not do that. We do know that certain factors can make a group of right quick, Mel.
They are different
Right
other
quick,
ways,
Mel.
but it still starts over with you as the
Certain
man.
factors can
No
make.
matter where
Hold on,
that woman
Yo,
is from.
yo, Mel just blended in like a tune and instrumental. It's
because I
like
pushing
they
back.
Mel can
just
go ahead
added
and
snare in the background.
once
Like,
GC finish his point, then I want to hear from Mel, but I need to hear from Poppy because he's been quiet and patiently.
That motherfucker in the chat.
So go ahead.
Yeah. So whether it's for culture, which it primarily is, or environment, or just lifestyle, which is an extension of culture, there are going to be concentrations of both attractive and unattractive women in certain places, and unfortunately, America just so happens to have a higher concentration of unattractive women than they do attractive ones.
That shit is funny, yo.
Well, it's true.
A point, right?
I mean, it's 350 million people in here, so there's gonna be a whole lot of ugly ones.
Well, when I say concentration, I'm talking about like per capita. So basically, if you were to pull 100 American women at random, and you were to pull 100, say, Venezuelan women at random, you will have a higher percentage of unattractive American women versus Venezuelan women. That's what I'm saying. That's how concentration
That's a tricky one.
Subjective.
That's a tricky one because I happen to actually visit Venezuela in the past. See, it's right next to my country, Colombia. I used to have family in Venezuela. I went to Caracas, Trujillo, Zulia, and shit like that. I went to like 4 different states over there. So not everybody was pretty over there. So I don't know.
I didn't say that. Once again, okay. There's concentrations. There's a percent per capita is what we're talking about here, and percent per capita wise, it's better in Venezuela than, say, Mississippi. Have you visited Mississippi?
Yes, for basketball game. I used to play ball.
Okay, well, did you see some ugly women there?
All I remember, all them girls have fat asses over there.
Did you see any unattractive women there?
Oh, a whole lot of them.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that certain places have higher concentrations of unattractive women, ass or not, then certain places have, higher concentration of attractive women. That's why people make songs and they say stuff like LA face with the Oakland booty. Certain places are known for having certain things. And what I'm saying is, in my travels, America has a very high concentration of lesser attractive women.
I got a question
from your point of view also too.
He already said it was culture, Mel.
Yes,
didn't you hear that part?
Even in some cultures, some people might not find certain women attractive also too. So what's attractive to him?
That's what I was just about to say. That's all.
No, it's not. It's not subjective in the sense. Wait. Somebody was going to talk before me. Let me give them the floor first.
What Ant was trying to make also too. Women are the same everywhere, no matter where they're from. Cultural difference, no matter what. Women of other cultures raise their women a certain way because they expect their men to be a certain way. That's why they held a certain respected guard for them. And if you're not that man, they're not going to have you even deal with them. Japanese women are definitely like that, which I've researched that myself. You could be all this fantastic man you want for this Japanese woman, but if her mother and father said, "I don't want you marrying this dude," she gonna listen to her mother and father.
Yeah, it ain't gonna work.
Yeah, why you think she gonna do that, Mel? Why you think she gonna do that?
I got a question for Mel.
Told her not to do it. That's how they.
Yeah. Why do you think she listens to her parents?
Like I said, because they raised them that way.
Well, no, also because she believed that her parents got her best interest in mind.
Exactly. And the thing is that, again, my key word here is culture.
Yeah,
it goes back to the cultural thing.
Exactly.
Okay, if what you guys are saying is
that's
true,
what I'm saying. Yeah, but he's also too, if he doesn't hold the masculine frame, even with the dude that they don't like, but they see something wrong with him.
With the masculine frame,
They
bro.
don't want him marrying his daughter because he's handing his daughter off to this dude as his new protective guardian over his child.
What country?
Okay, let's do this. Let's
Hold
do
up.
this.
Can I get my question out the way, please?
Well, let me just say this
But
to Mel.
before you go, Great Bill, I just want, before you ask another question, I just want to say this. When you're talking about it's all about culture and everything else, okay, you talking of not y'all in particular, but most of these other passport bros, they ain't talking about going over there and adopting culture. They talking about the women are just easier. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go over there, you're gonna pull a woman, and then she's got to teach you her culture. So who becomes the leader in that relationship? She's not adopting your culture and adopting what you're doing, because your culture is fucked up. That's why you're running from it. Okay? So now she's the leader in the relationship, and we've already agreed, y'all have all said it. Women over there don't like that. They respect a certain type of man. Not the type of man that they have to lead, but the type of man that leads, comes in with his own damn culture. So if you ain't got that, then it ain't gonna work, which is probably why it ain't working over here. So y'all wasting your time with this shit. Work on yourselves.
Let me just say this because that was largely directed to me because I was mentioning the culture piece. The thing is that, yeah, okay. The thing is that following a person's culture is not following that individual. Like when a person converts to, let's just say a person converts from Judaism to Catholicism, and he's interested in a Catholic woman, or he's looking to marry a Catholic woman. She didn't invent Catholicism. So he's basically following the teachings of that, not the whole thing. And there's nothing wrong with leaving a shitty culture for one that is more prosperous. Now, one last thing to Mel, I wanted to ask. Mel, because we're talking about the difference in qualities of women. In your research, when you look at horror reviews or hooker reviews, did you notice that some cities have better reviews than other cities? Like some cities had like 3-star horrors, and other cities had 2-star horrors. Like in your research, did you notice that?
That's a damn good
There was
question.
nothing about cities. Period.
They got stats about that.
Yeah, they do.
Well, I never read it, but Mel can edify us on this.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the city itself. It's the individual.
This internet shit is crazy, bro.
And some escorts travel to different cities also too. So you get a 5-star review in New York, get a 5-star review in California. It's the person themselves.
But they do.
But Mel, it would make sense in New York because we got 20 million people in the city. So obviously the number it should look a whole lot different than goddamn Jackson, Mississippi.
Yeah, like I said, it's the individual themselves. Period. Yeah, because we got some fucked up shits over here too in New York also too from their point of view. But they go to Jacksonville, they may feel like there's more females to their standards.
Yeah, I give you like
not gonna work for every single guy. Too.
I find in New York become like a 7 or 8 in goddamn Iowa or Nebraska.
All right, we got 2 super chats.
Can I ask a question before I head off real quick to the panel?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead, bro.
Then we'll get to the super chats. Go ahead.
All right, so we've heard a lot about how these passport bros are unsuccessful with women in the States, so they go overseas and they're unsuccessful there, or they're tricking or what have you. My question is, in this whole controversy surrounding passport bros, who are the victims?
What?
Who are the victims? Yeah. Why is this so controversial? Who is being harmed by the passport bros?
All right, so yeah, if I can answer that first. All right. So as far as passport bros that are having issues with women, the dude that I came up here to debate, which was Marty Mcfly, just talking to him and based on just the stuff that he's saying, if I had to just take a guess, I don't think he's got the issues that most of these dudes are having with women. I just don't think he's got it because he focused on himself first, building, growing, and all of that. And more than likely, women are attracted to that. From what I know about women, you know what I'm saying? They attracted to a man that's on his damn purpose. Now, as far as who is the victim of this entire movement, I believe it's guys like the dude I came up here to debate, Mr. Marty Mcfly. Guys that is trying to just do positive things, travel the world. Guys like Poppy Blanco that's been all over the world, everything else. And now, because of what's going on with this hashtag and this movement, as soon as they step off the damn plane, they kind of got to deal with this damn label and this moniker. They got to prove, they kind of guilty to proven innocent. You You know what I'm saying? There's just black men traveling the damn world. Now all of a sudden, you're gonna be pretty much seen as somebody that's part of sex trafficking, sex tourism, and all of that, because the guys that's taking part in that seem to have the loudest voices. So that was just my question to somebody like Marty McFly. What he's doing, I respect everything, as long as what he's doing is true and everything else, which I have no reason to doubt him. You know what I'm saying? I got Alonzo Hall up here too to pretty much corroborate and confirm it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, shout out to him. But he, unfortunately, because he's lumping himself in with the same hashtag that everybody else is, hey, you know what I'm saying? He got to get a lot of the pushback that them dudes should be getting right now, and it's gonna have, and it's just gonna spread even more. So he kind of guilty till proven innocent when he steps off a plane because of what they doing. But go ahead.
So how does that work?
Well, I want to say this: you're guilty until proven innocent here. You're broke until proven otherwise here in the U.S. in the perception of women of all races and nationalities. So that's something that's unavoidable, whether somebody hashtags it or not. I don't know of anybody who's actually sex trafficking. I really don't want to know a person like that, but I really think that a lot of the negative stigma that are on passport bros. I'm sorry?
Jeffrey Heinstein. You know that?
Okay. So, yeah, I don't know who that is, but yeah, if that's the name of a person that sex traffics, then we know that there's a sex trafficker that exists. That's good. Now, what I'm saying. I'm sorry?
Epstein's another.
Okay. How are you guys defining sex trafficking? I'm curious.
Jeffrey Epstein, he's dead now.
Yeah, but he was doing human trafficking, bro.
We just using random examples. Epstein.
Yeah.
He asked. I'm just going on. I just want to keep the conversation going. I'm not trying to invade. I'm not trying to deter you.
Okay. So you're saying that this Epstein person was a passport bro that's sex trafficked, correct?
I didn't call him a passport bro.
So what I'm talking about is the negative reputation of passport bros. Please do not throw sex traffickers into that group who are not a part of it.
Hey, game changer. That's what I've been talking about, is the negative reputation of passport bros.
Exactly.
Guys like Marty McFly got to deal with the negative reputation because of these other dudes. What you gonna do about it?
Is that the negative reputation is coming from you. The negative reputation is coming from Gray Pill, who associates sex traffickers with the group. I'm saying the negative reputation isn't coming from the guys within the group sex trafficking. You know, the negative reputation, most of the negative feedback that I hear about the passport bros come from external sources. And then those same external sources say, hey, how come you group of lame ass losers that can't get pussy in the US aren't concerned about your reputation? See, that is kind of an oxymoron, because you're defaming the reputation just so you could say, look, your reputation's defamed, y'all should disband because of that. It's an interesting tactic, and it may work on some passport bros, I guess.
And have you noticed the lack of foreign women complaining?
Yeah, I noticed.
Bro. The business never complains about the customer.
Why would they complain?
Okay? Why would they complain about the customer?
Exactly.
They're getting paid.
So
that would be a real dummy. They complain.
So like Mr. Know-It-All said,
they're
if the merchant
satisfied.
isn't complaining and the customer isn't complaining, why are you guys complaining?
Exactly.
And what's there to complain about?
Exactly.
Before you guys go on, let me just read the super chats.
Yeah, I still have a question for Mel.
Okay, let me read them. Thank you, Marvel 318 for the $5 super chat. He says, "Great stream, pretty lady. Salute, Auntie. Respect to you, brother." And we have Shaka Nulu with the $5 super chat. Thank you. He says, "Smooth. Will you please stay in your masculine? Stay in your masculine frame." That's hilarious. All right. I think that's about it.
Okay, can I get my question out the way?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, cool. I'm gonna read it like a super chat, Mel. The question was asked. There's a lot of controversy going on because you asked it, and I don't think it was actually answered with clarity. Mel, the question is, shout out to Deborah. What is a masculine frame, sir?
What's a masculine frame?
Yes.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm not talking to you, sir. This question from Mel, sir. This question from Mel. Please don't
for the woman.
Yeah, Mel, tell us about masculine frame, man.
That killed me.
I need you to break it down right now.
A man that stands on his purpose, just like Aunt Eve also says also too. He takes a leadership role. He doesn't care what other people think about him. He does what he says he's going to do, stand on his frame. Either is it going to be his way or the highway. Or like my friend Charles Fulton always says, either I'll lead or I'll leave. If you don't want to follow his lead, he's going to leave, period. You cannot shame a man like that. Either you're going to follow his lead or you're going to say bye. He stands on his purpose. Like, yo, you're not going to be the main. Women get very confused. They're thinking that, especially as black men, we're supposed to make women the top priority and all that stuff. No, when a man's on his purpose, you're not his top priority. You're technically probably number 3 on that list, or even number 4. The top thing is his priority, his needs. Second to that, and everything is going to be probably his kids. You're probably going to be last on that list and everything. And you got to buy.
So wait, why you say his kids? Why you say his kids?
Because in most factors, most men get married, not just, take care of the wife, but they focus more on the kids because they're trying to protect the kids from other dudes outside that's trying to get in and try to attack them.
So that masculine.
We already know the controversy black men go through trying to get custody of their kids all the time, also too, and that aspect. I'm using that as an example, stuff like that.
So do you think that if those men are in the masculine frame, that won't happen? Do you think that if those men that are going through those battles with child support, if they were in the masculine frame, they wouldn't have those problems?
Well, in some cases, they did choose certain females to get pregnant and have them seed. One thing, like I said, masculine frame, taking responsibility for your own actions also too. It means being picky with the partners you choose to breed with. And we know most men, they don't pay a focus on the women they breed with most of the time.
So do you think that
we know they mostly sloppy with their seeds all the time? You know that for a fact. We all know that. So when you try to tell them certain aspects what to do, even try to get custody of kids, they mostly either give up too easily or stay fighting with the toxic baby mama they're always fighting with.
So you're saying it's a thing of vetting? If they would have vetted properly, then it wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, is it? That's part
really.
Of it. Mm-hmm.
I'm literally googling this.
I mean, we got to take responsibility for our actions also too.
That's true.
That's how some females don't do a lot. But we tell them also too. I think you complain about all these men, all that mess and all that thing. But you keep choosing these men. You keep choosing these same type of men over and over. Same thing goes for the men also too. Like, yo, you got to be responsible for the partner you choose. Even if you feel like she was the love of your life, but you're still responsible. That's what a leadership of a man also too is. Just like in a company. It's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to look at you as the boss. As you hire these people in your company, despite you doing your best you can to lead the company and function, but you're still a leader. They're still gonna look at you.
Hey, Mel,
do you think you can vet bitches better than Johnny Depp?
But Mel, you know why, Mel?
Yes, I can.
Mel, because they just
smooth trolling now.
Yo,
I'm serious.
I know
they
that's
just
why
love raw dick and Don Julio, bro.
Yeah, it's time to start trolling.
Go ahead. What you say?
I said, you know why they keep choosing the same nigga?
What?
I said, do you want to know why they keep choosing the same niggas?
Oh, we know that, yeah. You
break it down. Raw dick and Don Julio, nigga. That's why. That's all they want, nigga.
Real quick, triple black in the back. Can you cam up for me real quick?
Oh, be careful, man. This niggas like to show their dick.
Hey, Mel, I got a question.
No, she
Nah, could you show me the ceiling? That can be anybody. Show me your face.
What the hell?
Hey Mel, how do we get from a married man on his purpose and masculine frame to a victim sticking in raw dogging in court with baby mama?
No, my thing is, was that a scam likely? Was that you that asked that?
Yeah, that's scam.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, I want to know. I want to know about the masculine man in his frame and all of that stuff. They still got it all together. Like, family wise, kids is good, all of that shit. You understand me? And that's somebody that you would say is in this masculine frame.
Good question.
I don't do.
You don't know no man in your personal life that got his family well put together at all. Period.
You say what?
You don't know nobody in your personal life that you don't see that as an example at all. Period.
I think
outside of what you see on YouTube.
No, I absolutely do. I absolutely do, Mel. But the problem with that, the problem with that is that for everyone that I know 9 more that are fucked over. But they masculine frame too.
Let me ask you something this. Why you focus on the 9 more that got fucked over so much? Focus on the one that's more successful what you're trying to be at. what you want your relationship to mimic. That's
So
all
you
that
s-
matters. That's all that matters. I know
That's a good
I
point.
want the empathy for the 9-month also too, but you don't really know their story as fully as you think they did also too. So you gotta
Right,
That's a
focus
good
but
on
point.
one.
again, you want to focus on the minority. You want to focus on the minority. Again, the reality
Yes.
is that it's still one person to 9 other people. You
And
understand me?
that's
You
all
have
you
to.
need to focus on. That's the reality.
No,
I
no,
don't
no, no.
care
The
about
reality is that it's 9 motherfuckers. It's one motherfucker that made it and 9 motherfuckers that did not make
exactly.
it.
If you want, why don't
That's
you
the
Easy
start
on the
getting
reality.
square.
to that
Easy on the
small
square.
percentage instead of focus on the large percentage? That's the problem.
No, but what if
The large
the
percentage is
large
always correct.
percentage is the majority though?
Yeah.
But is that going to
That
be
means that
you?
our
You know what?
reality
Is
is
that going to
based
be
on the
you, brother? Is that
majority.
going to be you?
Everybody
If
focus
that's
on the
all you
victim.
focus on, then you know what?
Let's
If
shoot for the
Decide your
yeah,
sky.
focus.
yeah,
Focus on the victim.
I think I should just focus on the positive. You're right. You're right.
Let me ask
Nah,
this.
let's focus. Nah, focus on the
And
victim.
then
Let me
if
ask
I
this.
change the way I see things and the way that I see things change, yeah.
Let me
I
ask
got
Mel
you.
this. Mel, if 9 out of 10 planes crashed, would you fly?
What?
That's a
If
question.
9
You
out of
ain't hear him?
if
Yeah.
9 out of 10 planes crashed, would you fly?
If 9 out of 10 plans, I would go to
No,
Would you fly with the same
airline.
airlines?
Hold on, Scam. Hold on, Scam.
If you gonna be serious, or you want me to cuss you out? Because I'm in the.
Well,
Serious question.
I get
We
the
want you to
same
crash out like a
thing
plane.
I
It's
want
time
you
to.
to say yes
Bro,
or no.
are you saying 9 out of 10, or are you saying?
Question
Hold,
from Mel. Hold on. We'll
be
go around
He
the
real
ha-
with
room.
hold
you.
hold
on.
on.
I'm
He
not
has
gonna
an
do that, yo.
Is he
analogy.
saying 9 out of 10
He has an
planes or
analogy.
90% of planes?
You
Because
never asked about
statistically
it, man.
speaking,
Guys,
flying
Mel
is
is
the
talking.
safest way to
Mel is
travel.
talking.
I'm
Y'all
speaking
right now.
hypothetically,
It's
Anthony.
an
Y'all want to be
analogy.
serious? Be
I'm speaking
serious. If y'all
hypothetically.
want to be sarcastic, then we
He's
gonna have
speaking
yo, man. I don't want to
hypothetically,
do that
Mel.
tonight with Melly
Just
Fly.
answer the question,
Hold on.
Mel.
All right? Did you
Let's
hear
do it.
me?
No.
I
No.
I'm
spoken. All right.
control.
All right, don't
Oh,
answer
but
it then. GC, just get to the point.
Trolling time.
You don't want to.
well, no. I mean, so I didn't get the answer. Like, if 9 out of 10
I'm not
planes
gonna
crashed,
give you
would you
that
fly?
answer because I know how you acting. Now, if you want that another shot,
Wow,
I
Mel,
will do it.
really?
I will transform. So please don't bring that out of me. I'm not trying to be that way tonight.
Chill.
Yo, this thing about to turn the Hulk, yo.
Yeah,
Yo,
we're
Mel,
having a
it's
nice
just an
conversation.
example.
Yeah, we're having a nice conversation on the panel. Please don't mess my panel up. Nobody. That goes for everybody. Let's
No,
just have
GC,
a nice
rephrase the
conversation.
analogy. Don't use plane.
Yeah,
Use
just
something else. Use
yeah,
something
just
else.
ask him.
Okay.
Just
I'm
ask him
answering
a
Okay.
questions now. Go to another
Okay.
subject.
Okay. Fair enough. If 9 out of 10 apples were
I said
poisoned,
I'm not answering no more questions right now. Pick someone else on the panel.
I
I'm
okay,
think we
let's
got
do
our
it.
answer.
Yeah.
Just
Okay. So I wouldn't recommend that a person put themselves in a situation that's only 10% successful. And I most certainly wouldn't focus on the positive, which is why I don't play the lottery, because like you have about 80 million people that lose. And if you just focus on the winner, then you will be a person that perpetually plays the lottery and chronically lose. I think that with any statistic in any ratio, you should focus on both sides and weigh them accordingly. In fact, that's the basis of all statistics.
all right. Well, real quick before we go, let me just
I
read these super
disagree.
chats. I don't want to get lost with these super chats. So
You
thank
shouldn't look at both sides. Okay.
Hello.
My bad, Melody.
No, it's all right. So thank you, Shaka Lulu, for the $10 super chat. He said, "Are those your own thoughts or Faulkner's?" Who are you talking to?
It was talking to Mel because Mel, I think, referenced Faulkner earlier. So I wanted to know, are those Faulkner's thoughts or those yours?
Oh, Mel, you want to answer them?
I don't think he's answering questions right now.
Yeah, I think Mel is pissed.
Yeah, I can answer it, but go ahead.
Yeah, let me just move to the next question. Well, super chat. Thank you, DJ Nat, for the $5 super chat. He says, somebody said ninjas who always talking about masculine frame be giving out short strokes. Whatever that means. I don't know what that means.
Suspect, buddy.
No, he's saying bad sex, I think, when he says short strokes.
Oh,
How you know they're giving them short strokes? Were you filming it in there?
But thanks for that.
You wasn't the camera over there like this?
And Blaze, thanks for the $10 super chat. He says, is masculine frame sitting on a panel for hours worried about where Rondos
Randos, like random
Random?
people. Yeah.
Okay, randos are spending their time and money. This is hilarious.
I think that's for male too. Is it
Blaze,
masculine frame to be?
Blaze,
Yep.
shout out to your avatar, bro. Berserker all day.
What? This is a cartoon.
I don't know who
I'm
that
talking
is.
to you, bro. I'm not talking to you.
It's called Berserk. It's a manga, an anime, very
Why would
popular
you?
in Japan.
Don't do that because I know how.
Berserk.
Don't do that. Don't feed him no information. I know how. You
Grown man with cartoon.
Yo, I swear to God, yo. All right, nah, let me mute up. Yo.
All right, the next one. Thank you, Shaka Nulu, again for the $5 super chat. He says Mel can't. Why y'all picking on Mel? Come on now. Mel can't answer the questions because he can't hold masculine frame.
Bruh.
Yeah, y'all say I'm trolling yo Shaka Nulu trolling hard as shit, yo.
And Shaka Nulu again with the $10 super chat. Thank you. He says child frame. All right.
Wow.
Okay. Mel, you don't have anything to say, or are you just gonna ignore them?
Shout out to all the trolls.
Yeah, son, you just gonna let them come at you like that, son?
Mel is gonna be the bigger person and ignore him, right, Mel?
Troll Illuminati
That's
for
part of
life.
the frame. Yeah.
That's what I would do. Thanks. Thank you, everybody, for the super chats. All right, you guys can continue. Actually,
Now Smoot. Go
wait,
for it.
because there's a new person on the panel.
Oh.
Triple Black, aka Kodak Facts. What's on your mind?
This is crazy to me, man. I don't know in what arena somebody that's going to pay a premium for something that they can get cheaper. It makes no sense to me.
Oh, good point.
Auntie, like for instance, Auntie, you're in marketing, right? Like you're marketing.
I mean,
right?
if you're gonna ask me a question, I'm gonna answer that shit fully, dog. So
Okay,
just
so
let me
you
know
need
if
to
you're
tell me-
asking me a question and you giving me the floor, because I'll just let you finish until
I mean,
you are.
okay. I mean, if you had a client, right, and you were setting up marketing and shit like that for them, right, and they said, you know what, I want to get a VA. I can get a VA in the Philippines for a fourth of the price that I can get one in America. Would you advise those person like that business owner to go ahead and get a VA that you're paying 4 times more than you can get in the Philippines? Is that a smart decision?
Look, I'm gonna tell you what's not a smart decision. Okay, if you buying women any goddamn way, whether you do it in the United States or over there, all right, you need to separate yourself from those that aren't. That's simple. And those that aren't doing it need to separate themselves from you, because international sex tourism and sex trafficking is not a good look for black men abroad or here. Is that enough? So I get what you're saying. Why would I pay for something? Why would I pay more for something when I could pay less for it somewhere else? Why the hell, when it comes to women, why the hell am I paying it all?
Okay.
I agree with that.
But I mean, I think one of the things
because bad chicks like Game Changer talking about deal with broke dudes all the time.
But I think one of the things that you guys are not saying is you want black men to keep this race to the bottom. Like for instance, when other black men check out, it makes the same women that you are competing with less valuable. And I think that triggers you. It makes you mad. Like you just talk about it. Because the thing about it is you're going to be able to get much more. You're going to get much more for a cheaper price. So the women that you actually like, I think it's like an ego thing. Like, you know what? Let's keep these dudes competing for the same women that we want, right? You know what? They're already calibrated to choose whatever they want to. So if those dudes that are at the bottom check out and go somewhere else, guess what? It makes your women less valuable, and that shit really fucking fucks with you.
Bro, I've been able to date women from all over the world without having to go any damn where.
I know, but I mean, it is a simple fact.
Because I'm a man. And wherever I go, for the most part, bro, I don't have a problem dealing with women.
No, it doesn't matter if you have a problem. Does it make them less valuable or more valuable?
The hell are you talking about? A woman got as much value to me as what she brings. It don't matter where the hell she from.
Okay. All right.
You know what I'm saying? What does she bring to the table? All of them damn intangibles.
You have one woman, right? You got 10 dudes chasing her, right? That makes her really valuable. Now, if 5 less dudes chase that same woman, is she more valuable or less valuable?
Hold on, we moving the
Bro, I
goalpost.
don't know what the hell you
Yeah, now
talking
you
about,
moving
bro.
the
How
goalpost.
many dudes are chasing a woman does not make her more valuable to me. What kind of value does she add to
Come on,
my
it's
damn life? And
it's
what the
simple.
way
It's
other
supply and
dudes,
demand.
the regard that other dudes
It's
hold her
supply
in
and demand.
has no
It's
direct or
supply and
indirect
demand.
correlation on her value to me.
Hey,
What does she add to my life? Does she make it easier for me
oh
to
my
come
God.
home, or
It's
do I not
supply
even
and
want to leave
demand.
the damn parking lot?
It's
Okay, do I
supply and
want to have
demand.
a conversation with her, or do I want to get in my studio and just do a damn YouTube stream? Do I want to eat what she cooks, or does it taste like pure
Okay.
garbage? Does she
Okay.
show me
Does
damn
her
respect?
value
Is she an asset?
okay?
Am I able to sleep, or do I have to sleep with one eye open dealing
Answer
with
the
her because I
question.
don't trust her?
Does her
Those are the
value
questions.
go
That has
up?
nothing to do with whether or not there are 10 other dudes chasing her. I give a damn what other dudes are doing. All right, what does she bring to me? And that has
Yeah.
nothing to do with where the hell she's from or any of that. It has to do with who she is and her chemistry with me based on who I am. Because the nicest, sweetest, most feminine, fit, submissive woman in the world will be an evil, condescending bitch to a lame dude. That is what it is. And women just, no matter where they are, they just have antennas for that. Okay? They got a bitch nigga radar.
Okay.
They can smell it.
Does she become
Yeah.
less valuable if there's less lame dudes chasing her?
He just answered the question. He said,
No.
"Why would he care about any other dudes
Man, it
if he's
doesn't
already?"
fucking. I mean, it does. It does matter. He's just
No, your original
you're
question was
deflecting.
you asked him about him being his salesmanship, right? You mentioned about over the country. So even for me, again, I don't have the badge. He never went, but I'm like halfway there, right? So I've been out the country and I'm here in the States. I don't have all them badges tagged up like Poppy Blanco and fucking Marty McFly, but it still stands the same. If I know what I got over here, I'm gonna be that dude here versus I'm gonna still be that same dude over there. Now, since you want to put dollar amount on it, why would I come out my pocket $5 fucking grand just for a round trip, then come out another $5
No,
grand?
I just think
Hold on.
you because less dudes are putting vision on the same thing that you're putting
Hold on. Because you again, so if you asked him about a money problem in terms of what the value is, right? So I'm putting a dollar on it. So I'm gonna leave with that. Again, why would I come out of my pocket to travel across another country to try to get a woman when I can do that here, invest 5 to 10 grand and make triple that in the States?
Facts.
This is crazy. I really cannot.
I
got a question for
Auntie.
Y'all
Well,
crazy.
let me ask Great Pill this. What was the last investment you made that tripled?
Oh, I'd be easy. That was the when it was giving away the stimulus check. I used all that money and invested in that from stocks.
And it tripled?
Yes, I invested my money in airplane tickets and airfare.
JetBlue.
So let me get this straight. What
Was
particular
JetBlue one of them?
stock tripled during the stimulus check? I'm curious. I'm gonna look it up.
And the prices was going up. You didn't see that? You didn't see the price was raising? So when people's actually started free to fly,
if I could have it,
I know you test me, but I still want to stay on the question. But excuse me.
Well, I mean, are you going to pass the test? Like, I mean, which stock tripled? I'm curious.
Okay, what stock are you talking about? Because you're sitting there trying to shit test me. So I actually want to.
I mean, a stock doesn't have to triple. A stock doesn't have to triple for you to triple your money.
You know what?
Hey, if you know how the stock market works,
that's what I'm saying.
You can make money when it loses. When you know what I'm saying, when stocks drop. So
please run down. No, I'm curious. I'm curious if he could run down how he tripled his money. That's what I'm curious. If he could do that, Auntie.
All right, you got it.
Okay, so again, the question he asked was valuing.
But I don't want Smooth to lose his question because he had one for me after this. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So again, the question he asked Auntie was, "Hey, what's more valuable from over the States?" For he said VA from over here to there. So I was giving an example of what it is, since that's what he was talking about. So me coming out my pocket, wasting what I feel wasting $5 grand to go overseas to try to get some ass is ridiculous. So that's the point I was making. So now if you want trying to time out. Now, if you're trying to shit test me, I'm going to be in the same boat with Mel. I'm gonna ignore the question. Smooth, you go ahead.
Okay, fair enough.
It's a fundamental question.
And I answered yours. Did you answer Mel? Then you move. You changed. Okay. You moved the goalpost.
Let's just say that you made that investment and you tripled your money, right? What if, like, you look back, if hindsight was 20/20, right? You could have made that same investment and got let's just say 4 times as much,
Mm-hmm.
would you change that investment?
If the options was good for me, yeah.
Okay, then that's the same thing with passport bros. They can deal with women here. You know, you might hit the jackpot, but you know what? They can actually make a less investment and get more of the result overseas. It's a no-brainer.
All right, here's my pushback for that. The issue is, as men that are supposed to be making yourself better men, why the hell are you investing in women before you invest in your damn self?
Facts.
Exactly.
Okay, let me ask this.
No, it's not a. Oh, go ahead.
Let me just ask this because you're talking about better men. You just said that broke men get beautiful women here, so it doesn't seem like the man really has to invest in himself to get beautiful women here, right?
Just because he's broke don't mean he ain't investing in himself.
Okay, fair enough. But in that particular regard, financially, because we can also say that men who are out of shape get beautiful women here. Are men who are completely derelict in every way that a person would measure masculinity can get a beautiful woman here. So how is it requiring that a man invest in himself here? I'm curious.
I mean, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that question. I mean, it's required that a man has to invest in himself anywhere he goes, because that's
no. I get that, but what I'm saying is, you're saying that here, sticking with the women here forces a man to invest in himself, correct?
I'm not even going to tell. Let me just go back. I'm not going to tell men to stick with women anywhere. You can deal with women everywhere, bro. There's nothing wrong with that.
So you're saying that a man should invest in himself as opposed to traveling, but however, according to you, a man can get what he wants from women without investing in himself, correct?
Not true. That's not what I'm saying. I'm never going to say that a man should invest in himself as opposed to traveling. What I'm saying is a man should invest in himself as opposed to traveling for the sake of women.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying the whole time.
Exactly. I'm gonna solve this whole thing right now. Because Ron Wills just did a video of this yesterday. Perfect subject.
Oh God, Ron
Wills. Let me finish.
You don't think
have
men
a sovereignty
put a
mindset
premium
at every location? This
Boom.
applies.
Mel,
just
it
like
wasn't even your turn, man.
I was going, but oh man, please.
There are no.
Come on, man. You was quiet when niggas was asking you questions, man. Come on, man.
I'm going now. All right.
No, let me ask you a question. Because do you don't think men put a premium on certain characteristics when it comes to a woman?
Oh God.
You just asked another grown man to judge 10 men.
Yo, males put value in the female, period. Men don't put value in the woman, period.
A certain premium.
A woman has no value without us. Males do the opposite. That's the problem. Do you get it?
The premium for booty is now the inflation for the booty is now.
Yo,
who's
that? Who just said that?
I'm doing a statistical data analysis. The statistics of booty is now.
You're trying to deflect now. It's all good. I'm just saying you can answer the simple question. You don't think men put a certain premium on certain characteristics on women?
Yeah, they do.
It's amazing, man, how y'all put values and dollar amounts on women, but you can't put values and dollar amounts on yourself.
Exactly.
Yes,
and I'm not talking about y'all in particular. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying if it is not the entire movement, because hey, I done had passport bros like Marty McFly, whatever. I cannot argue with the reasons in which they traveling. It seems like hey, the man's on top of his game. He's doing his thing. So I'm pretty sure dudes like that don't have these issues. I'm just saying you got to wear the black eye for dudes that's saying, look, I'm traveling because women are just easier.
But if you're a 6-figure dude, you think you're gonna go dumpster diving? Come on, man, that's crazy.
YouTube talking point.
Already on point. Man. Hey, Auntie, I was going to ask you something real quick.
Go ahead. Don't lose your thoughts. I know you've been waiting, bro.
And kind of like, and it's kind of like three in one now. Number one is if you did, first of all, in your previous marriage, right? Was you say your ex-wife was foreign born and everything?
Yeah.
Oh, you had two.
Two. Yeah.
Okay, so
one
for the one that
one was foreign. She was from
foreign. Okay, yeah. Okay. So for the foreign one, right? Was she living in the U.S. before you met her, or did she partly grow up in the U.S. before you met her? And also, do you think that your relationship with her may have lasted, say, if you was living in the country where she was from, or say, for example, you kept her in the country over there, you was going over there periodically and stuff, so you didn't bring her over here?
Well, that's actually. I mean, I'll get a little. I didn't. I know we wasn't really supposed to get too personal, but that's one of the reasons why we split. You know what I'm saying? She wanted to pretty much spend like 4 to 6 months a year over there. You know what I'm saying? And I'm American, so I was like, if you're gonna go back and forth, I ain't going back and forth with you. We were young at the time, so I was still, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to college and all of that other stuff. So, you know what I'm saying? That was just a mutual part in the ways. We got married and annulled it pretty quick.
Okay, got you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a question, please. This is Johnny from the Trolluminati. I just want to know the gross domestic product statistical analysis from the last 5 years of international booty. Because there seems to be a lot of statistics going around about the 6-figure man and the high value. And you can't get any booty over here.
Find him, y'all. He does this a lot on every channel. He's the known troll.
Nah, but what I wanted to...
Here's the deal, man. Here's the deal, bro. Here's the deal, man.
How does this work?
No.
Please explain it to us.
The majority of this shit that we be talking about this shit, bro. People don't talk about this shit in real life. Let's be honest, man.
That is true.
Not like, bro. I have never sit down with any of my friends and talk about passion for bro. We just get up by the goddamn thing and we go where the fuck we want to go. That's it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Now, listen, and I was just talking about it with my friends this other live stream, whatever, right? Well, like who do you think was the biggest person on this space and for the past 2 years?
Kevin Samuels.
Bingo.
Kevin Samuels.
I promise you, I probably don't ask about 20 girls that I know personally, right? That I done 2 days or whatever, right? I asked them if they know about Kevin Samuel. None of these bitches know who the fuck Kevin Samuel was. None of them.
My uncle knew, and that was weird.
Yeah, because your uncle, he old, probably. That's why.
Yeah. Uncle probably watch YouTube.
Now, what I'm trying to say is a girl that is good looking in between 20 to like 32, they're no into none of the shit that we be talking about, yo.
Yeah.
This is like if I start telling the girls that I be dealing with about this shit, she's gonna look at me crazy. Talk about this, stand on your square, sis. Yeah. None of this, yo, bro.
Yeah, but that's the game shit though. You can't conflate the two. You can't conflate the two.
But here's the thing, bro. Listen.
You're kind of putting both things in the pot right now.
I've been listening to you for the whole past, and I haven't said nothing. So let me get this out, yo.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
I probably don't took out 600-700 hoes on dates, my nigga. I promise you, not even one bitch ever asked me how much money I make. None of them.
I second that.
Wait, I want to ask him a question.
He didn't ask you were you on your purpose?
No, let me ask him a question. As a black,
I was on a purpose together.
That's because you were in your masculine frame. That's why.
Hello, I'm talking. I wanted to ask him. Sorry. I wanted to ask him, as a Black Colombian man, how do you feel about American men going over to Colombia and being with your women? Do you feel like they're taking advantage of them?
Your women.
No, that's New
York. The Colombian women. That's what I mean, because he's Colombian.
Yeah, I feel that the next time y'all niggas going over there, let me know so I can get your ass kidnapped for $5,000 random. That's what I want. Not just hey.
Yeah, you see, because I don't know you, I'm actually going to take you serious. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Yeah, that part.
So let me know, send me your information so I can have one of my uncles to arrange that and kidnap you as real quick for $5,000.
Name one black man that would say the same thing.
Hey, Papi,
name one black man that would say the same.
No, but on the serious,
you said an answer. Yeah, go ahead.
Name one black man that would say the same.
On some serious note, man, I honestly don't care, man. I can go fuck with them hoes for all I give a fuck.
No, I can't even see myself saying the same thing that you. I mean, it says something about you. For instance, if a Colombian man was like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna travel over, to America to get a black woman or whatever. I'd be like, there's no black men that are gonna be like, go ahead. I mean, you know what? We're gonna kidnap you. Come on, man, that's crazy.
Hey, look, my issue. My issue is this, Triple, and to go to what Poppy said. I don't think it's disrespectful to the women over there to say that. I don't think it's disrespectful to the black women over here to say that. It's disrespectful to the men. It's one thing to say, look, I'm going to go over there, I'm going to get me a Colombian woman. Cool, yo, you do you. But you say, look, I'm going to just go over there because the Colombian women are easy and they just want a bunch of black men. Now you saying that, yo, I'm going to just take they women and they men ain't going to put up no kind of fight. But yet you telling me the culture is just balanced around masculinity and manhood and they just respect it so much, but you have so little respect for the men that your non-cultured ass can just go over there and just pull their women like they ain't even there. You telling me, and not just pull their women, you gonna pull the upper echelon, most valuable women over there.
But
they just want you. That's what you're saying, and you're gonna do it without any pushback from the men over there whatsoever.
But
right? You know y'all boys from the US ain't built like that. You can't even colonize and conquer your own block. How the hell you gonna go colonize or conquer damn Colombia or Venezuela or some damn third world country in damn the Philippines or Asia or whatever the hell the case may? Get the hell
wrong,
out of
Auntie.
here,
They invest in that VA. You're wrong, Auntie. They invest in that
Some of
VA.
what you're saying is not realistic. It's not like there's a whole blitz of 5,000 men going to come. We're going to take all the women. No. But there can be one dude who goes over, has the time, and meets a woman, and that's it. And they're not talking or scrambling through some forest with a whole bunch of Colombian men. Who are you? Are you the chosen one? That's TV.
You know, I wish that we had this fire that we assume that Colombian men have when other groups of people come and take our jobs. Just saying.
How do you take somebody's
this
job?
is what I'm gonna say before I go, bro. Like, look,
how do you take a person's job?
I go to Colombia.
The same way you take a person's woman. See, you know how these guys aren't actually going sleeping with other people's wives, as far as I know. So they're not actually taking an individual. Right quick. They're not actually taking an individual person's woman, but they are going and finding vacant women there. A person comes here and find vacant jobs, and Americans don't do shit. So all this fire, like all this fire that we talk about that the Colombian man has, like, listen, we don't even have that for our jobs.
No, that's not a we thing. That's an individual thing. That's their problem.
Individuals don't have that same fire there. So
hold on, sound like a look.
I have a job. That's their problem. Who don't want to work?
I don't care.
So they have a woman, and that's their problem.
I still go to Colombia I still go to Colombia once every year because only my grandparents live out there. So I still got to go over there, stuff like that, right? I don't be seeing too many niggas going over there, I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know. I mean, so what I'm trying to say is simple. I think the numbers are so low that it's insignificant. That the numbers is so low that I can make an argument that more bitches go over there to get their booty done than actually niggas go over there to meet with girls. I can make that.
YouTube makes it seem like 50,000 black men are all over there right now.
Because when I jump on them planes, hold on one second, because I'm about to go. Give me 1 second.
Papi, where do you live?
When I jump on the planes to go to Cali or Medellin or Cartagena, one of those three cities.
What I'm saying is, brother, what I'm saying.
Yo, hold on 1 second, bro. I'm about to go. Give me 1 second.
Let him finish, game changer. Even when there's a critical mass of something, there's still no pushback from the locals. Just like there's a critical mass. Like I know that brothers from the US, that passport bros, don't make up 17% of the Colombian population. However, if they did, I suspect that the results would be the same as it is here.
Well, I remember about a year and a half, or it wasn't last summer, it was the summer before. So it's almost 2 summers. It was this black guy from Ohio, this African American kid. He sold everything, moved to Colombia. They clap buddy over there. And that was pretty that was pretty popular. I didn't even have a YouTube. I wasn't even on YouTube at that point, but I remember I heard about the story.
Doug, imagine how
Yo, Poppy, where do you live? Where do you live, Poppy? Where do you live?
Imagine how big of a sucker you
I was raised in New York.
Imagine how big of a sucker you would be in the United States. You'd be like, hey, you know what? If foreign dudes came and fucked our bitches, we're gonna clap them. Come on, man.
Doing it.
That's some sucker shit right there.
No. Here's the way it goes. More than likely, the way it is not. Foreign dudes want to come over here and fuck our chicks. We gonna charge them.
Poppy
That's the way it
he's
is.
knocking them down.
Okay, you're getting charged.
Most black men wouldn't give a
Nah,
fuck.
man. Not with OnlyFans around. Not with OnlyFans around.
No, I'm just saying you can spend your money however you want all over the damn world. I'm just saying, how the hell is a group of dudes that's gonna sit over here and don't even have stable enough careers and businesses to the point where they complaining about foreign men taking their jobs? It's going to go over to a foreign country and take their women. How in the hell? This no game changer just mentioned foreigners are taking their jobs, but yet you won't go over there and take their women?
I'll answer your question. Imagine going on a panel
I'll answer your question.
Complaining about a foreign dude taking
a man.
He just said it.
Man. Right quick, fellas. Right quick. A man on his purpose values his job over women. Furthermore, hold on, brother. Furthermore, because we're talking about men. We're talking about men coming to this country and taking our women, and we will charge them. Now, when I was visiting a friend of mine in Santa Rita, there was a Sereno guy, and he had a black woman visiting him, his girlfriend. I want you to go charge him.
What the hell? Oh my God. I ain't never heard nothing.
No. We're in the business of checking people who come and fuck our women. So go check that guy.
This is the dumbest thing I heard in YouTube.
Exactly.
Nobody would give a fuck about a foreign
exactly. That is my point with the Colombians.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were serious. My bad. Because I be hearing some stuff in these streets. My bad.
So yeah.
What black men care?
Oh,
black
go ahead.
What I'm saying is like, no, I'm serious. A serious question. Will black men care? Black men don't care about black women getting
pro-blacks would. The pro-blacks would. All day, every day, yo.
What I'm saying is,
I personally don't care. It's enough women to go around from all over the damn world. It's just my point is this: you telling me that these women are so submissive
is ridiculous. I'm saying
that. No, you telling me that these women are so submissive to manhood, masculinity, and so dedicated to their culture that they'll let you. That knows nothing about their culture.
Let's go and charge all of the investors. Let's charge.
That knows nothing about their culture. They'll just totally bypass the men in their own country for you. And you're telling me that upper echelon of women, because you yourself just said earlier that you put a value on physical beauty above all. So you're telling me that you can go over there and pull the baddest of the baddest of the bad. And the men over there that have already adopted their culture that you're claiming that they're so submissive to, they're just going to bypass them and go straight to you.
Hey, Aunt T, some stuff you're saying is legit, some of it's not.
Aunt T, one thing that we're leaving out here, and I hear a lot of the points that you're making, and you can tell that you get a lot of points from, the wrong type of niggas that promote the whole traveling thing. Again, the thing is that, again, and even if you're a man on your purpose and you're self-actualized and you got everything in order, you know what I'm saying, you're on the top tier of the self-development chain and shit, right? Mm-hmm. There is still a chance that when you get with a chick, no matter how well you vetted her, right, you're likely to, fall victim to, the whole legal shit. If she ever decides that, if she wakes up one day and she's like, you know what, I ain't feeling this shit no more, I'm out and I'm taking half of your shit. There is nothing you can say. There's nothing you can say. There's a chance for it happening, right? Mm-hmm. It might not happen, but there's a chance that it happens. And, again, that's why we bring the statistics into play, because now we start seeing that there's a trend of that shit. 70% of people divorce, blah, 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 right? So for a self-actualized man, let's put it that way, right? He has the chance, if a family and children is what he wants, he would tend to find that or get that outside of a Western country. I'm not only going to say US, it's US, UK, Australia, where you guys would consider the Western world, like Western culture. You understand me? And the reason for that, again, is because of that keyword culture. Western culture has evolved to a part where The woman can do what she wants without shame. She can sleep with who she wants without shame. She can look however she wants without shame. She can smell however she wants without shame. And as a man, you just got to take it. You understand me? However, in these other cultures, the feminism part, you know what I'm saying, which is the big F word and all that stuff, has not seeped in to the culture to the point where it is changing the mindset of most of the women in those places. Now, if you go to the main cities and all of that stuff, you're likely going to meet what you're already used to where you're from, because those are the places that are more westernized. You understand me? So also, if you are looking to have a family and all of that stuff, those are likely not going to be the place you're going to look for a wife for, if that's what you're out there to do. But it's just that your chances for actually having the nuclear family that you so want, if that's what you want, you will have a better chance of finding that elsewhere. Why? Because the cultures in these countries still value what a nuclear family is, and they still hold on to those traditionalisms that we have let go, that we in the West have let go of. Now, it's not to say that it's never going to get there, because we don't know 10, 15, 20 years down the line, you know what I'm saying? They might be super influenced, like a lot of countries in Africa, for example, are as well. You understand me? And the women start talking like the chick that was trying to get Austin into trouble. You understand me? But again, it's like the majority of the people. That's why I was putting so much emphasis on majority. The reality of the people over there is that if you want a family, you are more likely to still have a family, what you're looking for. But those chances in the US are much slim, because we live in the hookup culture now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean,
hold that thought 1 minute, because I got a lot of super chats I want to get to. Mr.
Hey,
Nolan.
Melody, I got to drop down. I just want to.
Go ahead. You can go.
Yeah.
And then,
I was just trying to. Everybody was talking, but yo, Auntie, nice meeting you.
Shout out to you, bro.
Yeah,
I sub to you too, bro.
Oh, that's what's up. I'm gonna sub to you back. Good conversation. Hopefully everybody on the panel be safe out there. If you're traveling, if you're being domestic, it's all good. Yeah, I love to come back, Melody, and we'll do another thing. We'll put it together.
Okay, definitely. We have to do something. I want to actually have a whole panel of like passport bros. Because I'm just so interested in this. This is like, I don't know. I like it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
before you go to the super chat, Melody, I just want to go to what Smooth said.
Join the passport trolls.
All right, y'all can go ahead and talk about
what
Smooth said, and then I'll move on.
Yeah, I just want to just go to that, because I agree with him. But this is one of the reasons why I say work on yourself first, because you're absolutely right. There's a lot of dudes that can work on themselves, be the best man that they can be, make a bunch of damn dough, have their network right, have all of their moral compass in order and everything. And there's still some women that's going to walk them, you know what I'm saying, just pretty much just drag them through the mud. Is that more likely to happen in the United States of America than elsewhere? Possibly, maybe. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even going to disagree with you on that. But at the same time, if you work on yourself, you be the best man that you can be. When you know your worth, you can name your price. You know what it is that you will and what you won't tolerate. Okay? So if you don't have all of your ducks in a row, if you don't have all of your eggs in, you know what I'm saying, all of your, everything just in a row, in line, you're not going to be able to get rid of that chick sooner. You know what I'm saying? She's going to end up ruining your life. And that doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? That the same rules apply no matter where you go. But if you're a man that's on his purpose, you got everything together, you're going to know, man, if this chick ain't going to fall in line, that's it. She's going to fall behind. She got to get the hell up out of here. I'm on to the next one.
Exactly.
That's it. Right. But these dudes is like, they can't go on to the next one because they ain't got their own stuff in order first. That's why they think it's the issue of the women. Get your own stuff in order. And trust me, through trial and error, you would have got what you was looking for. More than likely. And sometimes that does come from overseas. Sometimes it comes from Miami. Sometimes it comes from Iowa. It can come from anywhere, but you got to be moving a certain way to even be around that. But if you're just on the internet talking shit all day, chances are you ain't getting nothing.
And T, what should a man get?
If you're a millionaire,
hold on, right quick.
You're still going to
brother. What can a man get in order? What should a man get in order, Auntie?
All right. So there are certain things that just make a man a man. And as different men, we're going to have different standards, moral compass, all of that. But I believe, number one, you got to have your finances in order. Number two, there's structure, there's order. You know what I'm saying? There's discipline, there's knowledge, there's wisdom, there's rational thought. And then above all, the chick just got to trust you. She got to trust your leadership capabilities and qualities and all of that stuff. So it doesn't mean that every single woman that you want is going to give you that. I agree. But if you got all of those things in order and you are on your way in the right damn direction, anybody that's not on that direction with you, you about to get rid of her. That's it. She ain't gonna fit into your life, no matter who it is.
Yeah. No, I understand. So I'm gonna just stick with the first thing that you said, finance in order. You mentioned earlier that a broke man can get with an extraordinarily beautiful woman here in the States. So why does a man need to get his finances in order?
I mean, some men don't have to get their finances in order. Some men don't.
So it's just some men that do. So when you say men should focus on their masculinity, you mean to put the word some men should focus on their masculinity here?
No, I think all men should, but like I said, everybody's gonna have different men are gonna have a different list of things that I just said.
Oh, because I was
it doesn't make them any more. It doesn't make them wrong or anything like that. They're just not me.
So I was talking about the list of things that the plurality of men should focus on, and finance was on the first of that list. But
I would say, finances. But there are some women that don't give a damn about that, bro. They just prefer structure, order, knowledge, wisdom, leadership qualities. You know what I'm saying, and the ability to be a good father.
Most women don't give a fuck about the money, man. Like that's some internet bullshit. I know plenty of broke ass niggas that get some badass bitches left and right, bro.
Yeah. So that being the case, I don't see why you're saying that if you get your shit together and finance being on the first of the shit together list, that the women will fall in line because you're just such a shit together dude, when apparently they fall in line for guys without their shit together.
Can I clarify that?
This is so before you do.
Yeah.
They fall in line for guys they want to fall in line with. That doesn't change across the border.
You can afford to
doesn't change across border lines.
I judge other men. No, you can afford to get a $500,000 like a $500,000 house, right? But you want, I guess, out of some moral shit, to get a 250 just because. Come on, man, that's crazy.
Hold on.
If you can afford it, you're gonna get it.
Hold on. Yo, Melody, you still here?
That's stupid.
Yeah.
How you ever messed with a broke ass nigga before?
No.
You never messed with a broke nigga?
Probably when I was younger.
I mean,
you
have you ever messed with a broke nigga?
Melody singing those scrubs in front of the mirror, yo.
I'm talking about like a teenager.
I got judging other dudes, though. I got judging other men, though.
She's talking about like a dude with no job. I think Poppy is just like, look, you dealt with an average dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, all women have.
Average,
he ain't one of them 6-figure dudes.
Not broke, but average, yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. I know some women that, look, you could be broke, but as long as you got some ambition, some motivation, she'll fund it.
Exactly.
She'll fund it because she believes in you.
So here's
the deal, bro. Let me tell you something. Women, bro, they only make it real easy for the niggas that they want. That's it, bro. If this nigga, if this motherfucker, if you are the guy that they want and you happen to be holding up, building up, whatever, but your pockets ain't fluffy like that, guess what? She gonna still fuck with you.
If be Pookie.
Like I said, when I say get my finances in order, hold up. When I say get your finances in order to make yourself more of a man, that's something that works for me. Not because I need my finances in order to mess with women or any of that stuff. It's because me having my finances in order gives me just a certain level of confidence when I walk out the damn house every day. It's because I know that hold up. It's because I know that I done accomplished something. And not only that type of energy just omits off of me. So sometimes me having my finances in order could just be me having an extra $50 in my damn account this damn week. It doesn't matter. That woman don't need to know how much I make or any of that. I just don't make confidence because I know I can go out and make money. I can do that. I can do it in the world. I'm a winner at life. When you're a winner at life, people just tend to gravitate towards you, and it ain't just women. It's all types of networks and all types of different people that are going to gravitate towards you when you're just a winner at life.
If a 10 costs less than a 5, you think?
But you're telling me that losers in life can just go stamp their passports and magically not be losers anymore? That's crazy.
God.
If
Yeah,
you
they
are
lame.
suck in America, you will suck us somewhere else.
If a
Let
10
me
costs
read my
less than a
super
5, you
chats
just gonna
because
you're gonna
they're
take
Hey,
the
super
$5
chat
out of
time,
the
fellas.
car.
Super chat, super chat.
Let
We
Melody
all
go.
come
Later.
second to the money.
All right,
We all
Fabi,
come
take it,
second to the
Melody.
money.
to the
All
money.
right.
I know I
I'm about to
sound.
pass up on my way into the club right now.
I'm sorry,
Go
I
ahead,
sound
Melody.
stuffy. It's dry heat.
Go
I
ahead.
apologize, y'all, but bear with me. So, Mr. Know-It-All, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. He says, "How does one separate themselves from the tricking passport bros? Exactly, or vice versa?"
Oh, I know how. I'll
How?
answer that.
Go ahead.
By not watching them or talking about them and just ignoring them altogether. I don't know why brothers complain about it and then say we're separated. But yeah, that's the answer to that.
Dudes,
Remember, Auntie,
dudes
that's
go
what
to
I said
Miami.
earlier.
Dudes,
Why do people care?
Dudes go to
Super chat, Melody.
Miami.
Give us another super chat
Regular
too.
is trick.
Come on, one at a
Regular.
time, man. Dang.
Regular tricking in
Fellas,
Miami.
come on.
Regular tricking.
One at a
No
time.
smoke for them.
Hey,
Fellas.
triple. She's still reading.
Yeah, Mills36, thank you for the $2 super chat. He says, "A full house late night, I
That's
see."
me. He does
Yeah,
me.
thank you. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it.
All right, one at a time. Y'all talking over each other.
No, she still has some.
He's still reading, man. Calm
Yeah,
down.
no, I'm getting to the money.
Yeah.
So the Art of Will, thank you for the $5 super chat. He says,
Now be getting
"Congrats
that
on
bag.
getting
Nigga
monetized."
still talking.
I've been monetized. It's just that tonight is a full house. But thank you for
Nigga,
that.
I've been getting money. Fuck is you talking about?
Yeah, I've been getting
Right?
it.
He knew,
Damn.
Smooth. He knew.
I'm trolling, bro.
Next one.
That's
Get
the
off her
Chinese
dick.
guy. He's cool.
Next
people.
one.
Thank you so much.
Oh, that's him, the one that brought down Melanie King.
Yes, that's him.
yeah.
All right.
Wait. What
Next
happened to
super
Melanie
chat,
King?
She's still
I'm
reading.
not-
Let her continue with the
No,
super
that's a rabbit
chats.
hole.
Nothing.
Let me
Nothing.
continue.
He got to talk about that.
Where is it? I'm looking. See, this is why I like to read them fast.
There's one from Colombia.
I'm going down real slow so I can find it.
Be quiet, y'all.
Damn, where's the super chats? Oh, Mr. Know-It-All. Thank you, Mr. Know-It-All, for the $5 super chat. He says, "Nobody in real life cares about passport bros. So not even Marty is negatively affected by the passport bros. There are no victims."
Can I say something about the passport?
Gotta get them super
Oh,
chats.
yeah, let me just get these super chats read and then you
All
can.
right. I got a quick thing. It's just simple. Nothing
Super
quick.
chat.
Yo, Fair, my man didn't even listen at all.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, you can. Yeah, get to it after this. But thank you, Primetime VA. I keep saying Primetime. That used to be his name, right? That was his name before.
Yeah,
Thank you, Prime VA 757 for the $5 super chat. He says, "It's not uncommon to be able to pull a strata 5 or 6 as long as you have your ish together." That's true. I heard about that.
What do you mean by that? No.
A strata 5, I think that's in Colombia, where the women, I guess the higher the numbers, the more money the women have, or something like that, or the prettier they are. Somebody can educate me on that.
I got something to say about the passport.
I don't know. You just had one brother from Colombia leave, so I mean, it's in the air. Appreciate the super chat, bro.
I gotta get on them.
No, you missed one more though, Melanie. It's one from Andre and Andre. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. They're from Colombia.
Oh, that's
Andre and Andrea Love Crossing. Thank you for
$20,000.
No, it's not 20.
Andre's a perfect example right
It's
there.
$4. Calm down. It's
It's
$4.42 US.
No, Andre's a perfect example. He went out and looked for he had game over
Melody,
here.
the super chat. The super chat.
Oh, you
Melody.
still read
Hold on.
read it, we can
I
get
want to just confirm: is that 20,000 Colombian pesos?
Yes, that's
Yeah, it's
$4.42
like $4.
US.
Yo, that's what's up.
$4.42 US.
How much is
$4.42 US. $4.42 and 42 cents US.
That's what's up.
Yeah, he always supports
Go ahead,
me.
Melody.
Thank you so much. He says, "I've been married to a gorgeous corporate tax accountant in Cali 6 years." Oh, she's in Cali? I thought they were in Colombia.
Cali, Colombia. Cali, Colombia.
Oh,
There's a
Cali,
place in
Colombia.
Colombia called
Because
Cali.
if he got himself a California girl, I would have had to tax him.
I gotta get on the
I would
passport.
have to charge him.
Auntie, what you gonna say?
I would have had to charge him.
Finish reading, please.
I gotta get on.
Hold on. If you're a good man, Colombian men introduce you to good women. You don't have to so-called take the women.
I gotta get on their ass.
Now Cali is a part of Colombia. Okay.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. If you're a good man for the most part, you know what I'm saying. A lot of men are going to introduce you to their sisters. They're going to introduce you to their sister-in-laws. They're going to introduce you to the single women around them. If you're a good man, but if you're just a trick, you're going to get charged a fee.
Well, I just got a question. Why the passport dudes don't go to rich countries? Why they always go to rundown countries?
They do, nigga. They do.
They don't go to no rich country. They never go to. I never heard
what's a
them
rich
going
country
to
to you?
France or
Can you name
London.
a rich country?
They always go
Yes,
to
they
certain
do. They
places.
do go there as well.
No, they don't.
Time out. What's a rich
No,
country
they
to you?
don't.
One MC lives in fucking London.
Hold on. What's a rich country to you? What's a rich country to you?
Like France and London, they always in the rundown countries messing with single mothers. They might as well stay in the U.S. and mess the project.
Hey, bro.
Oh, yeah. He saw. Wait, hold. The chat
How
right
about
here.
they go where they want to go?
Hold it.
How about they go where they want to go?
Prime said the strata system is a class system. Yeah, like that's a fact. What he's saying.
They go over there and trick. Man, y'all know what it is. They
They
ain't looking for nobody.
Then hold it. Let me finish.
Have you been in
If you're in the lower,
I don't want to go over there. I don't need to go over there. I can get women here. I don't need to go over there.
A dude that never been nowhere and talking about what's going on.
I don't want to go over there. That dirty ass country.
They go to Vegas and trick.
I ain't trying to go over there, man. Dirty country, man.
Y'all mad though? Y'all weirdos. Y'all mad?
Let me read the
can't
super
shut the
chat.
fuck up.
Super chat. Love read the super chat.
So Prime VA
Yeah,
757, thank you again for the $5 super chat. He says the strata system is the classic system in Colombia. Higher the number, the higher class she's in. 1 through 6.
I think he's talking about caste.
Colombia. They don't go no. That's the only places they go. Brazil, DR, and Colombia. The trick and mess with dirty women.
Then,
Ladies and
and then
gentlemen.
They
Prime
mess
VA
with dirty
757,
women.
thanks again for the $5 super chat. He says plenty of black men go to Germany, Japan, Norway.
I never heard.
What's he talking about?
Yeah,
I never heard that.
I never heard that, so it never happened.
You're talking over weirdo.
You're weirdo. We have John Dustington.
Yeah, there's some weirdos that cross.
You got a passport? You a weirdo.
Yeah, there's some weirdos that cross the border to Tijuana to go trick. So talk about them.
Oh, y'all go over there. Y'all might as well stay in the U.S. Why y'all stay in the U.S.?
Yeah, we're stay over here, man. Never been in the homegrown, man.
I believe they're trying to go over the seas to get away from you.
And y'all keep talking about black women, but like if y'all love y'all Spanish women, why y'all keep talking about black women for?
Nobody talk about black women.
Yes, I do.
See. Now you got a point there. You see?
Well, you do realize that a woman can be both black and Spanish, right?
Thank you.
Y'all were always talking about black women. Like y'all got y'all overseas ladies. So why y'all keep cover that black women?
Most of them ain't talking about them though. That's
in 6 weeks.
I keep doing interviews.
We actually had an entire panel without mentioning black women. I don't think
you're the only one.
Mentioned black women.
Yeah, nobody mentioned black women.
Hey man, if you got a passport, you're a weirdo, man.
But he go over there and get smacked.
Fucking with the dirty bird, man.
Austin didn't even mention black women either. What are you talking about?
Wait. You get robbed over there.
You get robbed, nigga. You get robbery over there, dude.
Hold on. I'm sorry. You said that you could go over there and get
Y'all niggas, man. Found out you were broke.
No. I want to hear what the brother. Hold on, Scam. I like to hear what the brother said.
Yeah, I am. I'm broke pookie. But they love me though.
Yeah, I get that. What happens when you go over there? You go over there and get
y'all niggas get robbed over there. Y'all some lame.
Okay, let me ask you this. Has a black man ever been robbed by an American woman?
They get robbed here too. Like, what's the point of going over there? Y'all lame over there. Y'all scared to bring them back over here because they're gonna find out y'all lame. Why y'all bring them back over here?
Answer that question, please.
But why y'all bring them back to you?
Answer the question, please.
I did answer it, yeah.
Why y'all bring them back? Why y'all bring them back over here?
No, I'm gonna
why y'all bring them back to the U.S.? They're gonna find out y'all lame.
Women rob niggas everywhere.
Yeah,
exactly. Then they see as marks. If they see you as a mark, they're gonna rob you.
Yeah,
so if you a mark here, you a mark there.
Hey Melody, I'm about to drop off. But when I first came on, hey Melody, when I first came on, I was talking about there's people, anyone can grab a microphone on YouTube. There's people that never left the state.
Factoids. Facts.
But they know everything about the world.
everything.
This is what I was talking
You're such a nut ass.
You see? And then they start insulting you.
Excuse me.
This
Why
is
are we
what I
even
was
like
talking about.
talking like this right now? We trying to have a conversation.
Yeah.
I am talking. These fools, they jumping over me. Oh, don't be quiet, because they jumping over, talking over me.
Allow them to leave.
Okay,
What's final thoughts?
what sector of
Yeah, I
the
was gonna. Can I
passport
get some
bros
closing remarks
they're
then drop off? Would
promoting
that be okay?
bringing
Yeah, go
foreign
ahead.
women
Get
to
your
America?
Yeah.
closing remarks.
But anyway, I speak in peace.
Who are these
Shout out
guys?
to the new
What's
guy
going
who
on with
came
the
on.
ear, the wax in the ears?
Yeah, shout
I'm
out to the
just
new guy
saying.
who come on. I don't know you
I
personally,
understand.
but all
No,
I'm
I
saying
was
is
just asking the one brother, like, which
Yo,
sector
let him
of
have
the
his
passport
finish your
bros-
remarks, man.
yeah. Then y'all can have it out. Here's the deal. I don't know what people told what people this, and maybe somebody heard somebody. Here's the deal: people who have and make money or whatever got paid, they can go do whatever they want to do in the states, out the states. Other thing is this: be careful what you hear and where you hear it from, because there's a truth. There's a truth you hear. There's the reality, and there's a reality what's going on in other countries. If you do want to go and travel, get the best information you can. I suggest that you learn something about where you're going and know what it really is, because you might be disappointed. Somebody told you some fake dream, because a lot of that going on YouTube. But tighten yourself up in the States, because if you plan on living here in the States and you're just vacating one time out the year, you still got to live your reality in the States. And if you don't, you ain't getting no women in the States or overseas.
I don't got no problem with women. That's
I
yours.
wasn't talking to you.
Final thoughts.
Somebody
Here's my
told
other
me.
final thought.
Somebody told me when you go to Atlanta, you get bitches really easy.
I lived in Atlanta.
I live in Atlanta too.
I lived in Atlanta.
Dog.
lot of fine chicks. Why
You,
y'all
my
missing the fine
friend,
chicks
just
over there?
want to talk. You haven't gotten enough attention. Have at it. I guess you need some attention.
That's you.
Go ahead and dust. Have at it. Good night, everyone.
All right, good
Appreciate
night.
you,
Thanks for
Scam.
coming.
Peace.
All right, so
Outta
let
here.
me read the super chat, and then I'm gonna go to I can't even see your name. I forgot your name, but Deacon Dave, thank you for the $2 super chat. He says too many people on a panel.
No, it's too many ignorant people on the panel.
Right.
Whoa. Melody, leave that comment. What did Blaze say? Something about Slack John? What?
I didn't see Blaze.
Wait, he just there was just a comment in the chat. Hold on. He said something about Slack John, something. I just saw it.
Prime
It don't
VA
matter.
was next. Damn, you coming through with those super chats today, Prime VA.
He said Slack John Plantation Sentinels.
Hold on. Thank you for the $5 super chat. He says people don't bring them back because of the culture. The divorce rate with American men and foreign women is only 12%. Quality of life too.
They don't bring them back because they lame. They gonna find out they lame, and they gonna get Americanized.
They lame. They don't got no game.
They don't get Americanized, and they gonna find out you lame. That's why they don't bring them back. They be trying to hold them hostage.
I want what's coming to me.
They don't bring it back. I ain't never been there, but I know.
Nut ass nigga.
All right, guys. So let me go with 9 to 5 Pookie. Go ahead. Where'd he go?
I think you kicked him.
No,
I don't know, but what I want, I just wanted to give it because I'm about to jump down.
Yeah, we're gonna give our final
shout closing.
Sweet Melody Media. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, the entire chat, everybody that supported the stream through Cash App, Super Chat. You know what I'm saying? Just in the chat box coming through, smashing that like button. Of course, shout out to Marty McFly. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that participated on the panel. You know what I'm saying? I enjoyed being up here. I think the conversation was dope. You know what I'm saying? Smooth, Game Changer, Gray Pill Podcast, Triple Black. You know what I'm saying? Mel Logic.
Salute.
You know what I'm saying? Nice to meet up with you, 9 to 5 Pookie, everybody else that came up here. You know, it's always a pleasure with y'all. And again, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Sweet Melody Media. You know what I'm saying? I thank you for having me up. Appreciate you.
And thanks for all the support. Like,
Damn, I got dropped off.
No doubt.
Yeah, he really was supporting tonight. Thank you.
Definitely a pleasure. And everybody else, you know what I'm saying, support too. You know what I'm saying? It's hard-working chick. Like, it ain't easy to deal with us.
Facts.
Guys, subscribe. Make sure y'all subscribe to Aunt T if you're not subscribed already.
Yeah, when is the next purge? When is the next purge?
What's your channel, bro? Bro, what's your channel?
Next purge will be around spring break time. Spring break Easter time.
Yo, brother, what's your channel?
I'm dropping the link is in the chat, and I'll put it in private chat. I got you, Aunt.
Can you guys drop moderators? Drop the link.
Yeah, drop my tag. It's #AuntTSPurge. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Aunt T's Purge. So
I'll
it's
check
in the
you out.
private chat, and it's in the private
Yeah,
chat. You
two
good?
more weeks, man.
Everybody,
Cuffing
check out the last purge. Check out the last purge. Yo, until you be putting out clips like of highlights.
Yeah, I'm
You know,
gonna.
they're long.
It's long.
There you
I'm
go.
learning my editing skills now, and I got
Yep.
people helping me with the edits and stuff. But of course, there will be some more that y'all probably won't even remember that's gonna come out from before.
There you go. There you go.
It's a lot that's coming out. So I got you.
Nice.
You know what I'm saying? I got you. But all of the purge is it's all available. You know what I'm saying? It's public. It's on my channel. I got, you know what I'm saying, playlist for them. It's long as hell if you got the time. But, you know what I'm saying, if anybody has any requests for, you know what I'm saying, something they heard of or whatever, just hit me up. You can hit me up on IG, email, whatever. I'll try to put an edit clip together and just drop it. You know what I'm saying?
I'll
So
check you out, man.
yeah, get a hold of that content if you can before I put it all behind a paywall, because I'm thinking about charging all y'all for it.
Yeah. Good.
You know what I'm saying? Nah, it's all public right now, so y'all feel free to check it out. All
Make
right.
sure you have subscribed right now.
Hold on, who not the Meg the Stallion? What the hell?
Yeah, shout out to everybody. You know what I'm saying? Peace. Thanks for having me on.
Peace.
What's
All
wrong
right,
with Meg?
let's go with the Great Pill podcast.
Oh, I thought you were gonna start at the bottom. No. We
Oh,
gotta start.
you want to start the bottom?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Let's work our way to the bottom, please.
Let's go with Mr. Know-It-All. What are your final thoughts?
All right. I just wanted to say one thing. Usually, it seems like whenever we talk about black men traveling and passport bros, that there's always somebody trying to add some type of poll tax to black men traveling. You know, don't travel unless you learn the language. Don't travel unless you learn the culture. Like, that's the whole point of traveling, is to learn the culture and to learn the language. You have people who've been to 20 countries. I'm telling you, they don't speak 20 languages. So black men I'm not even saying for women, just travel. Everybody should be traveling, getting a broader understanding of the world we live in. And while you're there, you don't have to swear off the women. And I do see I do understand some of the people thinking it's ridiculous for you to travel specifically for women. And the only reason I agree to it in a sense is just because it's, for most men, it's not realistic. You know, in order to find a wife overseas, you're going to have a job flexible enough to allow you to travel frequently. You're going to have to have a remote job. You're going to have significant enough finances that you can live over there for extended periods of time. And I think for most men right now, that's not realistic. But if it is realistic for you, or if it's just a goal of yours, you should definitely work towards achieving that and not listen to anybody telling you that, well, no, you shouldn't do it until you work on yourself. You shouldn't do it until you have your money right. You shouldn't do it until you learn the language. You shouldn't do it until you've done research. And if you go there, you're going to get robbed. I'm telling you, man, there's plenty of foreign countries that are safer than the city you live in right now. It's not like America's a safe haven and everywhere else is a jungle. It's not like that.
True. That's great advice. Thank you for that, Mr. Know-It-All. Let's have Triple Black, aka Kodak Facts.
Man, hey, shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to Auntie. Shout out to the whole panel. Shout out to you, Melanie. Melody, my bad. But one of the things about it is, okay, we had Terry McMillan. She actually, triggered a whole industry of black women traveling. She had a bestseller, a movie, of this whole story of, black women having a better option overseas, right? That's overlooked, right? You got Tom Joyner. They have cruises like once a year. I mean, a couple times a year for black women to travel overseas. You have 90 Day Fiance? They're promoting for a better option overseas. And so you have a fraction, minus the Pookie and Ray Rays that have felonies, that have child support and all this type of stuff, right? So you have the upward mobility black dudes or whatever, which is a minute percentage of black men overall. And if you guys ever read look up, who was it? Dr. Crash Wilson. She made she had a book called the
ISIS
Papers.
papers.
Yeah, it's about genetic annihilation, and I can understand it. I can understand it. Like the threat of the black seed going elsewhere besides America is very strong because it
But it's
should
already
not
elsewhere,
trigger,
brother.
huh?
It's already elsewhere, brother. I mean, we're talking about countries where it's
Right.
4 million slaves that went over there. Brazil and
Right,
shit.
but why does it trigger so many like men and women? The fact that black men can go elsewhere to spread their seed. Why does it trigger so many people? And if you look at like just like the pure economics of it, it's like, okay, you're telling me, you know what, black men overpay for something that you can get at a much cheaper rate somewhere else. It doesn't make economic sense at all. If you can get more value overseas, the thing about black women here is they want to offer minimum value and maximize the dollar, which from any type of sense doesn't make any goddamn sense. It does not make any sense. Why would dudes race to the bottom where they can go to the top somewhere else? I'll just leave it at that, man. Thank y'all for having me, man.
And thank you for coming.
All right.
All right, let me read the super chat before I get to the next final thought. Andre and Andrea love crossing. Thank you for the 4,000 COP, Colombian pesos. I think that's what it is. We're flying to Portugal, UK, Finland, Spain, and Italy in April. We'll be meeting up with brothers that moved to each country. I have 10 reasons I left the States. Women wasn't on it. The States is slowly crumbling, sadly. Andre, I would love to have you on my panel. So one day, like, just email me if you're interested. It's sweetmelodyspeaks@gmail.com. I would love to have a one-on-one with you. You and your wife. sweetmelodyspeaks@gmail.com.
I wanted to say something to the brother before he left, to the triple black brother, that Dr. Francis Quest Welsing died without having any kids while telling everybody else about genetic deletion. You see, the women like that, it's not really about preserving the race or something. I mean, did she preserve it? She's dead and she didn't have any freaking kids. Like, what preservation to the race did she offer? This is about keeping black men, loyal to manipulation of black women, period.
Okay.
That's not my final thought, but I wanted to say that because he mentioned Dr. Francis Quest Wilson.
I know. Yeah, I don't know why he brought her up.
No, he was just saying, about genetic deletion and, something that she said. But he was mentioning women like Terry McMillan and, people like that influence society. I'm saying that the women who influence black society and black women, they obviously don't care about that.
Nope.
True. Thank you for that. And let's have Smooth next. Smooth, what are your final thoughts?
Final thoughts. So my final thoughts are, again, when I first got onto the panel, I was given the reasons as to why I didn't think that Marty's points were solid, and that is my main thing because folks like NT and stuff, they will say, I mean, of course, he already made it clear that he doesn't have any problems if you're traveling, the way Marty says that, he's traveling, networking and all of that stuff, right? But you see, the problem is that the ones that are just hating just for hating sakes, they will always have more ammunition if you give them attention. And that was my main thing. It's like There is no need to wag the finger in anybody's face and tell them how much better the women are in the countries that you frequent. You understand? Because it's always going to spark this back and forth. And then you get on panels and then you talking about how this and that and Keisha, community and all that stuff. Like those shouldn't even be things that you're talking about or even worried about. But the problem is that you do talk about those things. And then when you are showing receipts or you're giving examples, it's always around the whole thing about look at my women, look at my this, look at my that, look at these 20 bitches I got in line, look at this, look at it's like, yo, like you stunting just like a US nigga, but you're doing it over there at the end of the day. So that's why, you know, it leaves so much room to be criticized and to be easily grouped with motherfuckers that do the sex tourism thing. You understand me? That do the type of shit that a lot of people that actually do travel don't even fucking co-sign. You understand me? And then you left in the position to always defend yourself when you don't even have to defend yourself because number one, you don't have to explain yourself to nobody as to why you travel. You understand me? And I damn sure don't have to explain myself to no bitch about why I travel, about why I'm seeking to get my needs met, and I'm not seeking to fuck and making it sound like it's the same fucking thing, yo. Like, nah, son, like you ain't gotta do all of that. You know what I'm saying? So that's my 2 cents, man. If you're gonna travel, just do you and don't worry about what the motherfucker is saying, because if you're really doing it, you actually don't care. And that's my 2 cents. Thanks for having me up, Melody. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
Good night. Thanks for coming. Great pill. What is your final thoughts?
I want to give accolades to Game Changer because it was something he mentioned earlier, and I know it was a lot, and nobody really didn't touch on it because he made a comment about, was given an example of him had the option to go to the Philippines. I don't know if he was there for like a month or this was somebody like asked you and you just tagged along regardless, but you paid your own way to get there. I think that's what you're saying. Okay, cool. Yeah, I pretty much had the same offer, but I went to Ireland and it was a group of people and I was there for like 11 days. So hats off to you. But I didn't, do too much research. It's just a group of people I knew. One person literally had like an email of a crazy, very strict itinerary. So it was like I had no wiggle room to even question or to look at, to search anything. They just had all the information for me. So again, when people don't listen that well, so I'm sure that pretty much was offered to you. It's just not, I don't think he was actually grabbing somebody by the coattail and walking around with them everywhere you go. I'm sure he was doing your own little thing a little bit, but you knew to stay safe and secure. So my hat's off to you. But I'm with you rapping too. So if somebody offered me, I'm taking it. It's a free trip versus doing nothing at home for 3 weeks. So it is what it is.
What he offered was a free tour guide. He offered
that's even better.
Yeah, he offered a free trip to the Filipino guy if he was to be as a tour guide to him, and then I was like, I'll go with you if you show me around too. So that's what was being offered. But no, I paid for my own ticket, and I didn't pay for his.
Now, did you feel more comfortable after that first go being shown around that you feel like you can go by yourself?
Well, he didn't. I ditched him like after the first or second day. I was there for 3 weeks. I ditched him because he, oddly enough, when we were there, he just wanted to keep going to the casino.
Oh,
which is because
stupid.
he did. Well, I mean, he was a blackjack dealer. Like, I mean, it's strange, but yeah. But no, I wanted to see other things, so I just
okay.
I just kind of splintered off and did my own thing.
Yeah, as long as you had like a good experience. So what part of the Philippines?
So we went to Manila, and then I forget the name of it. I think it's like Suba or something. That's like an offshoot there. So we went a lot of places, or I went a lot of places, I should say.
Okay.
And by what I typically do is I go online and I meet some of the local ladies and see which one would like to show me around and show me a good time and stuff.
That's what's up. That's pretty much how my plan was. But it's 2 years in the making, so I feel like I know it from the back of my head, and it's like 5 islands so far. But all right, I digress with that. Yeah, good stuff. I want you to have a good time, man. Yeah, my final thoughts. Yes, same stance as always with Marty. I'm pretty much on the I don't give a F type mentality. Just you need to focus on yourself. And if somebody like the other guy came in, the extreme of you got to make 80K or 100K a year, then that to me that's cringe. Because realistically, like those guys, the Fresh and Fits of the world and Tates and all them and Kevin Samuels, they actually have that abundance of money. So you have regular guys. The reality is people make 30, 40, 50, 60K a year, right? So what they're doing, they're managing their money. They're taking the time to do what this need to be done. So, but what they're not going to do is, and I'm speaking to men, hopefully the smart ones, it's not going to just waste too much money, go there for like a 7-11 days and then talk about some, yeah, man, I'm a passport bro. That is stupid. You know, I traveled. I didn't have the blessing to stay there for like a month or two. I kind of wish I did. But guess what? I still have to make plans for that if I choose to travel for an extended period of time. But I know it's going to cost more money. So if we're talking about investing, again, the best investment will be yourself is for yourself. Invest in yourself. Learn how to budget your money. Learn how to, you know, follow the stuff around you. Learn how to be more accessible or comfortable around women. If we're going to just to be perfectly honest, if you're going to spend $5,000 just to travel across the country outside the U.S., hey, $200 of gas would just get you down to Florida. Just saying. Other than that, good show, Melanie. You know, hopefully I might just do a reaction to this. I want to cover some other stuff, but I thought the first 2 hours with the panelists come on giving great perspective. I think that was an eye opener for a lot of people. Yeah, and I'll leave it like that. So thank y'all.
Thank you for coming.
Anytime.
Appreciate you. Okay, good night. And Game Changer, last but not least.
Oh yeah. So there's a person in the chat room who's saying, I got a big butt baddie, Keisha and Tasha, for you, lame. Huh. There's nothing lamer than on a Saturday night sitting there with two big butt baddies talking to me about how lame I am. I think that's the lamest thing a person could do on a Saturday night, just saying. Really shows where your priorities are. But I digress. The thing is, what we have here is a very weird competition amongst men. And as it plays out online, what we're doing is we're comparing with somebody's imaginary love life, like Tasha and Keisha, imaginary love life, with another person's imaginary love life. It's ridiculous. We need to, as Black men, we really, really, really need to grow up in that particular mindset. It's not helping us in any way, shape, or form. It's not. You know, we're constantly in competition. And then if we think somebody, because this is really what all the Passport Bro pushback is about. You know, this is just another group of men who are playing this game, who are competing with other men. They're basically saying, listen, I'm not going to count your women for the following reasons, because it's tricking or for whatever reason. So therefore, I do not, you know, respect Auntie. You know, I'm not saying I do not respect Auntie. I'm saying respect to Auntie because I see him mentioning me in the thing. I'm not going to count yours. I'm not going to count the Brazilian women that you get with as points and then insert reason here. I am still the winner of this game, and I want to remind you that you are still the loser because, once again, insert reason here. We need to stop playing that game. It's about personal happiness, period. It has always been about personal happiness, period. Outside of these streets, you know, we congratulate each other on their success and, you know, and on their failures is, you know, I don't really see a need to put them down for that. Because what winds up happening is once you start playing that game, you know who wins? The women win all the time, because your success, they are the judges in a game that you are playing with each other. They determine who the winner is, who the loser is. If they want to say the brokest man on the planet is the winner, then, you know, guess what? He's the winner. If they want to say the brokest man on the planet is a loser, then they can say that too. I don't give them that type of power. So I don't judge my fellow men or encourage them to give them that type of power either. So that's my final thoughts.
Thank you for coming up as usual. This was a great show. Oh, let me read this last super chat. Mr. Know-It-All, thank you for the $10 super chat. He says, final super chat. Men who hate on passport bros do so strictly for self. I can't say it. Wait, don't say it. Go ahead, say it, GC.
Oh wait, what happened?
Aggrandizement, right? Aggrandizement.
Oh yeah, aggrandizement. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No
Yeah.
worries.
Aggrandizement. Women who hate do so because they can't travel as far as wide hypergamously. All their best options are already in the US.
So those words are true. Essentially, what he's saying, Melody, is that a man can travel and upgrade the quality of women that he interacts with. If you define quality as I do by a woman's physical appearance and her willingness to cooperate, which is the major value points in a woman. Once again, by my scale, and women tend to value men by looks, also money and status. And what he's saying is that a woman cannot travel anywhere in the world and find a group of men with a greater concentration of looks, money, and status than they can here. And even if they do find these men, they are not readily accessible. So if a woman was able to attract say, attractive doctor here, she would be less capable of doing that abroad.
Okay. But thanks for that. So pretty much you're saying if a woman travels, she's not going to get the same results as a man.
In far as what
Yeah.
she values, what women typically value, the short answer is no. So Finance Man says that that's not true. I'm not sure what part he's saying is not true. However, when you live in the richest nation, every other nation is poor by proxy. That's logic and that's facts, and that's not something that's subjective. So I'm not really certain what you're talking about at all.
He doesn't get why passport bros are so worried about Black American women.
I don't think that they are. I mean, so once again, until the brother, I think his name was 9 to 5 Pookie, came up, nobody mentioned Black American women.
Yeah, we were talking about westernized American women.
Yeah, yeah. So I would put the question back on you. That being stated, why are you worried so much about Black American women?
And that's one of the questions I wanted to ask Marty that nobody asked. I'm sorry, guys, my nose. He didn't ask. No one asked the question. Oh my God, I can't think of what I'm trying to say. Oh, why do passport bros speak on Black American women so much? That was a question someone said in the chat earlier, but nobody asked that question. Yeah. You didn't see that?
So he's following up on that. Well, I think, and I'm speculating because I'm not necessarily a passport bros, but I do speak on Black American women, and quite frankly, you don't really have to be a passport bro or any type of bro to notice that collectively they are of extraordinarily low quality, not only compared to women internationally, which I can speak from experience, but I can also say in comparison to other ethnic groups here domestically, and they are also a very low quality to their past self. In comparison to their past self, the women in the past were better than quote unquote modern women. So bringing that point is something that I do, and I'm assuming that's that's something that passports do additionally, but I don't think that is part of their movement. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. Now somebody says they want attention. Okay. And then he says, ignore them. I'm not really talking to them now, am I? You see, okay, for example, I used to talk to women like that, a low quality. I called them chitlin sisters. I don't talk to them any longer. And that's because they do not meet my purpose or criteria of women that I speak to. Now, take you for an example. You are on my program, and which means that our interests allies. Our interests are aligned, excuse me. And therefore I talk to you. These are the women that I focus on, and these are the women that I interact with. Right. I'm not trying to talk to low quality women and say na 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 na, and I don't recommend that anybody do. That's just a waste of time. It's futile. And I've seen people talking to chitlin sisters for quite some time with no results. It's stupid. And I don't engage.
Yeah, because I don't think they be shitting on black women. I think they're talking to black men about, they're warning black men about black women. That's what I think it is. You know, they're not like, you know what I mean, GC? Like, is there, you think there's a difference between talking to black men about black women and just shitting on black women for no reason?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you're preparing. I mean, it's a difference between preparing men for shitty women and shitting on women for no reason. There's a huge difference. Yes, I do prepare men for shitty women. You see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. A person born in prison would think that all food is shitty or all food tastes like tastes like prison food. So I'm just here to say that, you know something, you were born into a situation in a culture that taught you to embrace something that is likely, very likely not good for you. That's all I say.
Right. Yeah, well, I say this. As far as Austin, he's young. He's doing him. You know, he's having a good time. He misspoke some of his words. Like, I don't really think he meant the women were easy. You know, like they took, you know how everybody else took it, like sluts and stuff like that. I think he meant easier to deal with, you know, more submissive. But he's young. He just needs to learn how to speak better. Especially if he's going to be talking on platforms. He's going to learn how to word things better.
Yeah, I mean, because of the rate that his channel grew, he was under more scrutiny than anybody else that I know of. So his mistakes are going to have greater repercussions that he wasn't prepared for, and that's because he grew quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said that they are saying flaws of black women that people already know, yet people still get with these chicks. Why is that? And that's because for a lot of reasons, and I talk about this on my channel, which you should subscribe to. That is because we feel that we deserve to be with these flawed women.
Drop your link in the chat, just in case.
I teach men to value themselves. Yeah.
Just in case they're not subscribed. And make sure you guys hit the bell. If you're not subscribed to Sweet Melody Media, make sure you hit that bell. Also hit the like button on your way out. Deacon Dave, thank you for the $2 super chat. He says hundreds of successful couples in Passport Bro Facebook groups. Why am I so tongue twisted? I think it's late. But yeah, that's true. There are a lot of successful couples out there that are Passport Bros.
Oh yeah. I don't really follow them like that, but I'm pretty sure, like in my travels, I have seen like successful couples there.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, as far as quality of women, there's a higher concentration of women, at least how I measure quality there than here. But also by any metrics of quality, really, you do have a better chance of getting with that there than there. Like say if you are a person who look to women for status or economic prowess, you have a better chance at getting with a Brazilian doctor than you do a doctor here in the US, even though there's a higher concentration of female doctors here. So it's just is. And that's because they value relationships a lot different. You know, the way women from Catholic nations value relationships pales in comparison than Protestant women are women who grew up in Protestant countries because, well, I'm not going to get into why, because there's religious reasons behind that, but I will say that. And quite frankly, as I stated before, they're simply put more beautiful. Like by and large, I mean, everything is a sliding scale and everything is a, you know, kind of like the most attractive woman in the US is more attractive than the least attractive woman in Colombia. But we're talking about the median here. We're talking about on average what you see. Just kind of like the world's strongest human is stronger than the world's weakest gorilla. However, we do know that gorillas are stronger than humans. So, you know, if you look at it objectively, it's a better deal. And that's why the Passport Bros exists. Now, what I'm saying is, and this isn't really a call to
try to get American women to get their quality up per se. However, they should. And the women who listen to me and frequent me, they do believe that they should, and they do that for their own reasons. Shout out to you, shout out to Chantel Simone and other women like that. So there is a push for that, but that's not the initial goal. The initial goal is to say that the circumstances that you were born into, Black man, and since your single mother told you, what you should be looking for, you should look a different way. I want you to open your mind and consider other things.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Nodal disagree with the Black manosphere about that he thinks that there's good Black women everywhere. They're not as rare as they preach in the manosphere.
Okay. I don't really quantify how rare they are. But what I will say is that there are less of them than there are men seeking them. And I will say that that's not only true, but that's true by a very, 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 very wide margin. Mm-hmm. There are more men seeking good women than there are good women. That's the dirt that really Black men don't want to tell us about, but it is true. It's an unfortunate truth, but it's a truth nonetheless.
Right. Well, thank you, GC, for coming. Really appreciate you. Thank you for your support. Thank you to the chat. Thank you for all those super chats. You guys really show off today with the super chats. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the cash apps. Thank you for the moderators. I almost said what you say at the end, GC. You know how when you close out, can you say that for me real quick before we close out?
Cash app, super chats, managers and moderators, those who are listening silently, and those who participate in the chat.
Yep. This is Sweet Melody.
Hit that like button on your way out.
Hit the like button on the way out. Subscribe if you haven't already. Peace.
Peace.